What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to go ahead and get this show started. I appreciate you all being here. Welcome, welcome. Let's stop that commercial before it blows it. Sick. Alrighty, welcome to the show. I am excited to bring you another open panel. You may have noticed that something is a little bit different about today. Might be thinking, there's a general style MrTribune is usually adorning, and today there's no collars, there's no polos. What the hell? What gives, right? Well, I'm pleased to let you all know that I'm wearing the most comfortable shirt from the most comfortable line of shirts over at dun dun dun. Oh my goodness. The Mellow Dome. That's right. Got to support fellow true earthers in the community wherever you can. So, but this is actually my winnings from the Truther Trivia, very, very awesome game show that we did last night, hosted by the Mellow Dome and Andrew B. It was a very good time. So go ahead and check that out. Pretty sure you have to go over to Rokfin, though. So, hey, if you're not over on Rokfin and you needed a good enough reason to join, then hey, why not go ahead and sign up? You'll not only get my content, the Mellow Dome premium content, as well as Jeranism, as well as Flatman X, as well as THC, as well as Karen B. Man, there's so many. I could go on and on. So if you're not on Rokfin yet, not sure what you're doing, you can create a free account as well. All right, let's go ahead and do some brief little shout outs in between our shameless plugging. As always, got a shameless plug. Got to support wherever we can. It's not just my stuff that I plug. Of course, got to plug everybody else's stuff because we are in this together. So definitely appreciate it. Let's go ahead and move right on over. Let's start with the YouTube chat. Who do we have over in the YouTube? Go ahead and comment now if you're trying to get shouted out. Mad Mac, welcome to the Tribune show, to the open panel. Mark Rizzo, Big Pine, OTW, FE Nation, man, legends. I see you guys all the time. I appreciate your support, your continued patronage. I believe that's it for the YouTube. Let's go over to Rokfin. John Osborne, awesome. Nuba, we'll catch you next time, my friend. I'll join in about 20 minutes. Andrew B, awesome. Already got a guest lining up. We love it. Okay, so that does it for the showing off the new shirt. Absolutely. Glad you've noticed. It is, let me go ahead and stand up. I don't want to move my computer again. That's ridiculous. Fits great. They are unisex, so go ahead and grab yours today. It's only $30. It includes with the shipping and handling, pretty sure. So go ahead and go to the mellowdome.live so you can check out everything that they got over there. Super cool people. Yeah, the charity show was really great. I went ahead and walked away with the first win. It was really tough bout. Charity, or sorry, not charity. The charity part's great. The trivia part, tongue twisters. Yeah, the trivia was absolutely crazy. I'm pretty studied, and I, only happen to know, those questions by chance. So all my study sessions couldn't prepare me for that, and I don't think they can prepare anybody. So you just got to be studied up. You got to know your stuff. Watch everybody's videos. You can learn it all. Take notes. I'm an Audible learner, thankfully, so I didn't have to work too hard to learn a whole bunch of stuff. I can just put people's videos on and give it a real good, solid listen. But that's what happens when you're a musician, But enough about me. Let's go ahead and do another shameless plug. We're going to go ahead and shout out the FE, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay. Go ahead and get yours today. Use referral code Tribune. Totally worth it. I actually found a really great video today while I was scrolling through the archive. This is one of the benefits of being part of the community over there of the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, you get to do all kinds of things. You get to bypass the YouTube algorithms, get shot right to some great flat Earth videos and proofs. So, on that note, let me go ahead and actually, because I was just watching this earlier, and I really enjoyed it. So, now it is long, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. Maybe the first couple minutes. And the reason why I like this particular video is because one second. Forgot I scrolled through music. All right, no worries. Still, we're off to a great start, aren't we, folks? Was watching it on my phone, actually, so let me get the name of it real quick. Oh, yeah. That's right. I created a playlist for this. Oh. Awesome. We're off to a fantastic start. Okay. How on earth do I even get to that on the computer? Oh, this is so funny. All right, there we go. Boom. All right. Struggling Tribune. Just kidding. Let's go ahead and do a screen share. You know, there's a lot in that. Let me make that just a little smaller. And then blow back up. There we go. So this video actually comes from Flat Earth and Coffee. You've probably heard that name shouted out a few times, and that's because they are a really great channel. Starting to get the special treatment escalated right up the ladder, and for good reason. This is a pretty comprehensive breakdown of a question that, you know, as somebody who hosts the True Earth debates, I get asked this all the time. So this video is based all around sunsets and perspective. So we're just gonna watch the first few minutes of it or so, and then we'll go ahead and open up the panel, let people in.
Hey guys, Bobby Thompson here, back with another video. And today we're going to be talking about a question I get asked, which is, if the earth were flat, why can't I see the sun 24/7? So without further ado, let's jump
Forgot
into
to make
it.
it on there.
And I like to start with a famous quote by Rene
Whoopsie daisy.
Descartes that says, if you would like to be a real seeker after truth, it is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt as far as possible all things. So if you've never questioned the shape of the earth, you're not a truth seeker. You have to doubt everything and prove it for yourself. So with that said, there are 6 factors that go into our ability to see the sun. And they are perspective, angular resolution, limitations of light, visibility, atmospheric magnification, and cloud deck. Perspective. So we see our perspective is everything comes to a point. You can see this in pictures, in real life. There shouldn't be any question here. That should be easy enough to grasp. There are angular resolution limitations. So the human eye can see about 0.02 degrees or 1 arc minute. With the naked eye, if we're looking at the Eiffel Tower here, this is what it would look like. This is the limit. This is the limitations of our angular resolution, right? If we magnify that, here's 30x, 50x, 100x. Obviously, we can see further. So, you know, there's detail here in the top of this tower that we can only see through magnification. It's there. It's just very tiny, but you can zoom in on it. Another example from 1x to 100x. And an example from 1x to 200x.
I know a lot of this stuff is obvious.
Here we're going to see a real life example of increasing angular resolution. So let's kick off this video.
It's yet another simple observation that anyone can do at home. You have a coin and a flat table, and I'm going to demonstrate how we can make an object disappear bottom up without the need of curvature, or without the need of a physical obstruction for that matter. Now you Globers are going to sit at home and say that table is just higher than the observer height or the camera height. Now let's get that sorted quick smart. When we zoom in, we increase the focal length and increase the angular resolution.
Boom.
And we can resolve that coin in its entirety. As you can see, the bottom of the coin shining. It's yet another simple observation. It's yet another.
Okay, another example.
I like this one. This one's a more exaggerated example. This one's a little bit harder to see, so I'm going to pause the video. But if you squint real good, right, you should be able to see that, battery, and you can see the line right here. It changes colors. I know for a lot of us truthers, this is, obvious stuff. But hey, not everybody who subscribes. Hopefully, I've done a decent enough job reaching across the aisle that some of this stuff can be eye-opening to you. Things just disappear bottom up because that's how perspective works. It's the angular resolution limit, as well as several other factors that he listed earlier on. So I'm going to stop it there. If you guys want to catch the rest of the video, I highly recommend that you do two things. Number one, download the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app by Blue Water Bay. And number two, subscribe to Flat Earth and Coffee. That way you can go ahead and find this video and finish it on up. Because it's really good, really comprehensive. And I know we all have Glober friends that we all like to try to convince every now and then. So this experiment that they showed is actually something that I've done myself. Give me 1 second. Let me go back to the mainframe here. All right. And then should have had this pulled up prior, but hey, what are you going to do? Y'all watching me search for the stuff is half the fun, right? No, I'm just kidding. This will just take a second because this is right on my own page, so it's pretty easy to find. I posted on TikTok as a short originally because I had also seen the disappearing coin magic trick, if you will, and I wanted to test it for myself to see if it worked. Okay, here we are. I actually did it several times So let me go ahead and pull this up. This is the first one. All right, you can pause. All right, fun stuff. Let's go ahead and do more adjusting. No worries. Okay, that should be good enough. Let's get it on over. Let's hit play. This is my own kitchen counter. This was titled the banned Burger King commercial. I think us truthers should be pretty obvious to see why it was banned. Obviously, reveals way too much. You look at this red line that's at the bottom of the Burger King cup. Boom, right there in your face. And watch that baby disappear behind the curvature. Oh yeah, you can bet the Globies were crying at that one. It was pretty funny. But so they actually got some comments. They tried to accuse me of having the camera below the counter.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there has been some controversy in the flat Earth versus globe Earth debate over the authenticity and accuracy of the so-called coin disappearing over a flat surface test. So I decided to go ahead and put it to the test myself. So before we go any further, I just want to show my setup here. We got a, that's not a tripod, I forget what that's called, my phone holder that I use for lives. And then we got a disgusting Burger King cup. And just for reference, we can see that the Burger King cup has a white line on the bottom, a red line.
I apologize for the echo. My audio was terrible back then.
So now that we got that in order, we got our height things, little markers that we can check for. Let's go back over here to the phone. And now my phone camera is on the top there. Let's see if we can focus in and see that. There it is. So we should be able to agree. There we go. You see my phone lens there? That is above the table. So Globy, I don't want to see you draw no lines and be like, look, this means it was below the table.
Yeah, they love to do that. They just draw a little X on it.
So underneath, because this is how my phone's set up, this is the only way I can do it. So I'm just going to take a video, and I will have my lovely assistant slide the cup to the front of the camera here, and then slide it all the way back so that we can see the range. Okay. And, phone like that. There we go. Video, and go. Watch that red line come back into view.
Devastating. It's absolutely devastating.
Wow. Now go ahead and slide it back.
You know how the rest of the story goes, of course. So, yeah, really funny stuff there. This right here is, in my opinion, another demonstrable globe killer, because unfortunately for the Globies, they always like to use for their argument that things are dipping down as they go off into the distance, and that they just never remember this part about perspective here. So it's clearly demonstrated. Several people have done it, including myself. It's real science, observable, testable, repeatable. I'd say that's checkmate. But what do I know? I'm sure when we open up the panel, we'll get some good opinions on that. Before I do, let's do one last shout out for the chat here. Then we'll go ahead and post the link. I appreciate you all tuning in. By the way, I do have some great ways to support the show if you enjoy this content. If you look below, you'll see that we have the Rokfin logo. Now that, in my personal opinion, is the favorite way to support the show, because not only do you support me, but you support so many other content creators that help get me to where I am today. And I think that you would just be selfish not to want to support that. So go ahead and do so if you are able. If you're not, don't worry. Go ahead and you can make a one-time donation if you'd like to support the show, either at buymeacoffee.com/Tribune. That way you can have a super chat go off right in the middle of my stream, interrupt everything, put everything to a dead halt, and steal the limelight. That's another great way to spend your dollar. And of course, you can have your super chat read by me through the Cash App. Just send a message to Cash App MrTribune. Another great way to support the show. So let's go ahead and get on to the chat. Let's start with the Rokfin. Of course, we already shouted out John Osborne. I'm sure he will be joining in. He's always very opinionated. Great guy. Nuba, I'm not sure if you will be in or not. You said you weren't, but here you are later. So maybe you'll be popping in and out. Andrew B, always a pleasure. Big Pine Sailing. Absolutely love to have you in the comments and chat as always. That will do it for the Rokfin. Over for the YouTube, let's go ahead and cheat and use my phone because it's quicker. And I can actually see the up-to-date chat. Alrighty. Man, this thing is blowing up. All right. Big Pine Sailing over on the YouTube as well. Got to support everywhere. Absolutely. OTW News. We appreciate you, Mad Mac, Marky, Rizzo, FE Nation, Mojo Shop, Question the Answers. Love to see the familiar faces, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We also got Jeremy Bird. What is up, my friend? Effed Up World. Awesome. Welcome back. SS Sum 369. Let's go ahead and shout him out as well. That is Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. He had his channel unfairly and unjustly taken from him. So go ahead and give him a sub and help him build back better. Austin Murphy. We appreciate you tuning in. Infy. Is the show too quiet? Let's do a poll. Everybody in the chat, go ahead and let me know if you think the stream is too quiet. I'll go ahead and crank the volume up a little bit more. Tapered Bodies. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, that's going to go ahead and do it, folks. I'm sure that there are some who are dying to get in. So let me go ahead and generate this link. You don't need that right there. Let's create this instant meeting. We do it Google Hangout style. Boom, for free. Budget crunching. All right, let's copy this. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop it in the Rokfin chat first. And then I will drop it in the YouTube. There she blows. And without further ado, let me go ahead and switch it over to the panel page. I'm going to have to hit you with the transition screen. Boom. Welcome to the open panel. If you are just joining us, we are getting things rocking and rolling right just now. After the stream ends, be sure to go back to the beginning to catch all the plugs. Super funny. Okay, where is the panel? All right. Oh, you know what? Got to turn off my camera first on this. Oh, my goodness. No worries, folks. We're getting it done. Nobody has joined up yet anyway. So, no harm, no foul, I suppose. Boom, there we are. Back and better than ever. All right, folks. Don't be shy. Go ahead and call in. We can talk True Earth. We can debate. We can just conversate. We can talk about the trivia. Talk about whatever, really. But obviously, we look forward to having a dynamic conversation. So go ahead and hop on in. I can't think of a more of an echo chamber than just myself talking to myself and occasionally looking at the chat. So, all right. Yeah, I'm not going to adjust that gray stuff out because it's going to get all wonky when we start moving the format. So I'm just going to leave it as is. All right. Let's go ahead and get it, folks. The link is in the chat. We need to get some like elevator music or something to play for the background. Still working on the soundboard, guys. We are working on that. We've just been so busy. We actually went out all the way, took the drive out to hang out with my good buddy Mellow Dome to pick up the shirt personally. So it was a great time. Those who are in the group chat have probably seen the pictures. So, really cool people. That's why it's definitely important to make it out to the Flat Earth, the True Earth meetups. That way you can go ahead and see that people in this community are real. You know, that we're not just actors, shills, if you will, agents for the state, disinformation peddlers, the like, you name it. Let's go ahead and test this out. What happens if I click off screen? Is it gonna black out? Yeah, it is. Okay, no worries. No worries. We'll just keep it on here. Wait patiently. Folks, if you are too shy to jump in, then feel free to, fire away questions, things like that in the comment section. That way we can go ahead and keep this thing going. Ruhiv, we probably will still be going in 45 minutes, so that will be a nice conversation there. I was actually going back over and watching the last panel that we had, and my goodness, it was pretty funny, the stuff that you presented, because those mountains didn't even remotely match on the J. Tolan observation that you tried to debunk. So you're gonna need to try a little bit harder on that, my friend. Yeah, let me go ahead and also shout this out as well. I almost forgot. I Can Science That is graciously agreed to accept a conversation, some questions from yours truly. So that is going to be Friday night. Go ahead and head on over to his page. He already has it posted with the thumbnail. I gotta say, I know it's a joke for the Globers, but I do love the I love the Spaceballs memes. They're hilarious to me. That's a really funny movie. So really stupid, but hey, mindless humor is good in small doses. So no need to overburden yourself with high IQ entertainment constantly. But when you do, you can go ahead and join the True Earth panel. Here we are. The link is in the chat, and we look forward to having you guys on. Ruhiv is coming on about 45 minutes, so I'm not going to hold my breath for that. Excuse me. I don't think you should either. Let's see here. We might have an extremely short show if we can't get this panel going. My goodness. That is all right. Let us go ahead and, I guess while we wait, go ahead and find something else here. I was so busy that I didn't come up with a contingency plan, but hey, you can just pull this stuff out of nowhere, so it's totally cool. No, we're done with the banned Burger King commercial. Let's see here. Oh, this one's great too. We're gonna go with another
Flat horizon.
another great curvature debunk here. Jeez, I hate how it just goes blank. That's terrible. All right. So this is a some footage from a very high altitude jet, and they're looking out the window there at supposedly the magnificent curvature of the Earth. It's really funny here.
Horizon to bent horizon, just like that. Curve of the Earth, guys. Let's rewind and see that one more time. Yep, flat. Too bent. One more time. Flat.
Oh.
Too bent. Nice.
Yeah, clearly a lensing effect. Clearly a lensing effect. That's very, very weak, the stuff that gets passed off as globe Earth evidence. So hopefully when Ruhif comes on, or when any other glober comes on, we can go ahead and avoid terrible evidence
You'd
like
like
that.
to believe that.
Oy. All right. Can't believe nobody has joined yet. That's absolutely wild. It's because I'm not wearing the polo or the collared shirt, huh? It's just not the same Tribune. It's not the same show. I'm just kidding. Alrighty. What other news? Did have something else. Of course, now my computer wants to be really slow. Love it. Okay. No, that's not it. Where the heck? I was actually, what I was looking for was I was in the middle of, on my last stream when we were doing our testing the Matrix. It was actually pretty comical because we had our stream cut right in the middle as I was trying to show something pretty cool. Stay in the call, man. It's like you're the only one in. Yeah, it's gonna boot me in 2 minutes if we don't get somebody else joining. So yeah, that's gonna be a bummer. We're gonna have to generate a whole new link. Big Pine. Dude put on a 1-minute video trying to debunk Jay Tolan's 30-minute video where he lays out his GPS locations, lays out, his altitude, the direction that he's facing, all that good stuff. Debunked with just a simple video that didn't even really match. That was actually, in my opinion, that was a great debunk of himself, Mr. Ruhif. So that'll be pretty fun to have him come back on, see what else he's got. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit better than last time. That's actually, so I'm obviously not gonna find that. I like so much stuff on TikTok that stuff gets buried. So no worries. No worries at all. Have to come better prepared, better stocked. I did want to pull up the open panel that we had last time and just address a few things that came up. If YouTube will respond, of course. It's being real slow. But what can you do? Alrighty. Oh my goodness, it's painful. It's painful how slow my computer is. You will respond. All right. That's another good one from Flat Earth and Coffee. 5 videos that shouldn't exist and 10 that should. Pretty thought-provoking. Okay. Starting to run a little better now. Almost. Almost got it. All right. Sick. So y'all can see my struggle. I was watching the last panel, just trying to see, because a lot of the stuff, honestly, some of the stuff gets missed because it's so much. So I wanted to go back through and make sure I gave my full attention. And yeah, I wasn't really impressed with the globe arguments as usual. Of course, I don't think there's any surprise there. Is this gonna load or what? Jesus. Of course, Jesus isn't gonna help me because I did a whole stream trying to debunk the books. So he's just up there shaking his head. Like, nope, you've had your chance. Oh, finally. Good God. Just remember, folks, all of your donations are going to immediately towards improving this setup, this dreadful setup that I have. We're rocking the Lenovo IdeaPad 110. It is an old computer, old laptop, very little processing power. I've not souped it up at all. Just working with what I got. And it's not very good, to say the least.
Yeah, stick in the chat.
Absolutely.
It's unlisted, so it's
There we go.
Yeah, anyway. All right, next. What's the next one?
Nice, dude.
I actually don't know who you are. Like, I've never seen your name in Discord before, so I got no idea who you are.
Awesome, Andrew B, welcome. Let me pause this.
Coming on.
Thank you.
I posted it in the Discord, as a Hail Mary to see who we could get to come on, and because we were trying to get more Globers. All right. Well, I guess we'll come back to that a little bit later. Let me go ahead and get back over to the panel, because that's the show. That is the show right there. Nobody's on camera. Amazing. Just taking a second to load. Awesome. Andrew B, welcome, my friend.
Good evening. Yeah, we got to get your computer situation figured out, man.
All in good time, I suppose.
Yeah, it takes some time. I would send one to you, but I don't feel comfortable doing that in the mail anymore.
Well, no, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to have my stuff broken. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't want something that I built broken either. So, even if it was for free. So, the question that I have to bring up to all these globies that obviously everyone at some point heard about flat Earth and they decided to look into it and be very skeptical, like I think most people did. I was one of those people. I was really highly against it. Is there feedback? Let me turn my...
I don't hear any feedback.
Okay. So there are certain pieces of information that people have used in order to come to the conclusion that they think it's still a globe or that it's obviously flat. So the thing to ask people the most is to, like Ruhif, for example, he's very respectful, he's polite, he's cordial, and he doesn't get aggressive until someone gets aggressive against him, which I think is a very honest thing for him to do. I think he's extremely wrong, but he does actually present himself in a proper manner. Unlike I've like Nathan Oakley, for example. I've heard Ruhif go on Nathan Oakley's channel several times, and Nathan just gets completely aggressive super quickly, which is the reason I don't even listen to that channel anymore. I've even called into his channel a couple times, and he got aggressive with me simply asking about a flat Earth question that I was already kind of on board with. So I was like, you know what? Fuck all that. So this type of channel that you're presenting is pretty awesome. It's just nice, calm, collective, and people don't have to get aggressive. And if they do, you need to calm the fuck down. Smoke a fucking bowl for a moment.
Oh yeah, there's way too much THC in the world to be full of hate. So
Yeah, so there was someone, I saw this when I was at work earlier, that joined the Melodome. Let me see what it is. Joined the Melodome Telegram today. I don't remember what her name is. Amanda Farley, and she posted a link. It's not too far up. It was like at 5:15 your time.
okay,
It's a 1-minute TikTok video. So when people see this kind of information, I don't know about this because I've never actually seen this particular CIA document before. I've heard about it, but she's actually showing like a 45-second video or so.
nice.
Basically just talking about how the CIA admitted to these declassified documents, which I'm very skeptical about. Whenever I hear something that's declassified, I'm like, really? Because I was in the military, and a lot of the classified documents that I ever heard about were burned. They put them in burn bags, and so the information could never be retrieved again. So that happens a lot in the military and the government. Same thing happens in, basically the entire federal government. Anyways, when you watch a video like this, like document 1207, for example, do you know about that one? NASA document 1207?
Remind me.
Okay, so NASA document 1207, 1207. I think that's what it is, right? Hold on. Let me double check on that. I'm pretty sure that's the exact one. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So if you just type in NASA 1207 on any internet search, it's going to bring you up to the first link, which is the NASA reference publication 1207, August 1988. Derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. Then you go down and you start through the table of contents here.
Oh yeah, I do know that one.
And yeah. Where does it say it? Yeah, okay. So in the second paragraph of the first introduction, this report details the development of the linear model of a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This model consists of a state equation and an observation equation. So when you start to read that, you're like, okay, why would they be training people to do this, to fly like that, if the Earth was completely opposite of what they're touting to be true today? So I want to hear someone like Ruhif like bring up an explanation to this, because I've heard a lot of pilots talk about this in a lot of flat Earth debates, and they all say that's how they were trained.
Makes perfect
Even
sense.
the pilots that think that, yeah,
It makes perfect sense for us. I mean, the Earth is flat and non-rotating in our model, if that's what you want to call it. But I do think it's hilarious because they're basically going to try to explain it away, be like, oh well, there's the we're moving lockstep with the atmosphere is moving lockstep with the Earth, so there's not going to be any of that. It's basically like it's flat and non-rotating, right? I was like, jeez, man. So you have to agree with us, like on a certain level.
Yeah, it's like if you were training to do a certain thing, you would train it. You would be trained based on that particular thing. Like if you wanted to be a good basketball player, you play basketball. But they're like, no, 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 we're going to train you how to play football, but then you have to go play basketball. It's completely illogical to train someone backwards of the entire concept of what we experience, what we see. It's fucking stupid. I don't know. I'm getting pissed off with a lot of these globies lately. But
I'll tell you, as a high school athlete in a couple semesters of college, the number one thing that you want to do when you're training is to train in a different sport.
that may not be the best analogy I can come up with, but it's the concept of it is completely backwards. That's kind of what I was getting at.
It makes total sense. It makes total sense that they make no sense. So, yeah, I'd love to see them. I'd love to see them scramble with that one because essentially, the claim is that it's spinning, but you can't feel it, or it's curving, but you can't measure it. It's all happening, but you just got to believe us, and that's just it's not very strong. Doesn't pass the sniff test either, especially when you're dealing with governments that historically have been known to be corrupt and not have the best interest of the people in mind.
Well, they don't have our best interest in mind. But yeah, there it is. If anyone that's a Globie has never seen this before, or actually anyone that's never seen it before, here it is. See, in the introduction, you can go all the way up and go through all the table of contents, whatever. Goes through the summary. Oh, look at that. It even says it in the summary. A flat, non-rotating Earth. And then it goes into the next introduction. In the first sentence, it says it again. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. Second paragraph. This report details the development of the linear model of a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. I've heard, but I haven't seen all of them. I'm sure there's evidence to support it, that there are several federal government agencies that actually have the same information in their flight manuals when they're trying to teach people how to fly an airplane or a helicopter or something like that. So this is something that is very odd to me, especially when you put it together with all the tests that I've done myself. Like the one you were showing earlier with the coin. I've done those same kind of things, but I've done it with on the coast, long distance observations with lasers and cameras. I still haven't done the one with that Jaren was talking about though, with the mirror flash. Did you ever see about that?
Oh yeah, the mirror flash is one of my favorites because that one's like that's easy. That's a demonstrable piece of evidence because it's very easy to show that if you block the mirror, you can't see the sun flash from the mirror outside of the obstruction. It's just not something that happens. Once you block the view from the mirror, all line of sight is blocked and you can't see any of the flash. So if you're having, one observer that has the mirror on the water on one end of the lake, and another observer all the way, let's say 14 miles. I think that's what it was for the Salton Sea observation. And
yeah, I think that's where it was.
Yeah, they were able to see that mirror flash all the way across the water. So that, destroys the idea that there's a obstruction, that there's a wall of water or a hump of water between you and the object.
Yeah, well, the thing about a lot of the globe Earth arguments when it comes to doing tests over lakes is they say, "Oh yeah, well the water can be flat here." I've actually heard them say that, or the land can be flat on a curved surface. But okay, whatever. So let's go out to the ocean then. Okay, I want to look at something really, really far away, and as an example, the Farallon Islands are in right off the coast of San Francisco. I live about 45 minutes from there, and I've been there many times, and I've looked at them. And sometimes, in the very clear type of weather, you can see the Farallon Islands off the coast of San Francisco
Oh,
while you're
wow.
on the beach, and they're about 32 miles away, I think. So, and the height of the Farallon Islands, I think, is only like 100 and it's not very high. It's like 150 feet at most, but you can see it over the actual curvature. So, if people are going to say, "Oh, it's refracting upwards," well, why is it refracting just perfectly to the point where I can see it and not going up into the sky? It's a fucking stupid argument that I can't get over. How people completely use this word diffractions. I'm sorry, refraction, diffract, whatever. When
Well,
light doesn't bend, light can only refract when it goes through a prism.
yeah, absolutely. And they try to, I've heard the arguments of, I've seen the diagrams with the duct effect, how they'll have two distant objects. And it's just like, man, you have to assume a hell of a lot. And the trajectory doesn't even match up for those diagrams either. You see a light ray going out, and the duct effect is just like forming this like perfect little column around the curvature of the Earth, so that the light will just perfectly bounce in that column of air to bring it right to your eyes and create a just beautifully unfalsifiable position for the Glovers, which I like to point out, and because that's basically where they put themselves. If you want to say that the light is just refracting, and that's why we're seeing all this distance, then you've created an unfalsifiable position. So now, how do we falsify it so that we can actually move forward with the conversation? And they don't want to talk about that because we will totally falsify it, and I'm pretty sure we already have. I know the FE core experiment gets a ton of crap, but if you actually watch the entire long version of the film and not just the short version that they did, then you'll actually see all the measurements and all the painstaking effort that they took to isolate the variables and still get the result.
Well, I think one of the it's difficult because a lot of people are held into a religious belief. I was agnostic before I came into flat Earth, so I didn't really give a fuck if God existed or not. I mean, I wasn't atheist, but and I also wasn't completely on board with any particular thing. So when I found something that made sense, I was like, oh, well, yeah, obviously God has to be real. Call it God if you want, but creation is real. It's absolute. Even if you're an atheist, creation is still real. It's kind of weird to say that because the Big Bang is one of those things where even if the Big Bang happened, something had to make the Big Bang happen. So it's like intelligent design creation is it's absolute. I mean, there's no logical way to argue against it. And I've heard at least. But anyways, yeah, when it comes to a lot of these people that are NASA fanboys and globies, they always tend to rely back to these sources of information that are unreliable. Like, oh, the moon landing happened. Like, at that point, I'm just done with them. Like, if they haven't seen the information that's been presented, like I have, like you have, and and they still, even if they have seen it, man, oh my god, it just pisses me off when people can't see it.
Well,
It's like, oh, I slapped you in the face. No, I didn't. Yeah,
so
yeah.
the issue is, right, and it's it's obvious to me because I've worked with people a lot over the last several years. You start to get a feel for how people think and why people act the way that they do. And one thing that I've learned is that there are infinite justifications. So if you're dealing with an unfalsifiable position like the globe tries to be, um, which basically that just means that they always have an explanation for anything that comes up, right? No matter what experiment we do to falsify their claim, they will just simply come up with a new claim that to counter that, right? So we just go back and forth until the end of time, and they don't have to actually concede any of the, um, for the most part, the core principles of what they believe, which is that they're on a spinning space rock in the void of nothing. They really, really want to hold on to that. And it's just, you know, it's funny because when you actually, like you said, you get into the actual evidence of it and you see that their evidence doesn't hold water, but they don't even care that it doesn't hold water. They just care that there is an explanation and that they can actually latch onto and understand. And with that, they don't really make a solid effort to understand the other position. They only understand the, straw man presentations from the globe side. And it's easy to see why that happens because the YouTube algorithms suck. It's not friendly to us at all. That's why it's so important to promote the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app and, get people to actually bypass these algorithms.
Yeah, it's amazing how the app works too, because it actually links you to YouTube uh, videos, which YouTube, I guess, hasn't figured out how to fuck with the app yet, which is a great thing.
Well, I don't think they can, right? Because the app will simply has a way to, I'm not a coder, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I know you just basically have a plugin for the actual video. So unless they start taking the videos down, the plugs are still going to work. And if they did that, they would just they just pull from another platform.
Well, they would know it. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard for them to do it, honestly. I'm not a coder, extraordinaire or anything, but I do know the basics of how networking and that kind of stuff is, how it works. And anyway, they could actually do it very easily if they wanted to, but they haven't.
Well, lucky us.
So as we're waiting for Ruhif or another Globy or something like that, I got a question for you. What was the very first flat Earth video or information you ever heard of?
The very, very first one was Matt Powerland, and he was doing the I can't remember exactly which one it was, but he was doing the he was showing the ice cubes, how he turned the ice cubes into planets, and he was claiming that he was one of the I might have misunderstood, but it sounded like he was claiming he was one of the NASA people that was responsible for, creating the imagery for the planets. And he basically laid out the argument with if it's real or a photo, how would you know? And if I'm answering that honestly, the truth is that I wouldn't know, you know. And that just leads to a whole bunch of other questions, like what actual evidence did I have? And shortly after that, I discovered Jeranism's channel, and I can't remember what channel I discovered after that. They all started kind of flooding in shortly after that, but I know that Matt Powerland was very first and Jeranism was second.
Oh wow, okay. I've actually never seen a Math Powerland video. I've heard people. Well, I've seen people do like little snippets of him here and there, like being up on stage while I think he's like smoking a cigarette while he's like kind of drunk or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that one.
I don't know. It was something like that. Darren Nesbitt. Have you ever heard of him?
That sounds really familiar.
Yeah, he's an English guy. Let me see if I can pull him up. He's been featured on many different, really great flat. He's on Dave's app.
Oh yeah, I probably know him then. Well, not
Okay.
personally, obviously, but
He's from the UK. Yeah, you probably can't find his stuff anymore. I think he's been like shadow banned from YouTube.
I got a
Anyways,
trivia
yeah, he did. That was the second video I ever watched. The first one was Eric Dubé's History of the Flat Earth. And I started fucking freaking out within 30 minutes of watching that. And I called my buddy up and told him, dude, I was perfectly fucking happy believing the Earth was a sphere. It was weird. Like just
Were
this,
you
it
though?
was like a trauma situation for me.
It's like, were you happy? Were you happy with that identity crisis going on?
God damn, I should have taken the blue pill.
Mojo Shop, shout out. He's got a trivia question for me. What is the name of the mirror flash device used by the Navy seen over 50 miles? And this is going to be hilarious. So, I
Holy
actually
shit, that's a good question.
yeah, I take my trivia very seriously. I don't attempt to cheat on that at all. So I just went ahead and put the phone
Huh.
down, haven't looked it up or anything, and go ahead and let you know that I do not know the answer to that
Wait,
at
say the
all.
question again.
What's the mirror flash device used by the Navy so that they could see over 50 miles?
Fuck, I was in the Navy. I should know this.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna get it. Take the steal. Yeah, that's a miss for Mr. Tribune. So
What's the answer though?
let's see. Mojo Shop, we give up, man. What's the answer? A cube earther, Darren Nesbitt. I've heard things on the cube Earth. I thought it was a joke though.
I don't think Darren Nesbitt does anything on Cube Earth. I mean, if he does, then it's kind of weird.
I don't know. I've seen the video where they're like, the Earth is just like time. It's cubic, and I was trying to wrap my head around it. Maybe I'm just too stupid to understand the profound thoughts of the cube earther, but I thought it was a joke. Honestly,
Wait, it's not a joke?
I don't know. Maybe it's not.
All right, well, a cube. Here's a trivia question for you, real quick. See how fast you can answer it. This is actually one of the trivia questions much later in my questions when I start getting into a little more math.
All right,
How
here
many
we go.
right angles does a cube have?
How many right angles does a cube have?
How many, 90-degree right angles does a cube have?
Oh shit! I only got 25
The
seconds.
geometric shape.
Okay, hold on. 4 times 16. 32.
No. So every single corner has 3 angles on it, right?
Okay.
3 right angles. So on the top side of a cube, there are 3 times 4, which gives
12.
you 12. And then on the bottom side, 3 times, same thing as 24.
Okay, so
That's
there's
how many right angles a cube has.
jeez. 24 right
Just
angles.
kind of fun stuff, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I could have gotten it if I had like maybe 45 seconds, but 25 is like,
Well, it's not one of those things you think about every day. But it's part of using critical thinking, and it's like playing chess. And dude, if you ever want to play chess, I'll fucking play you.
oh, dude, I'm super down.
I'll play you right fucking now if you want.
I'm super down for the chess stream, and I'm not sure the audience
Okay.
is. I'm gonna have to do a poll. I'll do a quick poll. We got 24 people watching on the YouTube. I know we got a whole ton of people over on the Rokfin. So, if y'all would be interested in a neck and neck battle of wits, a chess match between Andrew B and I, then go ahead and throw a 1 and throw
What, like
a,
right now?
yeah, live chat,
I'll give up my queen if you want.
and throw a 0 if you could give a shit less. Throw a 0.
I mean, this is supposed to be like a flat Earth kind of thing, so
Right. I'm
don't
just
wanna
talking about for the future.
derail it too much.
I hate these headphones. They make my ears itch. All right. I never got the answer to the trivia question. You're gonna leave me hanging.
Oh, about the mirror flash?
Yeah. I guess I can look it up. Phones are so useful. All right. What is the name of the mirror flash device used by the Navy that can be seen over 50 miles?
I'm gonna have to look it up now. Okay.
Holy shit. with a flash that can be seen for up to 100 miles. The star flash signal mirror has been called the most underrated tool in the survival kit. It's lighter than a gas, floats, and virtually indestructible. Wow. What the heck?
Yeah, oh shit, 100 miles. Okay, so by the way, if you
Wow.
do the flat Earth calculation according to how 8-inch per mile squared works, even though some people say, oh yeah, it's like 7.98 or something like that, or whatever the fuck it is, it's close enough. Even at 100 miles, according to 8 inches per mile squared, 6,666.66 feet would be obstructed. That's over a mile of hump.
That's a lot of hump. That's a lot of curve.
And I actually was working with a guy. I'm not sure if I told you this before, but I was working with a guy. He was a subcontractor. He had a master's degree in architecture. And I was talking to him about flat Earth, like right when I was figuring out all this stuff. And he was just like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, I'm going to show you on AutoCAD. I was like, okay. So I told him to create the exact size of the alleged radius and diameter and circumference of the Earth. So he does that on AutoCAD. And you can, on AutoCAD, you can do any size object you want. There's an infinite number of possibilities when it comes to numbers. So anyways, you draw that circle, and then a distance away from that, the exact distance. I'm sorry. What we did is we went on to Google and just typed in Earth circumference, Earth diameter, and it brings up that particular diagram. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it before, and it also references AutoCAD. I said, I want you to recreate this exactly as it says to see how much Earth curve would actually be associated with certain distances. So he did it, and it came up basically exact. So
Nice.
AutoCAD is just an excellent way to do that. He gave me some AutoCAD lessons. I don't remember how to use it very much because it's kind of complicated. But yeah, it works out exactly perfect. And you can change the size of any sphere if you want, and the calculations will come up differently based on basically linear. It's a linear equation in algebra.
Gotcha. And you can pretty much validate that we are seeing absolutely way too far in so many different scenarios on hot days, on cold days, on normal days, dry days, wet days, you name it. We're just seeing way too far.
Where the fuck is Rufus at? Is he still talking in chat?
Let's see. I haven't heard him in a while. He said it was going to take him about 45 minutes. I'm actually surprised that I've been doing this for an hour and I haven't gotten a Globy on yet. Posted it in the Discord and everything. Ridiculous. It's okay, though. I'd be intimidated, too. I'm just kidding.
And Rufus, by the way, I'm kind of high right now, so don't worry. You might win an argument based on that.
Mojo Shop, it's actually, he's give us the answer finally. It was Aldi's lamp or a Morse code signal lamp. Very cool.
Morse code signal lamp.
OTW News. Of course, the Earth is square. It has 4 corners. Square, perhaps. But is it a cube? Is it a cube? That is the question. So the answer was Aldi's lamp, but in finding that, we found something even cooler, in my opinion. The freaking the superstar mirror. What the heck was it called? That was crazy.
So the signal lamp. I've never heard of this before, but it's probably something that people have been using for a while. It's like how lighthouses have been working for a long time. They can, they send out a bright light to let ships know that they might crash into rocks if they don't slow down. So that's a pretty basic thing to consider when you're doing naval navigation at nighttime.
Right. Yeah, I was speaking of nighttime navigation, celestial navigation. I was looking at some more of that, and some of the arguments that I've seen from Globers on that are equally hilarious, especially from Mick Toon, right? Like every once in a while, I just get a really really good laugh from watching his explanation or his quote unquote debunk of someone's work. Ah, Ruhif, nice, just in time. You're like, man, if we just talk enough shit, somebody's bound to join. I'm just kidding.
So this is apparently what whoever was saying that, this thing right here, the naval Morse code
$1,000.
searchlight signal light shutter. Huh.
$1,000 is pretty harsh for that. Oh, World War II. All right. Okay.
Welcome to the show, Ruhif. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. We're talking about celestial navigation, are we?
Yeah, we just brought it up, so you're just in time.
Oh, fantastic.
I was specifically bringing up an instance where McToon had claimed that all maps, he said all maps are based off of spherical geometry, and therefore they cannot be used for
what he means, if you want to get the distance between 2 points on any map, what are you going to use? How will you get the distance between 2 points?
Well, I'm not an expert.
Straight line.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not an expert in the math on the celestial navigation. I'll just be upfront about it. But from what I've seen, it looks like you draw it looks like you're looking at a celestial sphere. You're looking at half of it. As it appears to the observer, you draw a circle. Basically, act like a the I think it's called the azimuth, and you use that to calculate the distance of the objects on the ground, or to more specifically to get a position fix.
Yeah, let me bring up the geometry. 1 sec. Searching through my memes for the geometry. Oh,
Andrew B, since you were in the Navy, did you ever get any experience like reading the naval charts and stuff like that?
No, I wasn't necessarily like a sailor. I was a CB. If you're not familiar with what a CB is, we were combat engineers essentially. We did fast action construction and combat zones. But I was on a ship for one deployment, and I volunteered to work on the flight deck because I was really fucking bored, didn't have anything to do. I was attached to it. Long story short, no, I never did. No, I was mostly ground forces.
All right, so on screen is the geometry of celestial navigation. So our observer is at this point S. If you guys see my screen, yes, good. My cursor, sorry.
Yep.
So the observer is at the point S. He measures, well, he can measure either of these angles, right? He can measure the alpha elevation angle, or he can measure the beta co-altitude or zenith angle, what do you want to call it? All right, so let's say he uses a sextant to measure this elevation angle. The angle that he actually wants is beta, or beta, whatever you want to say. All right, and then we take that angle beta down to the center of the Earth, because what we want to know what this arc length is. All right, so if we know this angle, we know what proportion of a circle it is, and therefore we know, given the radius of the Earth and the circumference of the Earth, what that distance over the ground is from the ground position of the star.
Okay, where did you get radius from?
It's a measurable fact, 60 nautical miles per degree. The celestial objects change by 60 nautical miles per degree. That linear ratio means that it is a sphere.
So the sky So the sky can't just be moving like that, right?
Wherever you look, right? If you move 60 nautical miles backwards from a star, the angle to it will change by 1 degree. All right. If the Earth was flat, that would not be a linear relationship. That would be a trigonometric relationship.
So how much? Just out of curiosity, how much should
Andrew B, you're carrying on there, right? Have you done celestial navigation? Have you done a worked example?
No, I haven't.
Okay. When you have, let me know. Okay. Rather than carrying on with all this shit, your facial expressions, right? When you've done it, let me know. I have. I know how and why it works and why it needs to be a sphere.
So
Okay, so you've measured the radius to the center of the Earth?
No, didn't say that I had. I said the circumference, right? The linear relationship between an angle and a distance, 60 nautical miles per degree, means that it is a sphere, that linear relationship. If it was flat, that relationship would use one of the trigonometric functions. If you have a flat Earth and you have the star over on the right of your triangle and you're over here somewhere, if you move back 60 nautical miles, that will not be a linear relationship. That will be a trig function, tan function. It's very simple geometry.
Ruhiv, I do appreciate how cordial you are. I'm not sure if you heard me say that earlier. I've heard you on Nathan Oakley's show, and I think he's a fucking dick. And I completely understand how you may never want to go on there. I've never been on that show for like the last 2 years, so I don't really care.
I've been on for like 4 years, probably. Yeah.
Okay, well, I heard you on there, and you were always calm, collective. You were bringing up good points. However, I do have to ask you something that is one of the main points of how I think Globies still think. Do you believe the moon landing actually happened?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. I'm done at that point.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Because that was one of the things that broke me out of the globe mentality, is seeing how preposterous all of that is. And once I understood that, I started looking into other aspects of conspiracies and things, and I started looking at it with an open mind, rather than just being told something and then believing it because the TV told me.
Right. But that the shape of the Earth is not one of those things. You can figure out the shape of the Earth by yourself.
So
You
where's
don't have to
done
be told
testing.
what it is. Say again, Trouble?
Yeah, I just had a question too, because I mean, maybe this is a different way of doing the celestial navigation. Because, like I said, I'm not an expert on it, but where exactly would the azimuth be on this in this 2-dimensional example?
It's not really, like, unless you're talking about the line intercept method. So there are 2 methods of doing celestial navigation. So you've heard of MC Toon's challenge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you literally have no idea where on Earth you are. You're just given 3 angles to stars. You've got no idea where you are. All right. And then you've got to draw 3 circles on a map, and where they intersect, that's where you are. Right. That's not really how they do it in reality. What they do in reality is they have a last known position, or a dead reckoned position. So they have some idea where they are. Right. If you have a guess at where you are, and you know what time you are going to take your star sights, then you can work out what angle they should be at. All right. So I'm going to take an angle to Betelgeuse or whatever at this time. Here's my estimated position. I know, if all those things are correct, what angle I should measure to the star. All right. And what they do is go out and measure the angle to the star. And if it's off by 1 arc minute or whatever, then they know that their position is off by 1 nautical mile. And where the azimuth comes into that is that if you know your dead reckoned or your estimated position and the GP of the star, you know the azimuth of the star, right? So if you're off by 1 nautical mile, you go backwards or forwards, whichever way, by 1 nautical mile in that azimuth. So azimuth generally not used unless you're actually out in the ocean doing it.
Which method has you create the circle of equal elevation?
drawing actual circles on a map is the first one, the MC Toon challenge, right? Because it's not much of a challenge if you are given, you're already given an estimated position, right? So that's why that challenge, you start with no position.
Right, but you
Ruhav, I have a question for you real quick. So when people do this long range photography, mirror flashes, laser tests, things like that, I've never done a mirror flash, but I've done laser tests and I've done long distance photography many, many times. And I can always see things according to the 8 inches per mile squared much further than I should. I mean, what is
Happy
the
to
basic
examine
explanation
one.
that you have for that?
Oh, the basic explanation is that you're too close to the surface. Prediction is unrefractable. Refraction is unpredictable. And things like laser tests. There's one in particular where it's one of Taboo Conspiracies mirrored videos, 16.4 mile laser test, something like that. It's clear from the video that the laser itself is going over the top of the camera on the other side, right? Because you can see it when it's on the left, you see the thing curve up over your head. When it goes to the right, it's way up over your head again, right? But when the laser points towards the camera, right, they go, oh, we see the source. We see the source of the laser. They're not seeing the source. They're seeing scattered light from the laser hitting the atmosphere. They're not seeing the source. So those are the two main responses to laser tests and mirror flashes. Yeah, don't get away from the surface for a start. The laser tests are pointless. And mirror flashes. Get above the surface where refraction is predictable, where neither of us can appeal to extremes of refraction.
I think refraction is just another bullshit excuse, just like gravity. It's like, well, how do you, anytime, and this is nothing against you, Ruhif, but this is the pattern I've seen over the last 10 years in this entire discussion, is that when there comes to something that you all can't explain, like, in other words, how come I can see around a curve, right? It's refraction. Or you got gravity, or you'll try to mix gravity and refraction, all a bunch of shit that it's all, it's like, you mean in every weather condition that we're dealing with refraction here? Of course we're not.
Always refraction.
Of course we're not.
Yes.
You see, this is my point always right here, that it is so simple. The globe is the actual claim, okay? Because not a globe is obvious. I mean, in other words, if you went your entire life and no one told you you lived on a spinning ball in outer space, there is no way in hell that you would ever come to that conclusion. You would never even entertain the idea of something so silly. Okay? But this is why globe has to be taught. Okay? Globe has to be taught. What it really is very evident. Okay? And so when these evident things at the very simplistic level, at the very most simple level, and I mean that in two ways, yes, the pun was intended, that it's an impossibility. In other words, like Andrew was talking about, that if you use the actual 7.9 inches squared, or 7.9 inches per mile squared, is more accurate. Of course, it is a formula that's used for a parabolist. But for this demonstration, it works up to 1,000 miles. Okay, so in other words, we should not be able to see these things. Now, when you're using something like a laser, I shoot rifles long distances, right? And you would be surprised what the slightest little movement of your scope, it's even imperceptible to your eye, how far off that can throw your bullet at the downrange point when it hits target. What can only be like a half of a millimeter where you're at, or less, can work out to be a foot or more when you get downrange. And this is all just due to the way that things operate. So if that laser, they're not seeing the source, it was above the camera, I would say more off that leveling of that laser itself was actually off.
It's not a level laser. It's just whether you can see it or not.
Well, still, if you can't, well, yeah, there again, you shouldn't be able to see it. And if it was, you would see it much above the camera.
David,
Okay?
I'll also want to just add in.
Is, so when when you see just a second, Trouble, when you see distant objects and you can zoom into them and they should be well beyond a curve, that's not refraction. You don't, that's not a bunch of mathematics. The obvious Occam's razor answer is there's no curve.
Okay. On screen, I have 4 examples that demonstrate that any gradient in the atmosphere will cause, or in sugar water, whatever, any gradient will cause light to bend. So the top left, you got the classic sugar water tank. The top right, you've got Mick West creating a horizontal temperature gradient to push the laser to the right. Deng Jos uses liquid nitrogen and various other things to create density gradients. And Greater Sapien has done some where he brings in like a tray of ice.
It's required. One of the requirements is certain pressure, temperature gradients and that type of thing. But yet we can film the Chicago skyline where we shouldn't be able to film it in all sorts of weather conditions. That's interesting. So refraction just happens all the time then when it comes to the curve. With anything else, it doesn't. It doesn't happen with traffic. It doesn't happen when we're just walking. It doesn't happen when we're riding a horse. It doesn't happen any other time. But when you're testing for curvature, that's when it happens, right?
When you're looking long distances horizontally, that's when it happens. But yeah, you did mention gradients.
I don't ever compensate. Hey, listen, I don't ever have to compensate that with long range shooting. The only thing I have to compensate for is the drop of the bullet. That's the only thing I have to compensate for. There's no curvature. I don't have to take in any spin of the earth calculations, and I'm a goddamn good shot.
You've got a confounding factor of gravity there. Take that factor out.
All right, we take that factor out. That's exactly how I zero my scope. And if I wasn't able to zero my scope with a laser like I do, okay, and then test fire the rifle, and account with the mil dot due to the mathematics involved with that caliber, that powder charge, and that grain of bullet, I've all got that calculated in.
Yeah,
but the laser sighted in, and that's where you use your mil dots. You know what the mil dots are, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, like
that's where you start using your mil dots. Why do we use the mil dots? We use the mil dots because of the drop of the bullet. It doesn't matter. I still zeroed the thing. I still zeroed it for 100 yards or 200 yards using a laser, and I compensate for the drop because I bullseye.
Right?
So are you telling me that my laser curved up? Are you telling me my laser curved up over the range and went back over the target?
There will be curve, yes, but you test fire and calibrate,
okay,
right?
Well, then how come when I use the calculation with the proper mil dots, I'm knocking bullseyes left and right?
You test fire and calibrate, right? There's
very little calibration needed right there. Very little.
But there's a trajectory involved, which includes gravity, right? How are you?
Fuck gravity. I already compensate with the gravity with my mil dots. I compensate with that when I sighted it originally. Okay. And you know what? I don't always have to test fire and adjust at all. Many times when I put the laser in fact, almost all the time, when it doesn't, it means I didn't have the laser into the bore correctly. But every time I'm dead nuts on, bro. Every time.
When you compensate for gravity, right? That's a calibration process.
The laser didn't use any fucking gravity, bro. The laser can't be affected by gravity because light doesn't have any goddamn mass. Okay, so get off of that. There's no curve in that shit, and that's why I can accurately hit the bullseye. 10 out of 10 shots, 9 out of 10 shots, and if that third shot flies wild, it's an ammo defect. Okay, that's all. That's all. You're not telling me anything about it. I've been shooting rifles long range since I was able to stand up and hold one.
But when you calibrate with gravity, like the drop of the bullet, right?
Not calibrating with the laser. I'm putting it dead nuts on the fucking bullseye. The only time I ever compensate for gravity or the drop of the bullet is when I calculate what distance I'm firing and what the drop will be at that distance. Okay, the laser never had any gravity affecting it, and I put the laser.
Saying that it does.
I put the laser dead nuts on the fucking bullseye.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm not saying
so
that
I put the bullseye dead nuts with the laser, and then considering the distance, all I have to do is use my mil dots up and down. We're considering with no windage, of course. All right. So all I have to do is consider for the drop of the bullet and use my mil dots for that over that distance. You know what? It hits every time. It hits every time. Why? Because the laser, which was straight, okay, the scope is in line perfectly with the bullseye downrange. That's why.
Okay.
The
When
gravity
you
ain't got shit to do with it.
when you
I
come
mean,
up
if there
with
was
these-
no gravity, then I wouldn't even use the mil dots. I would put the dead nuts on the target at whatever distance.
yeah,
There's
just
no
keep
need
talking.
for that drop
Just keep
calculator.
talking. Let me know when you're done.
All right.
Okay.
I mean,
When
where am I in error? Where am I in error on that?
right when you sort of generate these tables of distance and mil dots, right? You're generating them from test firings, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm judging them by the optics, the distance, and the chart that's given to me by the ammunition
chart that's given to
manufacturer
you.
telling me the muzzle velocity, the drop at various distances, the grain of the
Yes.
bullet, and all the information that's there. I don't have to calculate shit. All I have to do is pick the mil dot, bro.
Right, but the fact that you have to calibrate it, right?
I don't have to calibrate it. I just move the crosshairs.
You're either using charts that have required calibration, or you are calibrating it yourself.
What does that have to do with anything at
Right,
all?
because-
The
Yeah.
scope is sighted in,
Here-
zeroed in on a bullseye at a distance where you're saying it should be bending down. If that were true, my shit would be actually below the bullseye, and it's
No,
not.
it would just mean your calibration would be different. That's what I'm trying to get to. Right? Your calibration unknowingly has included refraction.
No, it hasn't recorded any goddamn refraction.
I
You
know,
tell me- okay, then
unknowingly.
You want to tell me something? How come I can sight the motherfucker in at
Oh,
night and get the
I
same
don't think you're
result?
getting it.
There ain't no
I'm not
refraction
sure
at
you're
night.
getting it.
Is there any refraction at night? Am I seeing
Yes.
refraction at night?
Yes.
There's no light. All I'm seeing is a
Oh, you're
laser
not seeing
dot.
anything.
All right, let me bring it home for a moment because we're kind of going in
totally.
circle on it. And I do want to wait for Ruhif. That way, he's got his headphones; he can still hear me. So basically, what I want to get to is this, because I understand that the globe position is that the light is always refracting and yada yada yada. Therefore, that's why you're seeing too far, and we get this persistent illusion that the Earth is flat. So with that being said, if we are creating this, to me it seems like an unfalsifiable position, but I don't want to just go ahead and label it that. What conditions can we do a long distance or a laser test or any kind of line of sight test in which it would actually falsify the curvature claim or has the potential to falsify? The
Absolutely.
curvature claim?
Yep. So let me bring up another picture. 1 sec. Where did you say you're from? Tampa Bay or something, was it? KT.
I'm from Lakeland, but close enough.
KTBW. That'll do. Tampa Bay. The graphs again. All right. These are graphs of the actual refractive gradient. All right. The red stuff is the gradient close to the surface, so less than 100 meters. And the blue stuff is the gradient above 100 meters. So whatever the samples are, let's say the first sample's at 110 meters and the next one's at 200, those samples make up that blue data. And you'll see the blue data is bunched around minus 2.2. Okay, and that is what we call standard refraction or a typical gradient. And you'll see by the spread of the red data that if you're close to the surface, refraction could be up, down, fucking anything. Could be extreme in either direction. So when you're close to the surface, it's pointless doing laser tests or mirror flashes or whatever, because no one really can accurately measure the gradient close to the surface. The hilarious thing is with the, you've heard of the FE core laser experiment, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what they did is measure the conditions on one side of the lake and then the conditions on the other side of the lake, saw that the refractive indices were really close, and of course they were going to be, and therefore determined that there was no refraction or like just ridiculously negligible refraction. That's not how you do it. You've got to measure the vertical density gradient. That's what causes refraction. It's the vertical gradient. So these are sorry.
But
The
they're
point
not-
of that was
The reason why I'm confused
So-
by that, though, I hate to cut you off, but I just want to make sure we're clear. I'm confused by that because they're not shooting the laser like up, right? It's supposed to, the refraction happens as it passes through the different layers, right? So I get that.
Horizontal.
Okay, so if we're doing it based on you're setting the horizontal. Oh wait, I'm getting it mixed up. Horizontal is the. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, we're shooting the laser approximately horizontal, thereabouts. The pressure or the refractivity gradient is more dense down the bottom and gets less dense as you go up, typically, generally. So it is the vertical gradient that causes the curve.
And what is the reference, resource or reference for this? What is it?
For this data on screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, they send up weather balloons twice a day, pretty much every airport.
What's the website?
Iowa State. Let me just post a link. Yeah, one sec.
Well, and again, I know you were in the process of explaining it, so we've gotten to what won't work, right? So now let's talk about what will work.
Yes, one sec. So that's the website that has they collate a whole bunch of data, and you can access it.
I just wanted to say I went and grabbed these are some 270 caliber core locked Remington 150 grain bullets, and there's a little formula back here on the back. It's written real small, but it gives you muzzle velocities and minutes of angle of drop at different distances. And I'd be interested to see if your refraction calibration works anywhere in that.
Oh, it would. When they created those tables.
I don't see where it does. I don't see anywhere where it does.
Yeah,
I got
when they created those
velocity,
tables,
which of course is going to give me a drop in minutes of angle up to 500 yards. So
yeah, in the process of them calibrating or making those tables, they would have done calibration test firings.
Well, yeah, of course, but why would refraction have to do anything with any of that? Refraction,
because when they're sighting the target,
solid object, bro.
When they're sighting the target, the light will be bent.
Does the bullet think it's hitting somewhere else or something? Because
it's lost in the noise of calibration. That's what refraction is.
So if you're gonna
firing of missiles like that.
So again, I'm not an expert in this field at all, but it just Ruhif, what you're saying doesn't really track, because you're saying that these calibrations take into account the refraction, but the refraction changes on a day-to-day basis.
No, they don't.
But they will unknowingly be taking into account refraction. They will sight a target. Shoot a test fire.
What weather conditions is this set up in? It doesn't give me a temperature.
Just typical. Is there an adjustment for pressure there?
270 is a popular caliber all the way through North America, all the way into Florida. They use them in South America. So which temperature gradient are we shooting through? What refraction are they calibrating when they give me these information?
Is there an adjustment for altitude? Does it say if you're in Denver?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. You know why? Because it doesn't fucking matter.
Yes, it does.
Why? No, it doesn't. If it mattered, it would be different for different places, and it's not.
There is 10% less atmosphere in Denver than there is.
I'm telling you right now that the performance of this bullet and refraction have absolutely nothing to do with one another.
Is there 10% less atmosphere in Denver than?
I don't give a shit how much. I don't care. It doesn't matter if there's no atmosphere in Denver. This does not account for altitude, atmospheric conditions, or weather. No, it doesn't.
But
show me.
I'm agreeing that it doesn't, David. I'm agreeing that it doesn't.
Well, there you go. So then what the hell? I go by these ratings. Hold on. If I go by these ratings and I'm in a completely different temperate zone than what these ratings were put into or were calibrated from, and the bullet doesn't perform as it was supposed to, what then and only then they say, oh, it's because of refraction of where you're at. And we're not giving you a
do you understand? Do you understand that if there's 10% less atmosphere, the bullet's going to go further?
Dude.
Yes?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No. You know why? Because these same numbers work for bighorn sheep in the Alpine Mountains in the Sierras, and they work as in the forests of the Shenandoah Valley, both of which are at totally different elevations. No, you're not going to run that shit on me, buddy. I'm an ammosexual. I know this shit, bro. Yeah. You're not going to run that globy shit on me. And I'll tell you what, Coriolis effect, my ass.
If you disagree, if you disagree that a bullet's going to travel further at higher altitudes, then
How
I
far is it
don't
going
know
to
where
fire?
to go from
Okay,
there.
all right. Well, Mr.
Okay.
Calculation, at 500 yards at a muzzle velocity remaining of 1,386 feet per second, how much further will it travel? Will the muzzle velocity be faster at a higher altitude, and how much faster in Denver? So this rating right here doesn't say in Denver it will be at this velocity, and in this place it'll be this velocity. No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Okay.
So why not? Wouldn't that be kind of a fucked up thing to
Because-
do to people that are hunting bighorn sheep?
You're saying your original point was that it doesn't incorporate refraction.
No,
right?
it doesn't.
Okay, I agree. All
right.
It also doesn't incorporate altitude, which obviously has an effect.
No,
and you
it doesn't.
disagree that
What
it does.
effect?
Okay.
Hold on a
We're
second.
done.
Hold on.
What
We're gonna
effect?
have
We're
to.
done.
You're telling me
breaks.
people that have been making ammunition for over 150 years versus what you say.
I mean,
Give me a break.
A
David, hold
bullet
on.
will hit more atmosphere when the pressure is higher.
we literally got a concession. I mean, you can go back and watch the stream. Ruhif, you were saying that his calibrations and his charts do in fact take into account refraction, and now you're agreeing that they don't.
Not knowingly. They will unknowingly incorporate it.
Can you have any evidence for that?
I really want to know how
By doing the
I want to know
calibration.
how refraction fit in with the calculations of bullet drop of a Remington 270
Yeah.
150 grain bullet. You go
Yeah.
for it. I want to hear this
By
shit.
calibrating.
Yeah, let's see it.
Once you calibrate, the whole idea of calibrating is you're accounting for factors that you may not be aware that you're accounting for.
Well, how would refraction affect a solid object like a bullet that's traveling? How would that
It
affect
doesn't.
that?
But when you calibrate,
You would miss the
Well, then
shot.
what are you
if you
talking about?
if you have the sights on the target and you fire and you miss by a foot or whatever, then you aim upwards by whatever, how many mil dots or whatever.
Well,
But
you
you
do that with the
calibrate.
mil dots anyways because you already know the
Yes.
distance.
Yeah, but they're calibrated. Do you
That's not
understand the
refraction. Ain't
fact of
got shit to do with it
calibration?
though.
It's
Because the bullet doesn't give a shit
calibration.
about the bullet doesn't give a shit about refraction.
When
Right.
snipers get to the field, they're
But
not
it's
taking a whole bunch
incorporated
of
into-
freaking test shots to calibrate the thing. I mean,
Yeah, whenever you calibrate, you're just matching the conditions.
Oh well, yeah, because like what Troubling Tribune was said in, there's that pesky fucking windage that'll always dick with you, and
Yep.
at even longer ranges, what you end up with is you get like where you're at, there's no wind blowing. That's why it's always good to out near the distance where you're shooting have something that flutters in the wind, so you can actually kind of get an idea of the wind speed and direction. And then that's what the other little dots are for. You try to calculate that. That's pesky, but without any of that, on a still day, perfect shooting conditions, you don't have to. The only thing you got to compensate for is the drop of the bullet. When I sight the laser in for say 100 yards, and it's right in the dead nuts in the bore of my rifle. Okay, there's no refraction happening there because that bore is lined up with the middle. Okay, if my scope is off because of refraction, it's going to show in my shooting. It's definitely
No, it's going to show in your calibration, right? When you do a
never had to
calibration,
incorporate refraction ever in my life.
I understand, but these tables that you use are all based off test firing, right? Which automatically adjust to whatever the conditions are.
It's based off of the velocity is based off of the test firing. The rest is based off of simple physics. That's it.
if refraction,
Listen, if I fire this out of a gun, 500 yards and drop a bullet the same size next to the chamber at the exact same time that it fires, both bullets will hit the fucking ground at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. So it's in the process of dropping. It's getting the velocity behind it to get it forward. Refraction's not playing with it.
Right. But the distance it's traveling will be affected by the pressure, and your tables don't have adjustments for pressure.
There's no need for it because it's
Yes,
negligible.
there
It's
When we're talking
negligible,
about-
dude. The
It's
thing's
not.
got a range of 500 yards. How much more
Right.
muzzle velocity are
Don't let
you
him
going to
obfuscate.
gain
We're
at
talking
500
about
yards?
we're talking about light effects over distance. That's the whole reason why we started talking about like the calibration and the line of sight shooting and how that
We
works.
start talking about light
And
being
he's
a
already had to
physical
go.
thing almost.
He's already had to go
Let's
back
say
and
over
say
500
that
yards, it affects it by a couple of like a I don't know, half an inch or something. That half an inch adjustment is already in your calibration tables because they were established via test firings.
At what type of conditions?
standard, whatever. Like I said, there's no adjustment for
So
conditions.
would it be
on
better
your
for me to
thing.
buy ammunition produced and tested it from a higher altitude than it would to buy ammunition and tested at lower altitudes from another company that
whatever
might not
altitude it was
be up
tested
high?
at?
That makes
Whatever
absolutely
altitude
no
tested at.
sense, Rohit. That makes
Well,
absolutely
if
no
there's 10% less atmosphere, there's 10% less force on the bullet.
Well, I think the moral of the story is if the light is refracting, giving us a false image or a false position, if he tries to shoot at that, he's going to miss, and that just doesn't happen. So
Do you get the point I'm trying to make about
No.
calibration? It does. It just
No,
seems not.
because you're making shit up. They don't use refraction in any of those calculations.
I understand.
They don't go in there and have different fucking things for different altitudes, for different atmospheric conditions, or any other such thing. Okay, that's cool story, but it's not fucking true. They didn't even know about that shit when they first started making ammunition, and they're still using the same goddamn formulas. Okay,
Do you
150
understand the
years ago,
analogy?
before this globe nonsense was all over the place.
Do you understand the analogy of me and the difference in pressure? Right, they're doing test firings in a certain pressure, right, a certain altitude.
BRB.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So why is that not a factor in there then? If you are in lower altitudes, this is the performance of your bullet. If you're in lower pressure, this is going to be the performance of your fucking ammunition. They don't.
You seem to be getting it, and they're not.
But no, that doesn't. No, you're the one that doesn't get it. You're making shit up. You want to hold on to this thing so badly. You want to hold on to this thing so badly. And when I'm taking it from absolute fucking experience, you're going by a bunch of formulas and bullshit.
No,
we're going by actual real life stuff, man.
I'm going by test firings, calibrations, right? They fire a bullet, whatever.
How much?
Let me ask you,
Rohit, how much experience with firearms and ammunition do you have? You sound UK, so I doubt that you have much.
I'm in Australia, but I've fired like 22 rifles and 357s.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Let me tell you something. I'm 57 years old. I've been shooting guns since I was 4. Well, 4 was my first 22. Okay. Yeah. My dad taught me how to shoot. I was in the military. I learned how to shoot tactically. I've always been a crack shot. Okay. I know a lot about different calibers, what they'll do, what a bullet will do at certain distances, what it will do to a human body at certain distances. I know a lot of different factors that you're not considering. You don't realize they've never taken that crap into consideration when they do this. Okay, they have never.
We're in violent agreement.
I looked into. Well, exactly. So, don't you think that if that were actually some kind of a factor that in any way mattered whatsoever, that it would be one of the things that's listed on the box of ammunition? Because let's face it, we have people at 8,000 to 10,000 feet in the Sierra Mountains that hunt bighorn sheep. And we have people that are at 2,000 feet altitude that hunt deer, like around where I'm at. Much different pressure systems. You'll have to agree. Much denser atmospheric conditions where I am as opposed to in the Sierra Mountains. However, they make no mention of that. And this ammunition is used in both places. So if it made any shit's worth of difference, it would be listed because this company is in the business of selling quality ammunition. And its performance by its customers are what keep the customers coming back. It delves into that capitalistic thing, you see. This is some of the best ammunition on the market, Remington, Corlot.
Okay. How did they get the range of the bullet?
Very expensive.
How do they get the range of the bullet?
What you're going to get the 500 yards maximum effective range.
Yeah, but how do they get that number?
How do they get that number? Well, they do it through the test fire. Well, it's also they also calculate it. But the test fire, let me tell you something. When they're figuring out what the range on the bullet is, they're not taking refraction into account either.
I agree that they are.
Right.
They're
not
your consciously taking it into account.
Then what's your point? You said they did.
They don't. It is incorporated into
where? At what point in that is it incorporated? You got drop. You got distance. Go.
Right? Yeah. So when they've got their crosshairs on the target, they
No,
fire
no,
a
no, no,
bullet.
no, no crosshairs. Bullet traveling in a straight line, going a
I
certain
haven't finished the
velocity
sentence.
from a certain height. Tell me,
Right.
go. What's the drop at
Okay,
500 yards?
They've got their
150
crosshairs
grain.
on the target, right? They fire a bullet, it misses by a foot.
No, that's
right?
not how they test fire the fucking gun. That's not how they test the ammunition. No,
Yeah.
no, no. Try
They
again.
just up
Try
by
again.
a foot.
No, try again. When they test ammunition, that is not how it's done. Go, tell me. If you know, if you don't know, go ahead and say that really hard thing to say of I don't know.
No, I know how to aim a gun and adjust.
I didn't ask you that. Do you know how ammunition is tested before it puts out on the market?
I'm
yes
sure
or
they
no?
test it somewhere. They
It
shoot
is. You're right. It
and then measure it.
absolutely is. So do you know how it is tested?
No, show me.
Then shut
They
up.
measure it. Oh, no, incorrect.
I mean, for real, you're sitting there going to want to tell me who does know.
Well, I imagine they fire it and then measure it. Right?
Yeah, no.
No, they don't measure it.
The first thing they do is you have to take into the idea of the speed at muzzle velocity
Right.
versus the grain of the bullet, that's the weight,
Yep.
versus the distance. Okay.
Right.
You're going to have a certain distance, but the same speed of drop as you would with anything else. All you
Right.
have to do is figure out the distance at a certain, like at 100 yards. If it's at 0 here, that's going to put it here at 100
Mhm.
yards. And then the drop's going to put it here at 200 yards. And then
Right.
the drop will
do
put
they
it here. Okay.
calculate?
That shit is calculated mathematically.
Ah,
When
there
they
you
go,
go.
that's calculated mathematically. Okay. Using
what
simple, provable
What air
physics.
resistance do they use?
Then they
What air
they
resistance
put
do they
the,
use?
then the gun is put into what's known as a block. Okay. And it is
No,
carefully
air
lined up.
resistance. What do they do for air resistance?
What do you mean? What do they do for air resistance?
Well, you said you calculated the trajectory, right? What do they use for air resistance?
Standard 14, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't
Right. So
matter.
then at altitude,
It doesn't
yes, it
matter. Hey,
does.
let me tell you
It
something,
does.
man. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
It really
does.
doesn't. It doesn't matter. You're going to get a slightly different muzzle velocity out of each one of the bullets that comes out of here. And it's going to be within a range of the maximum velocity they give you. Most times you don't ever get the actual full velocity that they list on here. If you run it through what the hell is that thing called? We shoot through them. It's got these little antennas that stick up, and you shoot through there, and it will tell you the speed of your bullet. The name slips my what it's called slips my tongue right now, but you'll get within a range of 5 to 6 feet per second, just below what they actually tell you at that distance, or even at muzzle velocity. You never get the full muzzle velocity. Nevertheless, that's the highest rating of the muzzle velocity. That's where those things come from. Because of the fact that each bullet is not going to be identical, you could never do what you're suggesting is done to test ammunition.
There is an amount of drag on a bullet.
I understand that. I understand that. It's negligible. Negligible. Dude, the fucking thing is traveling at 2,800 feet per second at the muzzle.
Right. How fast is it traveling at 500 yards?
It's at 500 yards. You've got, what do we got? 1386
feet per second.
Feet per second.
It's a huge drag.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right.
And
so pressure makes a difference, right?
And
pressure is involved
nevertheless,
in the
I don't
calibration.
see it. How come there's no differences showing different? Because it doesn't fucking matter.
Anyway, I
If
gotta go.
If it does,
The
it's
debate.
only by within those 3 to 4 feet per second that I told
I
you.
guarantee it's more
at
than
the
that.
spectrometer. Dude, you know nothing about what you're talking. I'm
I
telling
know
you right
Newton's
now.
laws of motion, David. I know Newton's laws of motion.
And I put him into practice.
Okay. Anyway, troubling. Before I go, you said, what experiment should we do? Right. So these graphs that I've got on screen tell us that once you get above a certain height, refraction is predictable. Right. So we're not going to appeal to like a black swan conditions once you get above. Hang on, there's my alarm. 1 sec. That's my alarm. Once we get above that 100 meters or so, refraction is predictable. And what you then do is go to some mountain of a known elevation, point a theodolite at another point of known elevation and measure the angle. And that angle will match the prediction of a globe.
So you're literally just
A
doing it off of
presupposed
angles.
globe.
Sure, it's the model we're testing. So yes, we have to presuppose it to test it, of course.
Too bad they can't get water to do that, huh?
What do you mean? How would we test a flat Earth? We have to assume that it's true and then see what
Well, I don't
consequences
know.
would
I'd
flow
like
from
to
that.
see that curved water, not the paper towel roll shit. That
Just
they're always showing it this way. I don't see none this way.
Well, I've never seen curve. I've only seen flat. So
okay, so make a prediction then. If the Earth is flat, if I'm standing on a mountain at 1,000 meters elevation, and I look across to another mountain 30 kilometers away, whatever, also at 1,000 meters elevation, tell me what angle I should measure with an angle measuring device, theodolite.
See, I don't know if any of this shit that you're espousing about this that is even true. I really don't. And there again, when I lived out in Death Valley, I've used some lasers and I didn't see any fucking curve, and I went for long distance. You know
if
why?
You're looking down a laser, you're not going to see a curve. You're just following the path.
No. We set it up in some rocks, and then we drove out and looked at the thing from a distance. You can see it.
Yeah.
There was no curve. It hit the fucking target, bro.
Okay.
You know why? Because there's really minimal humidity in Death Valley. You can see so far. It's not even funny, man.
Anyway, question for Andrew and Troubling and David, if you want to. If I'm on a mountain at 1,000 meters elevation and I'm pointing a theodolite at a mountain 30 kilometers away, also at 1,000 meters elevation, please make a prediction for the flat Earth. What angle should I measure? And I'll make a prediction for the globe. Anyway, I'm going to go and take my daughter to an appointment. So if you guys are still here in an hour and a half or 2 hours, maybe I'll be back. All right. Thank you.
Question wasn't
Troubling.
completely complete, but okay.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate you coming on.
If you're at a known elevation, and
I understand
you're
the concept of what you're talking about, but you have to include a little bit more than that.
Such as what?
Well, if you want to talk about refraction or something.
Yep, just make whatever assumption you need to about refraction. Typical atmosphere, whatever.
So if we're in a vacuum, essentially, there's no atmosphere at all?
It's better to assume an atmosphere because we have one, right? We're going to test this against reality. So,
well, if you're talking about a mathematical formula, which is basically just a quick, simple trigonometry question.
Yeah,
so that's all you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Which angle?
Yep. Make a prediction. Hopefully, I'm back in 2 hours, but yeah, maybe. All right. Thank you, Troubling. We'll see you soon. Cheers.
Dude, that's amazing. All this time, my senses were wrong because of fucking refraction. Isn't that amazing that refraction can lift the skyline of an entire fucking city hundreds of feet into the air? Amazing.
I'm just like, maybe I'm just confused on how a theodolite works. I thought that was for measuring the drop in the horizon. Like, what the heck is a theodolite?
I don't know. Let's take a look.
I don't think they even use them anymore.
The other thing I'm thinking of, and this is just to err on the side of the globe, right? If it was a globe and we're trying to measure this very small angle, because isn't it like 1 degree after 69 miles or something like that? If we presuppose it, right? I mean, shoot, you want me to measure an angle away from me of less than a degree with this piece of equipment? I mean, I just don't know how. I mean, if it was going left or right, I could see how it would do it, but how could you do it if it's just like angled slightly back, you know? Doesn't make sense to me.
So here's a theodolite. It's one of those things you see surveyors have on a tripod.
Oh, those things,
you know,
with
those
the
like
box with the
little thing. Yeah, it's got like, I guess, a little lens in it, and the dude tells him, you know, go that way or go that way and shit, or go back, and he's holding some kind of a stick with lines on it and shit. But that's
just for measuring drop, right?
Exactly.
God
That's
damn.
what surveyors use to know how to fill in a grade or to make a grade or some shit like that. That's what I'm saying. These people are always so goddamn intellectually dishonest, man. There was somebody else trying to use that same crap. Was that him with that showing the horizon? And it wasn't even the actual horizon. It was like above it.
Oh yeah.
And it was like, I think it was.
I wanted to try to get
I'm looking at them. They're expensive, dude. They're like $4,000, $46.95 for this one.
So
There's another.
I want to give the credit where credit's due. He's actually one of the better Gish gallopers that I've ran into. He masterfully navigates the conversation away from the point that, that we're trying to, well, at least that I was trying to isolate, which I thought was funny. That happened a few times. I took a really good break, so I'm having trouble remembering exactly what it was. But I appreciate
I'm
you
gonna
guys
have to do the
holding
same
down.
thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm doing it anyway.
I think David already has a couple times.
I have.
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm inside, so I can't do that where I'm at right
Oh,
moment. So
yeah.
I have to
David,
step
what state
away.
are you in?
I'm in Virginia.
Oh, really? I lived out
one-
there for a while.
Where at?
Where about?
I live in the Shenandoah Valley, right near Luray. Have you
Oh,
ever heard
that's
of
like
the Luray Caverns?
that's West Virginia, right?
No, it's Western Virginia, but it's not West Virginia.
Well, yeah, Western. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's why I think that John Denver song was originally Western Virginia, because the shit that they mentioned, and you know this, the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Shenandoah River are not in West Virginia. In fact, the only place that the Shenandoah River hits West Virginia is at Harper's Ferry, where it branches off and turns into the Potomac. That's the only place. So I think that song was originally about Western Virginia.
All right. Yeah, I was out in Richmond, and the call's gonna end in 10 minutes. It looks like.
That's what
It's
they're
okay.
telling us.
I can just reset it, send out another link, have you guys jump right back on.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
No problemo.
Yeah,
Virginia's a cool place, though. It's a weird place, but
well, yeah, it's strange. It's a commonwealth, so all of our laws and shit are based on Roman common law, or at least they're supposed to be. They should be.
We're under corporate
Everybody.
tyranny.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. That's an interesting thing. Like, okay, West Virginia broke away from Virginia. And when you drive through West Virginia, you'll see such and such a town, the sign for it, and it says unincorporated.
That's all over the place in Kansas as well. It's that was big proof to me that there was two different jurisdictions, and in the unincorporated areas, you'll find that there's almost never a police station.
You're right. Well, you got so you have Rockingham County here in Virginia, which it's the seat of the county is Harrisonburg, but Harrisonburg is not part of the county. It's the city of Harrisonburg, and then all around it is the county of Rockingham. I mean, it's really screwy when it comes to like jurisdiction and shit like.
Yeah, I heard a guy call into some stream a while back saying that he lived in an unincorporated area, and he had to build his house like by himself, and the city doesn't pay for any trash pickup. There's no police. There's no ambulance.
You're
It's
free.
nothing, but it's super cheap to live there. So you're basically on your own.
Well, that's the whole thing about, and you should be. I mean, if you guys want to get together with the neighbors and say, hey, you know what? There's an outfit that'll come and pick up our trash once a week. You guys want to get together and hire it? I'm going to hire them. If you guys want to too, that'd be cool. And then you just do that, right? But the way taxation and the way they get away with it is they go, oh, but you benefit from it. Well, okay. How would you feel if I robbed you coming out of the store, but then I took the money I stole from you and I went down to the Subway store and bought you a sandwich and gave it to you? See, now you didn't want the sandwich. It doesn't fucking matter. You wanted the sandwich, but you benefited from the money I stole from you. So shut up.
Yeah, that's a terrible
That's
argument.
what they do.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember the point on this. I lost it. Go ahead, continue.
Volunteerism.
Yeah, I remember now. Thanks for reminding me. So, yeah, what people don't understand, a lot of the lefties especially, but people who are just plugged in, they don't understand that all the government did originally was just hire the private businesses that were a lot of times not even the best. They would just hire the ones that they could cut the best deal with, and to take on the freaking responsibility like the trash and things like that. And that's how it works in a lot of places still. But then there are certain places where the government, got smart in a lot of ways and figured out how to launder even more money by building their own, trash department or their own electric department or things like that. So it's
Well, you always hear, oh, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, let's look at it a little deeper. The reality is power attracts the corrupt and corruptible.
oh yeah.
Okay. And they look out for their own, because it helps to cover their own misdeeds, especially if they've got somebody under them that they've got dirt on. That guy can't say nothing. See, that's why anytime you see these people running for high office, I don't care what you think about the character they're playing on there. You got to know that they're the lowest form of scumbag if they got to that level of politics.
The righteous do
because
not
you don't get there.
the righteous
Go ahead,
don't
I'm
seek
sorry.
power.
No, there's no need for it. There's no need for it. I have the power of me, the power of spirit. Their idea of power is misplaced. They don't understand what power is. They think that material shit, being immersed into the worldly aspect of everything, putting the world before spirit, is the way to go. And you can get people to go like that through the corruption. And we're programmed really to be corrupt. And all you have to do is offer fancy pants, lollipops, and trinkets, man. That's all you have to do. Look at all the wonderful shit you can have. And not to get religious, because I'm not, but I am spiritual. If you go back to, you remember, Satan took Jesus up there and offered him all the kingdoms of the earth and shit. And what'd he say? He says, no, my kingdom is not of this world. He's like, no, he refused it. Why? Because this isn't it. That's not what it's about. It's not about the material shit. You can have all the money in the world, but when they stick your dumb ass in a box and take you off to bury your ass, they don't stick your money and stuff in a box and take it with you. You have no use for it. So what are you beating everybody up for and killing yourself for, man? You got to understand the difference between needs and wants. You always want what you need, but you don't always need what you want. And if people wake up to that, their whole fucking game's over, because it's all about selling us shit we don't fucking need, man.
Do you think they because I know the big thing that they've been trying to do is figure out the secret to immortality so they never have to forfeit their riches or power. It's just like
I can't even imagine immortality in this. No. I've already done this enough times.
Have you guys ever heard of that comedian named Jim Jeffries? Jim Jeffrey?
That name sounds familiar to me.
He's an Australian guy. He actually had a talk show on Comedy Central for a little while until I don't watch TV anymore, but he's a super liberal comedian, but he was talking about how ridiculous heaven is. It's like, it doesn't matter how good it is. Eventually, it's going to get bored because it's fucking eternal. Right? It never stops.
Well, the reality of it is that we are eternal already. Okay. We're just here having this experience right now. That's all. We're worried. Everybody goes, where do you go? You know? Where do you go when you die? And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Where were you before you got here?
The unending
Nobody
black.
ever contemplates that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said the unending black.
Yeah, no, it's not that at all. It's not. Well, it can be. It
like,
can be. Where do you resonate?
You try to
resonate. What's your vibe?
It's a joke because
it's deeply philosophical, and that's the problem. I think a lot of people that I don't like to use the word flat earther or globey. I think it's kind of derogatory and misleading. But the point is, a lot of the people that have looked at the flat earth, looked at NASA, and looked at religion and all that stuff, and they're still atheists believing in the Big Bang and scientism. I don't know if there's like help for them. And Ruhif, as respectful as he tries to be, he brings up some stuff and shows me a graph, sends me a link to this website, iowastate.edu, something, and it has nothing to do with anything that he was talking about. So I'm not really sure if
it's all about lauding your accolades. That's all. I've noticed that. I was watching how he operates. He's all about his accolades. And that's why I didn't let that get with me. I'm like, no. Now you're into my realm. Okay. Now you're into my realm. You're gonna tell me they're fucking going on about refraction?
Oh,
They're
he
testing
effed up.
bullets.
He effed up when he stepped
Go on.
into the ammo arena, because it was very clear when he went back and forth and then tried to gish gallop out by trying to say that your calibration took something else that literally didn't even matter. Like, we're not talking about pressure, so why in the hell are you bringing that up for the for what it calibrates for, right? It's like, well, they
Right.
calibrate for all these different things, and that includes refraction in these charts. And I'm like, that wouldn't work because the refraction is changing day to day. These are old charts that have been used forever, according to you, David. 100 years. So there's no way that we should assume that it's the same conditions. And if we are, then I mean, I guess there goes global warming. So I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. There's tons of ways that we can slice this, and it'd be
If
very
you want to know
uncomfortable.
how far back that was, Chuck Connors, when he's the rifleman back in the old days on the TV show, he had a lever action Remington. He was playing a dude in the cowboy days. That's how long these fucking guys have been making guns and ammo. So, no, they weren't like back in 1886 going, all right, now with the refraction over there is different than
Well,
here in the West.
Time's going up. Sorry.
Time's up. Let's go ahead and let everybody know that we are still going. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Guys, do not be shy. Hop in the box. We can fit probably like 10 people in here. So let's just try not to get too crazy, right? But I appreciate you all tuning in. Oh, hey, you guys can all still hear me, so it's totally cool. Let me go ahead and get this back going. Lickety split. Don't take 55 seconds to return to the home screen. Return right now. New meeting. Let's go. Marching on. What will we go into next? Who knows? On the next exciting portion of the True Earth Debate open panel. It is taking its sweet time to load as usual. Oh my goodness. It's painful. Am I in? I'm in. Where's the picture? Let's go. It might just be more entertaining to just completely rage out and destroy all this equipment in the middle of my live. I'm just kidding. All right. Got it. Let's get the camera. Grabbed. Boom. We're back to the chat. Chat Rokfin. Hey, time to get back on live. I'm learning more every day. John, hop on the chat, bro. Let me post the link for you. Boom. All right, let's get over to the YouTube. Boom. All right. There you have it. We will have our guest momentarily. Already in. David, welcome back. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. That's right, folks. You got to unchain that mind to be an effective thinker.
Google's rude, Tribune.
Yeah?
Google's rude, man.
Why you say that?
You have 1 minute left. You have 1 minute. Don't you feel like it, you Schweinhund?
Yeah, they want me to pay for their service, and I'm not going to.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't pay Google jack shit. I'll have to get with you and work on your StreamYard troubles that you was having, man. He said he was having sound issues and shit like that. I've
Oh,
learned quite a bit about that crap
well,
because I was having them too.
I think it's just my load on my computer. To be honest, I have a really old setup, and I'm really lucky to get the stream this smooth. To be quite frank with you, um, but it's something
Maybe
that
we
I'm
ought to
working
have
on.
maybe we ought to have a Troubling Tribune computer fundraiser, man.
Well, that's kind of what I've been doing with all the tips and donations and things like that. Everything has been going right to that. I just haven't made enough to get the setup yet, and I need to figure out how I can actually access my stuff. So, a little slightly computer illiterate, only slightly,
Yeah.
but we're getting better every day. It's part of what this journey is all about. People are wondering, is like,
And
you've known about this
they
stuff for
keep changing it on me, man. They keep changing everything on me.
yeah, you said you've
And
been
then I
in
have to
for
learn it.
you said you've been in for 10 years, and I've
Yeah.
been in it since, 2014, 2013, so quite a while. And it's like people ask me all the time, it's like, why didn't you start doing this sooner? And it's like, well, I didn't know how to do any of it. So I was really
Yeah.
discouraged.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the point where I was listening to what people were saying. I'd be watching some videos, and man, that years ago, you get on one good video of flat Earth, and then you'd get another, and there'd be another, and then something really cool on, like some shit. I mean, it was good. The algorithm actually worked. It's gotten to the point now I can click on the recently uploaded tab, and here's something that came out 4 days ago. That's not recent, man. Especially in today's world. And so they choke everybody that's talking anything that's of true nature, anything that's going to detract from that crap that they're trying to feed to us. No, don't let the sheep know there's no fence. Make them go through the gate. Did you ever see that picture?
No, I haven't.
I got it. I'll have to find it. I got this picture of these sheep, hundreds and hundreds of sheep in a pen that the fence has been removed. And the only place they'll go to go out is the gate that still remains. There's no fence around them, but they're all squeezing to go through the gate because that's what they've always done, and used to that same beat in of information, never considering, hey, look, there's no fence. I can go over there if I want to. I don't have to do what that stupid dog says.
I would
But
challenge.
it's like people.
I would challenge it. Or I wouldn't say that. I'd say that it's pretty funny to think about that when you talk about globers of today. If the mainstream, story of history is true, then they would be the very ones who would be on the church's side, saying that science is of the devil, and that we can't rely on this. The Earth is obviously flat and stationary. We're at the center of God's creation.
Right.
They would be the first ones calling, the globe heretics. But since that's the mainstream religion, since that's the one that
Well,
they were spoon fed, that's what
it
they're going to go with.
undermines their authority or their perceived authority, because where does authority actually come from outside of the threat of violence? Perception. Why is that guy says that he's the king and he rules over us all? Well, who fucking says that, right? Well, he did. And what's worse is all these other people went, yeah, that's right, man, he did. He's the king of us all. It's like, I'm the type of person, somebody says, I'm the king of you, I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Where'd you get that idea that you're the king over me? What makes you better than me? Where'd you get that from? I don't accept. But people, if you accept it,
Powerful
it's a
words.
contract.
Powerful
There it
words.
is.
I don't accept. I advise everybody learn and master that phrase.
Absolutely. Look, what we're seeing going on in some of this community recently has been some negative shit, and I've really looked at it and what it is. And it's a sad amateur attempt at black magic. It really is. And I said on my stream the other night, I said, just give it up. You're not qualified. Okay? You're not qualified. I don't accept your shit. Go away. So a lot of people have been getting mad and retaliate and stuff. And I'm like, no. Look at it like I do. It's no worse than a gnat that's bothered by it. Go away. It's just a gnat. Does it really affect you? No, not whatsoever. It was funny because they started trash talking me and I lost some subscribers. Got up the next morning and I had like twice as many more as what I lost. And I'm like, yeah,
Oh yeah,
win-win for me.
get that bump. You know, they say
Yeah, man.
if you don't have haters, then you're not doing it right. So I never look at haters as a bad thing. That's for sure.
But that's how black magic works. If I can keep berating at you and say you ain't worth a shit, you should give it up. You shouldn't even have a platform. You suck. You suck. You suck, and continue on with that right there. Eventually, that's going to work its way into you, right?
Well, I think
If
that's
you let it
that's
and you
classic
start to
gaslighting.
accept it. Yeah, and you start to accept it. That's a form of black magic. In this case, it's a rather poor attempt at it, and I think it's quite comical to watch. But these low-level wizards think that they're gonna fucking do something to me. I'm like, you have no idea. You have no idea where I am, man. You just don't. And I think it's kind of funny. It's comical. I'm still trying to
Absolutely.
teach my son to not get so bent.
It's hard. People get emotional, but you master that.
57 years of experience did not come without scars, both emotionally and physically. But I have to also take into account experience keeps a dear school, but a fool shall learn from no other. And let's face it, we're all fools until we wake the fuck up.
That's 100% accurate. I spent most of my life asleep, but as I get older, that scale will slowly shift.
Oh, it will. It will. When you start to learn the patience of something, when you start to learn the patience in a situation, it becomes really kind of rewarding. And to who? Yourself. It really does. You learn how to be patient in a thing. And it's kind of like, I remember in this movie Colors, I think that was the movie, Robert Duvall told his partner, he went to tell him this joke. He says, he says there was an old bull and a young bull standing on the side of this hill. And the young bull says, hey, let's run down there and fuck all those cows. And the old bull says, why
Let's
don't
go
we just walk
slow.
down and fuck them all?
Yeah, let's walk. Dude, that's so
Let's
crazy.
walk down and we'll fuck them all. And he was like, the young one's like, let's run down there and get one of them cows. He's like, let's walk down and get them all. You see,
You know,
that's the difference.
this
Don't be in a hurry.
is profound because it's so crazy that you're here telling me this story because there's only one other person that told me that story, and it was my very very first girlfriend's dad who was in marketing. Who, if I would have listened to some of the stuff he said, I would be in a much better position now. Because he told me back then, he was like, "Look, there's a field of business that's very high paying, that's really easy to do, called sales and marketing. And sales is really good, but marketing is the cream of the crop." And he
Right.
said that same analogy with the Bulls because I was trying to screw his daughter, so he knew what was up. But anyway, really funny story. Um, just the way that everything works is kind of like full cycles. Some of my planets came out of retrograde recently, so I think I look for synchronicities and signs and things like that. So I just think it's interesting.
I think in the last recent couple of weeks, I think Mars actually played a role in this. And it wasn't just in this, I hate to call it a community because that word's overused. But anyway, within this community, I saw in other ones too.
We're the tribe
That
here.
yeah, a tribe. Okay, I
We're the
like that. I
Tribune
like that
tribe.
much. I like that much better. I like that much better. Um, but I've seen this kind of hostility happening, like people just ripping at each other and stabbing each other in the back and fucking each other over and shit, in all different circles here on the digital. And I'm like, people are already kind of grumpy enough, I've noticed in public. They seem like they're kind of in a down thing, but online, it's really bad right now. And I was like, what is it about these black mirrors or these black screens, these liquid crystal diode that we're looking at? What's actually going on? Are they actually hitting us, amplifying the fucking frequency and changing people's moods? If we realize that emotions and moods are nothing more than frequencies, that they're inaudible frequencies, they can use an inaudible frequency and change your resonance, man. So when I see a whole bunch of people all getting angry at one time for no fucking reason whatsoever, I have to wonder, man, are those people being targeted? And then I became ill for 2 days.
I think. Oh, I'm all blurry. Ugh. Yeah, I think that everybody's being targeted, or the entire group, but I think that just certain people are more susceptible than others. I'm kind of big on the whole like everything's a animated contest of will, so to speak. And there are people out here who just, some would say have no balls, no spine, no gut, no killer instinct. Um, those are the people that will just lay down for, whatever the government tells them. If they say 7 boosters, 8 checkups a year, and we're actually going to start charging you for them. But you have to do it. They would still do it. You can't. There is no line that you could draw that these people would not cross. So it's really important that, as part of our job and part of what I do here, is not for. And I hear this in the chat all the time. You're like, oh, this debate is a waste of time. This person that you're talking to is a complete troll. And the thing is that might be entirely true. And I don't know that for a fact. He might be completely sincere. But, if he is a liar and a troll, really doesn't matter, because this whole process is for sifting. I'm sifting out the people who can think and the people who have the balls to take action. Because even if you're just somebody who can think, no offense if this is you, just take a good look at what you can do to change. If you're not taking any action, unfortunately, you will eventually, be part of the problem. So you have to, part of the reason why I jumped in the field also is that, we're just running out of time and not enough people are doing things. So I know that this is one thing that I can do that can, help bring more attention, more awareness. And, if the time comes where more action is needed, of course, I'll be there.
Well, it's like this, Tribune, the way I look at it, and it's right along what you were saying, is that even though people say that, like, oh, this is a waste of debate or anything. Okay, look, what we're doing, I have no absolute hope whatsoever or intention of trying to convert anyone. Okay, that's often a misconception. Whether this guy lays out his points and you lay out your points, let the court of public opinion decide. And those that have the mind to think for themselves will weigh out the argument and then make their own decision on it. Okay, that's the way that works. It's like I've told people that before. I'm saying, I'm not debating this with you for you. I don't give a shit what you believe. This is for the people that are listening. These are for the people that are listening. 100%. I want them to see it.
Andrew B, I'd just like to say that is a sweet pad, man. Freaking nice skyline view. Isn't it full moon
right? Tonight? knocking down 6 figures or some shit. No, that's New York, bro. He's got 7-figure income right there. That's penthouse shit.
Someone check time and date.
I just turned that on.
I think that we have a discrepancy here. They're flat Earth proof.
Proof. There's no globe proof.
I know, right? That's proof enough. I definitely, try to narrow down when somebody makes claims, and Ruhif definitely makes a lot of claims that I don't think he can back up. So it's if we do go, another 2 hours and he hops back on, it'd be pretty funny. It'd be pretty interesting, to say the least, because I this conversation in particular, I caught him gish galloping quite a bit. So
yeah, and when he first started speaking and I was shaking my head, just like rolling my eyes, I was just listening to what he was saying, and then he got like irritated by that, which I could understand. I shouldn't do that. It's not proper behavior to do that. Just respond to the question and don't
just turn your camera off.
Yeah, I'll have to do that next time. Yeah.
Anytime on my show, that was what was so ironic, that anytime on my panel, anytime somebody mentions one of the 3 buzzwords, okay, which are gravity, parallax, and refraction. Okay. Anytime those words come up, I have to take a bong rip. Okay.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. What is your show again?
It's my channel's SSUM 369, and I'm actually that stands for Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. I had
on YouTube, right?
I'm sorry?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
SS what?
Go give him a sub.
SSU
just like 369. I'll put my name. I'll just put something in the chat if you can see it.
Okay. 265 subs.
Nice.
Yeah, I had
Cool.
over 1,500, and then they fucking whacked my channel and were very vague about it. They said, we've gone over your channel and found multiple TOS violations, and I'm like, oh, cool.
Oh no.
YouTube.
So
were you
whatever.
trying to
This
get?
is good though. This is good because I filtered out some of the yahoos that had come over for other reasons.
Were you trying
And
to
now they
monetize?
don't know where I am. So what?
Were you trying to monetize?
No, I don't care about that. This is what I was going on with your point. Like what you're saying is that, you know, even if I got if I had 1,000 people watch me, right? And if I make it through to one person, I'm successful. I've been successful because this is a powerful spell to break through. It really is. Because it's been embedded into you, and especially at such a young, formative age, since 5 or before, that's when you're starting to form everything. Okay, so they put it's a hard one to break through, but if I break through to one person and I get them to go, oh, fuck, which I have done. I have people that came there for one other reason, and they're like, I used to believe the world was a globe until I started watching Sovereign Soul. And they say shit like, I can't believe I ever believed that crap. And they're like, oh, it all makes sense now. And that feeling I get when I get a comment like that, I'm like, fuck yes. I win. I win, devil. Fuck you.
There's that
I
competitive
took one
spirit.
from you. I took one from you, man. I took one from you. And that's the thing. It's like, and it's not like you're taking them. It's like they came to their own awakening. Because I always tell people, I don't give a shit what you believe. This is what I believe. Okay. This is what I know. What you think is what you believe. And when you really sit down and look at it, about 90% of the shit that's in your fucking head wasn't yours to begin with. It was given to you.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about is the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Right.
And that goes into play along with a lot of things in life. It doesn't just have to be flat earth, globe earth, but like even religion. And I'm not religious. I'm like you, David. I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious. I don't think any religious textbook is going to convince me of believing in that concept of their religion. Like the Bhagavad Gita, for example, is the oldest book that we know of in religion. And I've got a copy of it sitting right over here somewhere. But I can read that entire thing, then read the Bible, then read the Quran. It's not going to convince me of anything. One's like, oh yeah, Muhammad is the best one, or Buddha, or Jesus, or like, none of it's going to convince me because it's so old, and we don't even know who wrote it.
What if I told you there's only one way to Walmart?
Straight line?
Okay. There's some ways are short, some ways are long, you know, and on those long ways, go ahead and enjoy the scenery, you know. But the thing is, it's not true. It's not just one way. Okay. You look at, if you break it down, all these people in different parts of the world, what they're arguing over, they're actually saying the same goddamn thing in different ways. They're just saying the same thing in different ways. That's all. And we tend to get into this idea of separatist bullshit that happens, factions. I don't know if you've ever seen the Monty Python movie, The Life of Brian. It's hilarious. but it's about this guy. He's born across the street from Jesus on the same night, and the wise men first came in there mistakenly, thinking he was the Messiah. And all through his whole life, it's around the things that
I'm
are
gonna have to
happening
watch
with
that.
Jesus. Oh my God, it's hilarious. So there's this whole group of people that are following him around and won't leave him be because they think he's the chosen Messiah and shit. He's trying to tell them, I'm not. And he's carrying this gourd, and he puts it down and loses a shoe. And these people that are
I'm
following,
sorry, which episode is it?
what is it?
Which episode or movie?
It's called The Life of Brian.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And he says, it's funny as shit, man. But anyway, one of the followers picks up his shoe and goes, it is a sign. He wants us to go with only one shoe like him. And the only thing that happened was he lost his fucking sandals running from these people. And then the other guy picks up the gourd and goes, no, he wants us to follow the gourd, the holy gourd. Everyone followed. So they split off into two groups already. And it hasn't even been a religion for 10 minutes. And they're already fighting.
Planting the seeds of war.
It's in his mother, when she tells him, she goes, Brian, I have something to tell you. Your father was a Roman. And he goes, you mean you were raped? And she goes, well, at first. He promised me the known world, all the gold I could eat.
You know, the funny thing about Monty Python is when I was younger, like in my early teens, when I heard about that and watched it, I didn't find it funny at all. But now that I get older, I see the irony and the brilliance in their simplicity of how they are doing the comedy.
Look from the Holy Grail. There's a clip on YouTube.
I've seen that one, yeah.
The one that's Dennis, the constitutional peasant. It's where King Arthur's riding up and he sees these peasants and shit, and he says, you there, old woman. And he goes, I'm a man. And he goes, oh, sorry. He says, who lives in that castle? Who is your master? And he goes, my name's Dennis. You could have just said, hey, Dennis. And he's like, and then he's like, who are you? And he goes, I am your king. And he goes, oh, really? Well, how'd you get that? And he says, the lady of the lake spread forth her arms and gave me this sword, Excalibur. And he goes, listen, choosing a form of government over some watery tart distributing scimitars from a pond is no system of basis for a system of government. A government derives its power from, and the King Arthur's like, shut up. And he's like, oh, see the violence inherent in the system? It's funny as hell, man.
Calling it out.
Yeah, man, perfectly. Oh, they did in Life of Brian too, because there's like this resistance group, and one of the members decides that he wants to be called Loretta. And they're asking him, why do you want to be called Loretta? And he says, because I want to be a woman. And he goes, well, why do you want to be a woman? He goes, so I can have babies. And he goes, you can't have babies. Where's it going to gestate? You know? And he starts crying, and somebody jumps in and says, well, why don't we fight for his right to have babies, even though he can't have babies? And I'm like, oh my God, are these people time travelers?
No way.
Yeah, if they were talking about that today, they'd be on CNN in like 5 minutes.
Dude,
canceled.
I'm not kidding you. That's why I say I can't see how everybody gets offended. I grew up on Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, All in the Family.
Raunchy.
The pilot episode was black people moved in next to Archie Bunker, and him and the guy, the black dude, were arguing over whether God was white or black, and it's hilarious. You could not show that on TV today.
Oh, don't forget, George Carlin was very liberal, but nowadays, oh, he'd be called a white supremacist and a fucking, KKK member probably.
George Carlin's always just been a realist, and that's what makes him funny. He takes, like Monty Python does. That's what comedy is. When you can show the absurdity of, especially topical comedy, which is easy because, especially nowadays, you just show the absurdity of the shit that's going on. Things that you take for granted. I was thinking like the other day, you have a legal name. Is there such thing as an illegal name? Like, could you be arrested for your name? Like, hey, you have an illegal name.
There's forgery.
Yeah, but see, it's like that would indicate to me that just your name, how does that make it legal or illegal? That's a big key to shit, man.
Well, we get a legal name through our birth certificate, I believe, when we're born, and we're assigned a social security number, which
Right.
basically makes us property of the government, as far as
Well,
I'm
no, it
aware.
doesn't make it basically what it does is it makes a trust
It creates a line of
that
credit.
you're the beneficiary of. Yeah, that's what happens. And they're buying and selling
Okay.
you on the stock market daily. I could show you a website that all you got to do is type in your social security number and it will tell you every company that has traded you or owns a portion of you.
Important distinction, though. It's not you. It's not like your
Right.
flesh and blood that they own. It's your projected labor, and what
No,
you
I get
pay
that,
in.
but how do they make money off of it, though?
So what they do,
Well, that goes back to the 1933 bankruptcy and the settlement in Brussels.
what's a bet that they
Okay.
make? So the value is actually literally derived without even having to go back into the law. The way the value is derived is that they have a set amount of labor and value that you're going to produce into the tax system, and they take that projected value as a like set dollar amount, and they basically borrow against it, or they create a bond of that amount, and they take that bond and then they trade it on the international stock exchange or international bond market, whatever the hell it's called.
So this is like the earliest version of cryptocurrency.
Yep.
Kinda. That's why our money is not money. There's some poignant things that happened in 1933. The United States was declared bankrupt by FDR. There was
Yeah,
the
by the way,
gold,
I have read the entire book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, so I
Right.
understand that whole concept, and I've read a lot of financial books.
so you know about the
Not-
gold confiscation executive order, right?
That was right before Kennedy, wasn't it?
No, that was 1933 as well.
Okay.
Interesting year, 33. The Gold Confiscation Act made it illegal for you to have any gold-backed currency or gold currency. Okay. And you had till a certain date to turn it into a Federal Reserve depository. And after that, if you were caught with any, it was severe penalties and jail time. It was supposedly melted down into ingots and stored at Fort Knox. But I'm going to tell you a little story. There's nothing in Fort Knox. They're guarding a lie. When de Gaulle started wondering, how is the United States affording this expensive Vietnam War? And we have some of our gold over there. We better get it back. So he started calling in his debts. This put a drain on the Federal Reserve. Okay. This threatened to expose everything. So Nixon took us off the gold standard to protect us from the speculators. Okay. And then immediately put us onto the petrodollar. The way the petrodollar works is the OPEC nations have to purchase U.S. Federal Reserve notes in order to purchase OPEC oil. It's the only thing keeping our dollar alive. This is why we don't drill it home. It'll destroy the dollar worse. Okay. That's where that went. So there's no gold. Now OPEC's going out. And one of the things that Russia just did was they attached the ruble to gold. Now, once that's firmly set, Putin can change the exchange rate of ruble to gold to whatever he wants. There's a lot of people dependent on Russian oil. This will mean that anybody that buys Russian oil that has Federal Reserve notes will dump those Federal Reserve notes and have to use gold-backed currency or buy rubles to purchase that oil. That's going to kill the United States. He never had to fire a shot at us.
You just reminded me of something. There's actually there's a court case. Man, I'm gonna have to research it and pull it up for a future show here soon. But basically, because the dollar isn't worth anything, right? Because they took the gold standard off of it, and dollar is actually means a measurement. So when they say dollar, it's actually appropriate to respond with a dollar of what? And in court, this actually happened. Somebody was, I can't remember exactly what they were taking to court over, but it was some sort of debt. And the judge was, or the guy was asking for adjudication. And so the judge was like, well, we gave you the dollar amount. You're to pay this much dollars. And he's like, well, dollars of what? Dollars is a unit of measurement. And the judge, literally on the record, said you could pay in coffee beans for all I care. and he literally showed up, and he literally
Well-
paid that debt in coffee beans.
Wow.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that originally $1 was a measurement from 1 ounce of silver.
You would be, I believe you're correct.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I know the United States, Canada, Australia, and I think there's one other country that uses dollars as their currency.
Mhm.
I could be wrong on that one, but I know at least Canada, the US, and Australia do. They use dollars as their.
I think
Like,
it's
put in
all
the
but,
UK, they
all
use
but 2
pounds.
countries are under a Rothschild
Oh, yeah.
federal or central bank like we are,
100%.
all using fiat currency.
Everybody who tries to use and I do mean anybody out there who tries to use a non-fiat currency for their main country gets hunted down and called a dictator.
Yep.
And mercilessly executed.
Like
Yeah, what
Gaddafi.
was the Rothschild that made the quote that said, "Let me control a country's economy, and I care not
Nathan.
who."
Yeah. Give me control
Nathan,
of a
I care
nation's
not who
wealth.
sits on the I care not who sits on the throne as long as I
Or who makes
control
the
money
laws.
supply. Yeah, as long
It
as I
was-
control the money
No, it
supply.
was give me control of a nation's. Give me control of a. Give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes its laws.
Interesting again that he changed his name from Bayer to Rothschild in 1666 using a 6-pointed hexagram painted in red, which I suspect was probably blood, on
No,
his
no.
jingle.
Why would it be blood?
No, I'm telling you, they changed it to Red Shield in 1666. Now, 1666 was also the year that Sabbatai Zavetti declared himself. He was a rabbi, and he declared himself the Antichrist, and he had quite a following. He had quite a following. There was a lot of interesting shit happened in that year, 1666, and I wonder what was entailed beyond the worldly aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? Because this guy went from living in the ghetto, being a small-time banker in the ghetto, the Jewish ghetto. They had to be in it at a certain time. Okay, there was a curfew on them, and so then all of a sudden to become this prominent banker, and then a world banker, and all of his sons having a banking dynasty that end up controlling the world. That's pretty sus, man. That's pretty sus, just given the components involved, man. I used to sit right in front of the House of Rothschild in Frankfurt, Germany, and drink beer, not even knowing what the place right behind me was. I mean, that's crazy. And then years later, I see somebody talking about the original House of Rothschild and showing this picture. And I'm like, that's fucking Romer plots. I used to hang out down there all the time when I was in the service. No idea.
Yeah, so speaking on being in the service, I actually have a buddy I'm still waiting to get a call back from who is currently active duty in the U.S. Army. He's an artillery specialist with like howitzers. I've talked to him about this in the past, and I said, is there anything that you've ever had to do in regards to figuring out earth curve, rotation, Coriolis effect, or anything when you're firing these large cannons? He said no. He's not fully on board with flat earth because I'm trying to kind of ease him into that a little bit. But I asked him about that, and he said no.
Well, the way I look at it, if I don't have to worry about a bullet, well, if an airplane traveling at a mere 450 miles an hour doesn't have to account with it, why in the hell would a bullet traveling at 3,000 feet per second have to? I mean, that makes absolutely zero sense on its face right there. If any one of those two objects is going to be affected, it's going to be the airplane, not the bullet. I mean, and like you said with the shell, I know I've talked to people too, and they never. And like I've said, I was in the military, right?
I was too.
And you can look in the U.S. Army Sniper's Manual. Try to find the Coriolis effect in there. There ain't nothing in there about it, not one thing. But they still want to tout that. And then you can confuse the hell out of them by saying, well, What about a sniper in a hot air balloon? Does he have to fuck with the Coriolis?
Are there snipers in hot air balloons?
Well, no, I'm just saying, you know, if you got to do it, if that's Coriolis's effect is real, let's think about that. Would you have to fucking, if you were in a hot air balloon detached from the earth, would you have to account for the Coriolis effect when you shot the gun?
And then if
Because
that is
after
the
all,
case,
the
wouldn't you also...
the balloon's going along with the earth, right? The balloon goes along with the earth. The only thing that moves it's the wind, because the air is somehow gel and not at the same time and goes with the earth. That's their whole premise.
Very
not mine.
selective.
I've done long range shooting. I have a buddy that actually was one of the ones that got me into this,
Mhm.
and he is pretty well off. You know, a guy makes like about $1 million a year. You know, so he's wealthy. He has like really expensive long range guns.
Mhm.
Anyways, he said, you know, the Earth might be flat, right? I was like, oh, bullshit. Coriolis effect. I already knew that term. And he's like, dude, I do long range shooting all the time. He said, I never take that into account when I'm shooting. If you do, you're going to miss. So we had a big, long argument about that. And I don't know enough about it to the point where I can actually make an argument, but he seemed like a subject matter expert at the time. And seems to make sense when I've heard all the other arguments combined that I've heard on both sides of the argument. I don't know. I think Coriolis is completely stupid.
The whole reason I'm using a laser sighting system, this thing's cool. It's got different ends that you can put on it for your different caliber rifles. And then it's tapered so it fits right snug into you if you've got a flash suppressor or the barrel. So it's perfectly centered. And then there's a laser that shoots out of that. It's direct center to the bore of that rifle. The reason that I got that, and it was kind of expensive, rather than take 3 shots, adjust, take 3 shots, adjust, is because these are about $1.50 a round now. All right. So let's see, what do we got? What do we got? $4.50 for each adjustment.
Expensive.
How long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to pay off the laser? You see what I'm saying? Now, not all ammo is that expensive, but the shit I use is, because I figure if you're going to do it right. You know, now I've got my cheap shit that I like to just go out and plink around with. I got some, you know, sub quality, I would call it, Russian 7.62 steel case. But I can't use my M14 for that, because for my Mini 14, because that thing's finicky on ammo. It don't like the cheap shit. Not at all. It won't cycle. So there's a difference in ammunition. But as far as that shit about calculating refraction for a fucking bullet, that's stupid as hell, man. I never heard anything so dumb.
Yeah, don't forget that Mark Sargent has had a lot of people from the military, from different branches, come on, subject matter experts that are retired, and some of them have done presentations at like the Flat Earth festivals and showing you that the Earth curvature it's not incorporated into their military training. Some of them are, you know, retired 30 years as an artillery specialist or a submariner or something like that.
It's interesting that you mentioned that specifically. I was just about to bring up when I was in Kansas a couple years back, and I brought up the flat Earth to this person that was visiting. He was like, "Well, I was in the military, and I was the person in charge of calculating for the intercontinental ballistic missiles, and I can tell you for a fact that we had to calculate for the curvature of the Earth." And I said, "Oh, that's really interesting." I went on Google. It took me about maybe 5 minutes to find it, and I found the actual equation. And wouldn't you know that that equation is in one of those? Isn't there 40 manuals and guidebooks that mention flat Earth and have flat Earth math that come right from the military and from NASA? And one of them is the intercontinental ballistic missile trajectory. So, yeah, it's really interesting that we have, we're trying to have an honest conversation. At least one side of the conversation is, and the other side just will blatantly Well, at least some of them blatantly just lie
when
right to your
when
face.
they try to do like that against common sense, what it is the flim flam of, oh, look at these graphs and mathematics and shit, and look at the pigeon in my hand and the rabbit I pulled out of this hat, and that's all obfuscation, when simple logic would tell you this. All right, let's say that I set my sights up and I zero my rifle on a Monday, and it's high humidity and the temperature, all that shit, right? There's your refraction variables, right? There's your refraction variables. And then I go out a week later, the gun's been left undisturbed. I go out a week later and I go to shoot. I'm going to be off now because I calculated the zero of my scope
Exactly.
on a humid day instead of a dry day. And now I'm going to be off by an inch at 200 yards because of refraction. No.
Bullshit.
You guys want to see this?
Yeah.
All right. So, David, you may have seen this when you were in the military. This is called the CIWS, which is a CIWS. It's a close-in weapon system. They mount these on the back of big rigs out in the desert, when I was in Iraq, and also on ships.
I think those are new.
It's like the world's most powerful machine gun.
Andrew, I was back in I was in the 80s, early and mid 80s. So
I joined in 2000. Okay, so
we might not have had that shit yet. Just to give you an idea, the M1 Abrams and the Bradley fighting vehicle had just come out. They were brand new. I was with the 11th Armored Cav Regiment at Fulda, and they were one of the first units to get that shit. And the Black Hawk helicopters, those were all brand new. So they were old when you got to them.
Yeah, I just turned 40, so
yeah,
I joined in 2000 in the military. So, anyways, so this is the very interesting thing to consider. This is like the world's most powerful machine gun that I've ever seen. They're huge. As you can see, it's mounted on the back of a big rig here, and it takes a crew of people to maintain it. It shoots 3,000 rounds per minute.
Wow.
Okay, so the purpose of this weapon is to shoot down incoming missiles that are going to be coming in, missiles or mortars that are coming in to, basically attack a ship or a military base. I'm just going to show the video to you first, and then we can talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, kind of a concept after that. It's only about 1 minute and 13 seconds long. Whoops. What am I doing? Sorry, I lost the fucking page. Here we go.
You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That was $3.5 million worth of bullets in like 5 seconds.
Probably. Those are 25 millimeter rounds, by the way.
Oh, fuck, man. I like that.
And those are dummy mortar rounds coming in that it's shooting down.
Shit. So they're using.
Oh, it gets better.
Much.
Hold on, watch.
Wow. What are they tracking that with radar?
Something like that, yeah.
That's fucking amazing, man. Holy cow, 25 millimeter would be about the same size as.
Yeah, it's called the CIWS
5.56s. So
yeah.
5.56. Well,
I've seen them shoot several times. They
about
are
that big around, man. About that big around. Fuck, it's bigger than 50. Well, no, pretty close to 50 cal. I think
25 millimeter is the size of a quarter.
Yeah, so Yeah, see, that's what gets me some of the time, especially as I get older. Everybody's going into millimeter shit. And when I first started in this, nobody fucked with millimeters. Everything was standard, right? You had 45 caliber, 30-06, but it's so confusing. You know why a 30-06 is called that?
Well, I know a lot about guns and bullets and stuff. Okay, 30.
It's actually what it is basically
06.
it's a 30 caliber Magnum, if you wanted to really kind of classify it, right? But and they did this by necking it down, right? And they did this modification in 1906. So that's all it is. That's what 30-06. Now, how the fuck would anybody know that?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like my dad had to teach me that. I mean, that's some old school shit that the old timers all just knew and took for granted. But nobody uses that anymore. Everybody's into the into the millimeter, which I think is probably a better way to measure.
Well, yeah, like in the military, like standard today, like the standard assault rifle that's used and issued is the M16, which is a 5.56 millimeter,
Mhm.
and then you go up to the larger millimeter, which is 7.62. That's like
Mhm.
your AK-47, your M14, your 240 Bravos, M60s.
It's the same as a 308. It's the same as a 308.
Right, but they call it millimeter, and
Right.
then all of a sudden you get to like the next biggest thing, and they call it the 50 cal. They don't call it millimeter anymore. They call it caliber, which is it's like, why'd you change? And
well,
then
there again, the sidearm, that was crazy when I was in. The standard sidearm for officers and shit was the Colt 45 ACP.
Right, good point. Yeah, so the standard sidearm back in Vietnam was like the 45, I think, right?
There was, yeah.
Right, the 45 caliber, right?
Right.
But now it's the 9 millimeter.
Right.
Like, why the fuck are they changing? Just pick a goddamn term and stick with it.
Well, the thing is what it should be is closer to a 10 millimeter if you're going to do the same thing with it as what the 1911 was designed for. The whole reason the 1911 was designed by John Browning was because the standard sidearm of officers was a 38. Okay. And what happened is there was action in the Philippines, and these guys.
I know this story. I've told this to people.
Yeah. Well,
Fucking
the thing
crazy,
is, you shoot a guy with a bayonet, and the guy, even though you killed him, he's still coming forward.
Well, do you know the part about that story? From what I've read about, is that it was a bunch of these people that were completely like hopped up on drugs or something like that, and they were just like running fucking towards the general and his. Anyways, it was a whole drug issue. Apparently, it had to do with.
Yeah, well, these guys, the Filipinos, were hopped up. They had them hopped up like on amphetamines too. But the thing is that the 45, as I got a shirt that says 45 ACP, because sometimes slow and fat does the trick. Well, it does, because when you hit a man with a 45 ACP in the same capacity as one that you did with the 38 coming at you with the bayonet, he's not going to continue forward, especially if you fire 2 shots. It's going to drop him. It's
Just
definitely going to drop him.
Just like to welcome Paul Unslaved to the show. That's a new name. Welcome on, man. Thanks for coming on. You're muted, by the way.
I gotta say, that's a badass gun. They didn't have those when I was in, I don't believe, man. I think the wire tow missile, that was new, and they had the M2 Bradley with the what is that, a 50? No, 30 millimeter cannon.
Paul, go ahead.
What do you think of the 380 caliber?
Oh, there you go.
What's the matter?
What do you think of the 380 caliber?
Not much. I think it performs in a lesser capacity than a 9 millimeter. I don't think it's as I don't think you get the punch out of it and like out of a 57 or even a 38 special. In some cases, I think they're overrated. They're better than a charge.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the insanely loud chain gun firing in the background.
But anyway, no, 380's all right.
I'm sorry, was that too loud?
380 SIG. but I'd rather have the range. I would rather have more range. That's just me. But 380 SIG, is that what you're talking about? 380 auto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them all right. I don't have one yet. But I don't know. I've shot them a few times. I wasn't real impressed compared to some of my other handguns. Is like, oh, this is really wonderful. I want to run out and get one. But if I run across one, absolutely, I'd go ahead and buy it if the price is right. They're all right.
So you're saying you wouldn't carry a 380?
Would I use a 380 for carry? If it was the only thing I had, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
So you carry a 357 typically?
No. I have a 357, but I'm just trying to in comparison round punch size, the whole thing.
So what do you usually carry?
I usually carry a 9mm Glock 47.
Okay.
It's a single. It's exactly like a Glock 19, but it's in a single stack instead, so it's slimmer. It's easier for concealed carry than a Glock is it's double stack, so it's a blockier, fatter gun, and it's just not comfortable. It's just not as comfortable to me as that thinner. And I like Glock because they're reliable. I've never had a Glock malfunction on me. I have a Glock 17 and I'm sorry, did I say 47? The Glock 48. I've never had a malfunction on me. Another good brands, Smith & Wesson, love them. Ruger, good brand. But yeah, it comes down to personal taste, Paul. It's most gunfights like that for self-defense usually only entail anywhere between 2 to no more than 5 rounds fired between both parties. And that's the average, of course. So a lot of times people are looking at capacity like the Glock 17. Man, that thing holds 17+1 in the chamber, and it's like you probably won't even go through 5 of those rounds, by the time it's all set.
Now you're making sense today, Dave.
I always
making sense.
You just had a rock in your butt about me, and I'm glad you're over it, man. That's all.
All right. Well, I didn't say I was over it, but first of all, I want to sort of go over for approval to the host of this wonderful platform. Are we allowed to discuss things going on in other arenas here, or would you rather not? I want to be respectful.
I mean, shoot, as long as it's not, as long as it's not too crazy.
All right. Well,
I mean, we're flat earthers over here, so I mean,
Dave, I want to clarify, and I want to bury the hatchet, okay? Because I've been restreaming you. I'm restreaming you now, and I have a purpose, and I want you to understand my purpose is that a lot of folks are claiming to be about the truth movement, and I think that if this truth movement, not that I'm a part of any movement or anything, because again, only the universe decides who's in a truth movement or not based on whether they're embodying truth. So again, that's what I want to get back to. I want us all holding ourselves and each other accountable to what exactly is this truth movement? What is it really about? What are we doing here? What are we accomplishing? Did this all just become a broadcasting endeavor? Right. And again, maybe I, jumped the gun a little bit because you said some things about some guys that, I like and respect. And then you went to calling me monkey gorilla face, which I know, Dave, I have a very chimpanzee-like appearance.
Listen, Paul, I apologize for that, right? And listen, the whole thing is, look, your biggest thing of getting mad at me was because of one of your friends and you took with him, okay? I get it. I fucking get it. But as far as burying the hatchet, I already did. It doesn't affect me. I don't care.
Yeah, but the red-headed stepchild,
listen, I'll tell you what, he's not a stepchild at all. He's actually my son. And secondly, if you have a problem with him, take it up with him. He's a grown man.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He went to spouting off, and if you're his daddy, you should have checked him right there.
No. In fact, no, that's not how that works. Does your daddy
That's
come?
exactly how that works.
Does your dad come and correct you?
Nah, but if he's in the room with me and I go to talking some shit that's gonna get us all hemmed up on the fucking YouTube, talking about interstate murders and feeding people to pigs over electronic communication, he's supposed to be lawyer boy. You shouldn't be saying none of that on here. I'm trying to get you all right.
So that's not there again. I have no responsibility over what a grown man does. That's not mine.
But
I
that's
don't
why,
care what
again,
my
Dave, we got to
relationship-
teach these
Hold on.
youngsters better. We got to
And-
teach them better than that, because he shouldn't be spouting off without getting checked. I tried to check him. He wouldn't even listen to me either.
Paul, calm down.
Sorry,
let me fill you in.
Dave, do you love me? Do you love me,
Let me fill
Dave?
you in on some
I
information
love you, Dave.
that you may not be privy to. Although Ryan is 33 years old and he is my son, I had absolutely nothing to do with raising him. I had no contact with him until the first time when he was 9 years old, and that was only for 1 month. Why? Because his mother was a psycho fucking bitch.
All right.
Okay. So I had absolutely no contact with him again until he was an older teenager. And he came to stay with me for a short while, but his behavior was reprehensible and I threw him out.
Now,
Okay?
David, this is what I
I'm
focus
not done.
on.
What the remarkable thing, though, to take away from this, if you will notice, we almost have the same manner of speech. We have the same gestures, the same expressions, and he looks a lot like me, almost exactly like I did when I was younger.
It's called genetics, Dave. You might
I know,
want to
but
look
the
into
thing
it.
is, I had always thought that behavior and shit like that and mannerisms, that you learn those through an environment that you're in. And he is actually proof that that's not true. And it's like, wow, that's really fucking, that's
But now here's the other
ground-shaking.
side of the proof. What we do on Proper Instruction Motivates People is we teach young men, 30, 40, 50, 60 sometimes. I mean, young-minded, young emotionally, low EQ, spiritually immature. We teach them to go to the next level, right? By being responsible and account able. So when he is ready, because he said he was going to email me, I never got an email, Dave.
Well,
You know?
again, then go ahead and email him. It's, like I said, that's not mine. I don't have anything to do with that.
All right.
between you and
As long as you're willing to forsake your son in front of everybody and let me
I'm
deal
not
with him and check him
forsaking anyone.
on my own time.
Listen, I think that he would feel belittled if I stood up to someone for him. Okay, I really do. And I don't want to do that. I let him respond on his own. He's his own man. He does his own thing. I don't tell him what to do. I never have.
I know, but you need to instruct him better, Dave. And
No,
I'll
I
instruct him
don't.
if you.
No, I don't need to do
All right.
anything.
That's my perspective, is that he needs better
Well,
instruction, because he's
you're-
going to get us all caught up on a broadcast talk about doing murders, which we shouldn't be doing that.
All right. Well, I know. Yeah, we probably shouldn't. So in lieu of that, as far as I know that the reason that Zetetic Warrior was upset with me was because after he did make a complete asshole out of himself and piss off a lot of my fucking viewers by his actions on my stream. Now listen, I let it go and I smoothed it. Okay, I smoothed it. I normally wouldn't tolerate that kind of behavior, but I did, right? And then when he did it again on somebody else's stream and people were talking about it, I merely said, I was like, look, I don't know. That's not the way to get a message out. You don't scream at fucking people. You don't talk at people. You talk to people. You talk with people, not at people.
But Dave, now how can you make the determination of what way we can communicate effectively in all situations at all times? You don't think there's ever a place?
You just have an opinion on what I do? Am I not allowed to have an opinion?
Okay, so
on
you're
it?
just basically saying from your perspective that you just find it at all times in all places better to not get passionate or uppity. And
no, I'm not talking about getting passionate, but when it turns into a fucking name calling fest, and
you mean like Gorilla Monkey Face?
Yeah, and like I said, I shouldn't have done that. But what the fuck? I mean, what the hell have you been doing for 2 days? I'd never done.
I never did none of that, Dave. You happen to be a very good-looking man, and I would never comment on you being a Gorilla Monkey Face myself. Okay. So I never did anything. All I did was describe conditions. I see a bunch of punk ass cowards yapping their traps and doing very little when it comes to on the ground in the community, in the courts,
How do you know what I do on the ground or in
well,
the
you're
community?
right, Dave.
How the fuck do you know? You don't know shit about
Dave, why are
me,
you
bro.
getting defensive, Dave? You're yelling. You just said, Dave, you just said
I
we're never
really
supposed to yell, and
can't-
now you're yelling.
I
Dave, you're
can't
getting
stand
very
when
upset
people
now,
make-
Dave.
Why do you make assumptions and then act as though they're true?
But Dave, you're never supposed to yell. You just said you're
What-
never
what
supposed
are
to
you-
yell in
what
any
are you-
communication, and
well,
all
wait a
I
second.
said was, I didn't say you. I said I see a bunch of punk ass cowards not doing enough on the ground in the community in the courts. I didn't say Dave.
Well, how did you
and
lump
this
me
guy.
into it? How did I get lumped in
didn't.
with it?
I'm
Well,
about
then
to.
why
If
are
you go to
why are
yelling
we
and
talking
screaming,
about
I'm
that?
about to lump you in. When you go to yelling and screaming
Well,
and get
why,
defensive,
then
it
why are
makes
we
me.
talking about it then?
Why are you
Why are we
talking over
talking?
me,
If it's
Dave?
not
You
about
cut me
me,
off to
if it's
yell.
not
You
about
cut me
me,
off
then
to
why
yell,
are
and
we
now
talking about it?
you're filibustering.
About to put my foot
Cut
down.
me off to yell and you're filibustering. Can I finish the thought? We're not supposed to yell in communication,
Go
Dave.
for
I've
it,
been very
man.
kind and cordial here today after being called monkey face.
No.
Only because it's applicable. Now, with that said, I see a lot of less than reputable folks and activities and characters in the metaverse. I don't know if you are one or not, because as you say, I don't know what you do day to day. And that's why I look forward to a day where we can come back together and have a real conversation without the ego about who and what we are and what the fuck we're all doing here and what we're going to do going forward. And if it doesn't meet a certain standard, I'm calling everybody in the room a punk ass coward only because I can recognize that part of myself.
Well, there's always this possibility too, Paul, that even though I have myself buried the hatchet and I don't have a problem, I may also really not wish to engage with you.
I know, Dave, because really you're not about truth. You're not part of the truth movement. You're about feelings and sensitivities. I just came over here. I was very cordial and kind.
It's more.
I'm burying the hatchet. I'm telling you, I'm moving my ego, any ego you say I have, and now you're receding and retreating and retracting because you don't want to get the facts of the matter out on the record. You want to hide and lie and point fingers, and then mea culpa when it's time to be accountable and come to the table. So I got it. And I don't have much more to add here if you folks want to take back over. I think we're done here. I got what I need.
On,
I got what I need,
I had
sir.
already moved on.
I think everyone else got what they need.
You're the one still going with it. I'd already moved on.
You're absolutely right, sir.
Well,
I came over. I did the honorable
do whatever
thing.
you got to do.
I was accountable and responsible. I
have a question for Paul.
Thank you, sir. How are you, Troubling Tribune?
Doing fantastic. So I'll just get straight to the point. You're saying that people need to be taking more action. What specific action, since you're on here and you have a platform, what action do you think people should be taking?
Well, that's a good question, Troubling Tribune. And I could get into the action folks should be taking. Let me start with the actions folks shouldn't be taking. Going on here saying they're going to murder folks, telling people that traveling without a license, registration, insurance, and plates is easy, like the redheaded stepchild did last night. All you got to do is take the plates off and ride around and talk to the cops. And, no, I don't know, redheaded stepchild, son of David, what you mean. Because when I do that, my shit gets taken and I have to deal with the courts. So first we start with what we stop doing. Then we go to what we start doing. Does that make sense?
Well,
sure. So let's get to the doing part.
Right.
What's the do
again?
Part?
Okay. So again, we need sustainable resources. Now that's a catch-all phrase, and we can go down a list of what that is. What's the greatest resource? Knowledge of self. Start there. It's your greatest resource. Gain more knowledge of self, how your mind and emotions and actions operate, and how to put it all together and apply it. Okay, so we need to be teaching that. Proper instruction motivates people. We need to get food, water, clothing, supply chains, networks. Okay, this is obvious stuff. It's cliche at this point. Okay, we need to be able to be
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Go ahead, sir.
I saw a video of some guy that was doing what you're talking about being a sovereign citizen.
I don't use that terminology, sir, at all.
No, was that video of you?
I don't use that terminology. So if the person in the video was
the person that got pulled over by the Colorado police, I believe. No,
sure, yeah, that would be me. If it's the Paul Enslaved character, very loud, abrasive, obnoxious, but very well spoken, eloquent, that would be me.
Oh, okay, awesome, cool. That's all. That's it.
Awesome. Yes. So you're actually
it was a great interaction.
So you're actually putting that into practice then.
Right. Yeah. I live my information, not a lot of these truth movements. See, I never claimed to be part of the truth movement, and I am suspicious of folks who do, because it seems like we got a lot of collectivization, a lot of folks who want to group up to pad their ego and weakness, right? Because I say that the Christed spirit stands tall and walks alone. Doesn't need a group of people behind it. Collectivism is the problem. We don't have rugged individualism. We got a bunch of folks sitting around in groups, affinity groups, yapping and gossiping and talking about how they're going to use a mechanism to take power over others and how to ignore real conversations that need to be had and not wish to engage with certain folks.
How is restreaming and ripping on somebody else like a cross between TMZ and The View with a panel full of people that are sitting in a room?
Hey, bro, you're doing it now. Your ego's puffing up, man. You're calling me The View and whatever else. Call me whatever you want. It's called holding you accountable and commentating.
You're not holding anything accountable.
Yes, I am. I'm doing it here today, and you failed again, Dave, just like your redheaded stepchild does every time I interact with them.
Fucking feces.
It's a lineage problem with you. Maybe it's a genetic problem. Maybe it's a proper instruction problem, but I'm going to get everybody right one way or the other.
Listen to a point. You have an ego problem, Paul.
No, you just started calling me The View and everything else when I just told you I recognize the coward in me that I recognize in you.
I didn't call you that.
Cut it out, man.
Learn what a simile is. Learn what a simile is.
It's not like The View. It's not nothing like that, because we talk real shit and we help men to change their lives. You just gossip and yap about shit you don't live.
You mean to tell me streaming for 12 hours?
Yeah, bro, because I'm inspired and energetic like that. I got the Holy Spirit with me. You were the same one.
What part of the country do you live in, Paul?
Come on, bro. You were the same one sitting next to the dude saying you were going to go to war all night and then went to bed for 3 hours meditation. Cut it out, bro. I did a 20-hour stream, and I held 150 folks strong and did 2.5 thousand afterward. Cut it out.
Wow. Dude, I'm so impressed.
So you're in Colorado.
You would be impressed if you weren't so arrogant and egoic.
Can we take it down a notch?
You're the one being arrogant and egoic, bro. Not me.
I'm confident. This ain't arrogant. You're insecure. That's why you're feigning false strength and false power. You ain't got it, pal.
Now
back.
You ascribe other things.
Sit back. Let troubling tribe do an interesting interview with me.
There'd be no way to do an interview with you, Paul. You won't shut up to let somebody finish.
Oh, I've been very amicable with troubling tribe. You went to show
hey,
what I just said.
Stay tuned. I'm gonna send the link out. The call's about to end because I'm not paying Google nothing. So just stay tuned. I'm gonna get everybody back in here. I got a couple questions for Paul. Andrew, I'm sure you got some questions. And they're all kicked. And here we go. Round 3. And he's just started spicing up yet again. While I'm doing this, let's go ahead and shout out the chat. My super sidewinder, Dr. Law. What the fuck is going on? Excuse me. Well, basically, Paul is he's not a sovereign citizen, but he does seem to know something about the law, and he's into rugged individualism. And he's got a couple calls to action that I'm trying to get out of him as well, just to see what the heck it is that he's all about. Going no contact, the only way. Oh, I wonder what you mean by that. If with the police, I mean, I agree with you. I'd like to avoid contact with them for sure. All right. This thing could go a little faster. Lizo French. Back to the call out. Byron. Just kidding. Byron. Rain Bernays. Jay Kraft. All right, hold on. Gotta focus up for just a second. Let's get this going once again. Copy the meeting link. All right. Camera. Lights, camera, action. All right. There it is for the YouTube. And here it is for the Rokfin. And I will see you all momentarily. There we are. David, welcome back.
Made it, bro.
Absolutely. I'm sure everybody else will be in just a moment.
Did he say he wanted to interview me?
No, he said
And I was like,
he said let Troubling Tribune have an interesting interview with me. It's really funny.
no, Lord.
There's definitely
How would you ever interview him? How would you ever interview him?
well,
I mean, it's
if I
like,
could get 2 seconds, I could begin. But I make no claims to have no ego. I definitely have some ego, but I just think it's
we all
ridiculous
do.
that he would claim to have no ego, right? There's obviously some ego there. At least a
Learning to
wee bit.
recognize it, Tribune. You learn to recognize it, bro. That's what it is. When you recognize and see it creeping up and taking over, like when I did, I shouldn't have probably called him monkey face, but he
It's
fucking
funny.
pissed me off.
It's
And
only
there came into the ego,
I can
so
laugh.
nobody's ever. What's
Yeah,
that?
I can laugh at that particular joke because I was called stuff like that my whole life growing up because I have a strong jaw and strong brow line. So,
Okay, I
I,
dig it.
it's hilarious to me.
But that's that. I mean, look, I had already left it alone, right? He was going to restream me last night and didn't. He stopped because we didn't give him any energy. We didn't talk about him. We didn't say anything about it. So he went through and scoured to see where maybe I'm on or somebody told him I'm on here so that he could come in and try to stir that shit again. That's all it is. And it's like, I'm not giving it energy. When he says, oh, can we bury the hatchet? Yeah, I did already, man. I just don't want to be in, I don't want to even know you. Go away. You've already exposed yourself for what you are to me. Whoever else sees it, that's their business. But you've already exposed yourself to me. I don't need that. That's the type of people I don't want. So
it's all good. I don't mind having him on this time and seeing what he's about. Seeing I probably have seen him get pulled over or something. I've seen a whole bunch of people get pulled over.
listen, it's
But the
impressive.
thing,
It's impressive.
well, there's
It's
a difference,
impressive.
right?
Truth.
And I was gonna talk to him about this because the thing is that it is one thing to do it like in Colorado, right, where the populations are small, the police forces are local and different. It's a whole different feel in a small town, and I know because I'm from Oklahoma, so I wasn't always from Lakeland, Florida, and in Lakeland, Florida, Polk County. I'm in Polk County. Sheriff Grady
Oh,
Judd, he's absolutely famous, for being a hard ass. And one thing
You
that
actually know your sheriff?
yeah, and they're particularly
I
hard
don't.
over here because listen, it's no joke, right? They will haul you in for less than a gram of weed, and you will spend the night in jail with the worst food that you can imagine in the coldest cell with nothing really to sleep on but a concrete cot. It's really, really uncomfortable, and I give it 0 out of 10 stars. I do not recommend it. So, and the thing is that they're particularly hard. They have like memos that go out all the time, particularly about sovereign citizens and things of that nature. And they will lump everything in with that. So even if you don't call yourself a sovereign citizen, if you're driving without your plate, they're going to assume that of you. I was driving with a suspended license, and I actually just mentioned that I didn't know I really needed a license to operate my personal property. And they literally just with that tried to raid my vehicle, tried to find all kinds of value. I had them on recording because I had a Facebook call with my girl at the time. So, crazy, crazy things that they were saying. Oh, he's one of those sovereign citizens. So they're trained to give people like that a hard time. So I'm wondering how
I've got a
you
little
would fare.
something to add to that. So when I was living in Virginia, I was working for a company. I'm not going to mention their name. We were a subcontractor for the Department of Corrections, and we were going into all the prisons around Virginia, and we were updating a lot of their electrical systems to keep it simple. And what I found out was that Virginia was actually building more jails and prisons than they were building schools at the time.
Oh yeah.
So then I found out, okay, so I was talking to all the COs and stuff about that, and they were telling me all this really weird information I never knew about before. So there's something called the military industrial complex. Well, there's also something called the prison industrial
man, it's all
complex.
for profit, bro.
It's heavy.
Florida, Virginia, and Texas. Those are the 3 states that have the most prisons in the entire country. But what's really weird about Virginia, just versus California, where I'm at right now, Virginia has about, I think with Washington, D.C., it's like around 10 million people in the entire state. California is around 40 million people. So around, 4 times the population, roughly. But California has less inmates than Virginia does. And we have more crime. We have more everything here in the population. So when you start thinking about that, why does Virginia, Florida, and Texas, why do they have so many inmates there?
I think it's
very interesting thing to think about.
Statutes. I think it's the statutes involving nonviolent crimes.
It is that.
Is what it is.
We
get a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, they're one of the ridiculous things like child support. Guy gets behind and can't pay his child support. So what do? They take him so he can't fucking work and make any money and put him in jail so he'll get further behind.
Yeah, they take away their fucking driver's license.
Yeah.
Yep.
The worst thing you could do to someone that's trying to make money, right?
Exactly. I mean, some of the shit they do, it's designed to keep you hemmed up. It absolutely is. I wanted to tell you, Troubling Tribune, remember when Paul was saying, we don't use that term, sir, sovereign citizen? I'll tell you what. Okay, it's an oxymoron.
Right.
It's like feral domestic cat.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, you're either one or the other. You're either a citizen or you're sovereign. You either rule yourself or you fall under the mandates and dictates of a city, so to speak. It comes from the word citizen, a denizen of the city. And, so you can't do both. And when people, it is interesting, if you consider yourself a sovereign citizen, that means you're straddling the fence. And that means you've only got enough information to get on top of it, not to get over it. And you're going to get fucked.
Oh, bad.
Okay. You have to be one or the other.
Wait till you get to be considered chattel, and they just lock you up for an indefinite amount of time.
What's one of the biggest what's one of the biggest banks, and it's a major shareholder of the Federal Reserve? Chase.
Yeah, Chase. JP Morgan.
What's a Chase?
It was JP
It's a
Morgan
pen.
Chase.
It's a pen that you keep animals in. Or also a pen of animals is called a chase.
Oh shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at you. They put this shit right in people's faces, and we don't know the meanings of what stuff means, in these names. They put it right in your face. It's so funny.
There's one thing
you got to know that they're laughing at you.
I want to address this really important comment.
Sure.
From Dr. Law asking, where is the land of the free? I'd like to go there. First off, I'll preface this by saying I don't want to be misinterpreted because I'm not advocating for any violence. Of course, we would never do that on this show. But what I will say is this, is that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And the only way that you can have your rights is if you are brave enough to claim your rights. And so the reason why I actually didn't mind having Paul on here is because I actually really agree with the sentiment of rugged individualism, of actually being self-sufficient. And part of that self-sufficiency is knowing the law and being brave enough to execute it. The thing is yeah, you will get hemmed up. It's not an easy thing. But there are victories in courts. It can be done, and it needs to be done more in courts. If that's where he was going with it, I completely agree with that call to action. So despite the other shit that he was saying.
Look at this, Tribune. This is why people are dumb. Look how vague this definition. A person who has supreme power or authority over who? It doesn't tell you that. You're going to assume that it means you think you have authority over others. No, but it does mean you have authority over yourself. Autonomous authority over yourself. And they put it like that. And the thing is, like, I got this unabridged dictionary, and this sucker's like this fat. I'm not kidding you. It is this thick. And you go and look upwards, and you can actually, it'll show you the etymology of it, where it came from. Every possible thing you'd want to know about it is there. And this is so vague, of course, byte space, and it's easy and handy, but it's very vague. You know, a person who has supreme power authority over who?
I just noticed something very
supremely.
weird about this. So in the top right part of the definition, right underneath like the sound symbol and the star,
Yeah.
it says middle school level. I didn't know this when I was in middle school.
Middle school level, bro.
Yeah, that's junior high, man. What? You should have, didn't you go to school, man? This is what you get from people, man. It's like especially when they're trying to make you get these people that'll say, "Oh, you still believe the earth is flat?" And I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean? Do I still believe the earth is flat? Do you think I just transported here from the,
Wake up to
1300s or
2020.
something?"
That's so 2019. You haven't woke up yet.
Yeah, right. I mean, what they do that, man. It's like, well, here's part of the trick too. And that's where that's at. In our 15,000 hour indoctrination system that everybody must attend by law, okay, they convince you on a level that each generation before you was much dumber than the one that you're in. And the one before them was even more dumb, except for just a couple of smart people that they place in there, outside of Pythagoras and, Copernicus and shit. Everybody was just, wallowing around in the fucking mud, wearing robes and sandals, not knowing shit. That's what you're supposed to believe. And it's like, no, man, those people were just as intelligent and capable of intelligent thought as anyone living today, and probably more so. But we get this illusion that every generation is smarter than the last. It's smarter than the last. Look how far we've come, and we really haven't come far at all. I defy a college graduate of any level to pass my grandfather's 8th grade final exam. They couldn't do it.
Not even close.
That's a very interesting thing you're bringing up, because if you go back to, I saw this a couple years ago. Someone brought up like the entrance level exam to get into Harvard from like 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And I didn't know any of the fucking answers to that. And I have a college education. So, I mean, I was just like blown away by it.
Well, it stopped being about higher education and being about finances, you see, because look at what they do. They make an exorbitantly high tuition that most people can't afford, while simultaneously telling people that if you want to succeed, you got to go to college. You got to have a college degree. Nobody goes, hey, you should learn a trade. You should go to trade school. There's a lot of work in that shit because everybody's going to fucking college to learn dumb shit like gender studies or whatever, right? So what happens? Everybody's, oh shit, I got to take my SAT tests. And I got accepted to this thing, but it costs this amount of money. So mom and dad either take out a loan, or they've been saving money for years to plow into this shit, or most of us go out and get what they call a government-backed student loan. Here you are just starting out in life. Let's immerse you in fucking debt.
That was me.
That was millions of Americans. And what did they really get out of it?
Student debt has
bullshit.
surpassed, I think, $2 trillion in national debt.
Yeah. I mean, and all you got for that was indoctrinated bullshit. And that's what I found is the more immersed into the academia that someone becomes, the deeper they are in a spell, not only of just the globe, but the idea that compliance is virtue, that obedience is somehow some kind of a virtue. And, those that don't have that virtue are, Untermensch, that's how they do. Oh, that's really cool. Look at that.
This is lightning in, I think, 17,000 frames per second.
Wow. And that's still fast. Jesus. Does any of you ever watch Brian Young? High Impact Flicks or Grease Monkey videos?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He was doing one out in his yard, and it was raining like son of a gun out there, and he, you know, getting ready to storm, and he was doing one, and a bolt of lightning hit like just feet from him in this video. It was like boom, you just see it hit, and it was like, holy shit, you got lucky.
Yeah, keep watching this though. See, it's still there. I'm an electrician, almost an engineer, so I'm really, really fascinated with this. But just keep watching. This is some cool stuff to see.
I thought you paused it.
No,
I know.
no, it's not paused.
And they say it takes the path of least resistance, but like that.
That's completely untrue. It takes the path of all courses of no resistance.
All available avenues.
Well, technically, the biggest insulator that we know of is air or a vacuum. But
that's why a vacuum tube works. Wow.
Oh, it didn't fucking show. Oh, it skipped over the last part. It was supposed to show. Anyways. It's just some cool stuff I like to share with people.
I want to get some, while I'm on here, if you guys have any questions you want me to ask the, Ask I Can Science That, be sure to fire away. I'm going to be going on with them on Friday.
Oh, that's a good question, because I didn't even know who that guy was until I heard Jaron talk to him. And he was basically, anytime that he was confronted with something, he didn't want to answer it because he didn't want to be confrontational. He didn't want to debate. He just wanted a conversation. So it was kind of a weird...
There's a way to get your answers without being confrontational and to be persistent on the point without, you know, without scaring him away. So I don't think I'm going to have to worry too much about that. I can pretty much ask him anything.
Well, I don't really know what his background is. He says he's like a teacher or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
All I know is that he's big in like science and physics. So I tried to limit my questions to like gravity and the space vacuum and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's one of those are two of the biggest kickers right there. Because once you've determined that the impossibility of having a gas pressure system next to a vacuum or a lesser pressure system, you know, the near zero, you can't do it without containment. And don't tell me it's too big, because that's what she said. All right. What you got to really look at, you got to go into the reality of thinking about this. Okay. Then they always want to jump to this pressure gradient. Okay. That the higher you go, the less dense it becomes, da 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 da. Well, the same thing occurs inside of a propane tank. Okay. There's a pressure gradient inside that tank. Yet there's an overall pressure that's read by the outside gauge. All right. And you can actually prove this by, if you've got a propane tank that you use for your grill, you can test how much liquid propane is in there merely by pouring some hot water on the side of the tank. And because of another rule of thermodynamics regarding temperature, that part will become cold because of the temperature of the shit that's inside will draw the heat from that hot water immediately, and it'll become cold at that part of the tank. So there's a pressure gradient as you go up, part to liquid, and the denser at the bottom to the less dense at the top. However, when I breach the containment, nature gives fuck all about that gradient whatsoever, and it all leaves the containment violently and explosively. I mean, these same people have been, you know, they know that if you shoot a shell through a pressurized cabin of an airplane, that it's going to want to equalize with the lesser pressure of the outside. This is known. So how can they not see that? That's what I don't get. I don't see how they can. I think they can, and they know it's a lie, but it's partly their job, a lot of these people, to perpetuate the lie. I really do. I think they're put out there by the establishment. I think a lot of these people, these big channels, that's all they do is combat flirts. I think they're actually put out there by the man. I really do. And I've thought this for a couple of years now. And there was a whole squad of globe trolls on Twitter. And I got kicked off Twitter because I exposed them. It was actually a UK fucking British intelligence outfit. And it kicked me off fucking Twitter because I exposed it.
That's great.
Yeah, don't forget, there are some very famous quotes. Two in particular are from, I think, Lenin from Russia. Vladimir Lenin, whatever his name was, is the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves.
Yes. It was Stalin, by the way.
No, it was Lenin.
That was Stalin? Oh, okay.
It was Lenin.
And then the CIA agent, director. Oh, what's his fucking name? It's on the tip of my tongue.
William Casey.
There you go, William Casey, yeah.
Trivia
Everything,
king.
we'll know our disinformation is complete, disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American public believes is false. So it's a really easy way to try and convince people of certain types of motives through social media, the media, newspapers, the radio when you're driving to work, is just to give them certain amounts of information. And then eventually, who else said it? I think it was Hitler that said, if you tell a big enough lie enough or often enough, eventually it becomes the truth. People believe it. Sort of like the whole jibby jab situation.
I think just a little bit more of that. If you tell a lie often enough and loud enough, it becomes truth.
Something
now,
like that.
His propaganda minister, Heinrich Himmler, also said, think of the media as one giant keyboard on which the government can play. And he wasn't talking about a computer keyboard. He was talking about like a piano. You play the music and the people will fucking dance however you play the music.
Well,
that's how the people will dance.
Believe people are computable very, very much so. That's why they like having us in these thought paradigms. That way you have a very predictable reaction when they do certain things. So if they press a certain key, they know exactly who's going to react in which way. So, and it's all percentages too. Like a lot of people on the other side will try to stickler me and be like, well, and that's a blanket term. Not everybody acts in that way. And it's like, yeah, I know, but they can bank on a certain percentage. So they know, hey,
shameless plug real quick, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
It's from yesterday. Congratulations for winning the trivia from yesterday. David, if you didn't catch into that.
I caught a little bit of it. Like I said, the last couple of days I've been under the weather. I don't know what it was. And that's why I was starting to think about possible directed energy, because I'd never felt like that before. It wasn't like a cold or anything. I just had zero energy. Fucking slept.
It's just the cycle.
I don't know what the hell.
Same thing. I'm sick over here. My whole family's like sick. We've been sick for the last week and a half. So, and a lot of people over here have been. I think it's just the cycle, but that's just my opinion.
Oh, I wanted to touch on what you were saying about that. You know, how they put us into these little categories, and it's like, I don't know. You might have seen the political cartoon where there's this king standing up on the tower with his advisor, and there's people down in the crowd, and they're angry. They all got pitchforks and torches, right? And the guy looks over and says, "You don't really have to fight them, sir. All you have to do is convince the pitchfork people that the torch people want to take their pitchforks."
Exactly.
See, and then they start fighting with each other. They know that, and it's just like that with a keyboard. Like on here, I hit this, boom, here's a macro. I can make this group of people react this way. Now I do this. Look, I called this just because I saw what the fuck was going on. Who do you think they're going to run in the Democrats in that farce they call an election? Who do you think they're going to try to run?
I kind of stopped paying attention on that aspect, but I really don't have an opinion.
Okay, so I see patterns and shit. And from what I found, what I was saying this like a couple weeks ago, that they're going to try to run Michelle Obama.
Oh my God.
And sure as hell, now they're talking about it. I was like, fuck, I called it. This is the next best way for Barack to stay in office.
What happened for
he's
your
in office right now?
I thought you were going to plug the charity.
Oh yeah, I will.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean.
I'll bring it back up.
I didn't mean to take away from that. Pull that back up. That's more important than what I got to say.
No, it's all good.
Please.
It's just quick, lickety split. Really important.
I really hope Michael Obama never becomes president. That would
Well, we didn't really think Joe Biden stood a chance in hell either, did we? But look what happened.
That's a
I
demoralization
don't think he
campaign.
actually is the president. I think he's just kind of wandering around on like. How many drugs do you think he takes every day to walk?
Just remember, the most powerful position isn't the king; it's the king's advisor. So, it really doesn't matter who's the
That's
president.
That's why you got to watch these fucks that hang around in the White House in the shadows. You see them all the time, but they're never president, right? Like Donald Rumsfeld, Henry Kissinger,
Oh yeah,
people like that are always lurking in the background, administration after administration, no matter who it is. Yes, man, exactly. They just got a homunculus.
Yeah, I saw a video of Jacob Rothschild, who is the oldest living Rothschild right now. He was on camera, and he was walking near the Queen of England, back when she was still alive. This was probably 10 years ago, and she was trying to talk to him, and he just kind of like snubbed her off, like, fuck off, bitch.
Did you know that Mr. Burns on The Simpsons was modeled
identical
after him? It was modeled after him.
I knew it.
That's no shit.
There's no way he wasn't. You can just tell.
Yep.
So, anyways, right here on screen, anyone that hasn't seen it, this is the Melodome Trivia Charity that Traveling Tribune and Ashley were on yesterday. It's being hosted on the Melodome. I've written all the questions. They're not easy. So if you want to watch that, you have to go to Rokfin, because I think Austin wasn't comfortable with presenting all of it on YouTube due to something he said, not because of the questions, I think. But yeah, if you want to learn a little something, have a little fun, just go ahead and check it out, watch it. But so far, what this charity has raised is $1,096, which is more from yesterday.
It's huge.
And what's it go to?
So I'll read it right now.
All right.
So I wrote this. This will be the first ever Melodome Trivia Charity. We will be raising funds for kids, the homeless, and anyone needing help. This will be an ongoing charity until the goal is reached or until the end of the year. 100% of all proceeds will go towards a charity that will be determined based on a group consensus when the goal is reached. And I think we'll get there pretty quick based on how fast it's going.
He stole my thing, man. I've been saying that for years right there, where he says, be a glitch in the matrix. I always say that to people all the time. I go, no, I'm a glitch in the matrix, man. Don't try to figure me out.
Oh, Paul finally made it in.
Oh, cool.
Cool. And by the way, this charity is ongoing. I'm going to try to be the majority contributor to this. If anyone can beat me, I'd be surprised. But
challenge.
Hang on. I'll sell my AR-10. I might be able to match that.
If you can't afford it, don't worry about it.
Are you still talking about guns, Dave?
No, I won't sell my AR-10. No way.
Is Dave still talking about guns like he's ever
actually
used one?
No, not still. We just now brought it up. I was
just listening back to when I left, and you went back to gossiping and hating, and then you got this kid almost pulled into it, and I like this kid, Traveling Tribune.
I'm not pulling anybody into anything.
Nah,
there's nothing to pull into, Paul. There's nothing to pull into. Okay, that's what you're not understanding. The only one that's having a problem is you.
I
don't care about it.
You had a problem, and you won't get it right, and I'm not letting you go.
I don't care about it.
Now you can't leave, Dave.
I don't care, Paul.
Remember in the Bronx Tale? Now you can't leave.
Okay. What you're not getting is I don't care, Paul. You're the one with the problem. Either work it out, get over it, whatever the fuck you got to do. I don't care. You don't matter to me at all, really. I'm sorry, but you don't.
Dave,
I understand that you're trying to feed off of energy. You're trying to, I don't know, whatever it is. I don't really care.
No, I'm trying to do what you said you did.
Concern me. It doesn't.
You said I've been exposed.
No, I said that I see you for what you are. I didn't tell anyone what I see you as. I said I see you. So
you're doing a public broadcast just saying I've been exposed and you see me for what I am. What is that, Dave?
No, I didn't say you've been exposed. I said I see you for what you are.
Right, and so does everybody else that I'm streaming this broadcast to. Clearly, that
there
were
you
all in your
go.
chat yesterday. The
All right,
ones you
well,
don't
good.
care about, that you ended the stream
No, I
because they were all telling you you're bad
I
faith
really
infidel
don't care,
scum.
Paul. I really don't.
Because
That's
you
what
don't want
don't
peace and
understand.
resolution, and you don't want a truth
I
movement.
have
You want
peace.
your truth movement.
I
Call it
have
my
peace.
truth movement.
What the fuck are you talking about? I have my peace. I
It's
have
called
my
a my
resolution.
truth movement. Call it that.
Well, I don't have to do anything that I don't want to.
Right. You don't
That's
have
what
to
you
be
don't
truthful,
understand.
honorable, respectable, trustworthy. None of that, clearly.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
All
Well, I
right.
think the people that know me would differ with that, Paul.
Right. The
But
people who
you're
appeal to your
entitled.
emotional
You're
space, but everyone who
absolutely
knows you's been
entitled to
coming
your
over to my
opinion.
channel because you're reviled now everywhere.
As I've stated before, you're perfectly entitled to your opinion, and what I'm trying to get through to you is
why
that
is
I
it your
don't
energy changes when I come over here, Dave? You're
My
real
energy
fucking
didn't
nasty
change.
and gossipy and catty when
You're-
I leave,
because
and then
you're
when I come
kinda-
back, you're real
because
head
you're
low,
kinda
low
irritating,
tone.
Paul. Paul, you're really kind of irritating.
Yeah,
and you're
because I'm
really
exposing you're a
obfuscating.
punk ass coward, and you know
You're
it. Stop talking
obfuscating
about
from
guns
what
that you
we're
ain't gonna
talking about.
use.
Now,
Stop talking about guns you ain't gonna use,
do you
punk
see?
coward.
We weren't even talking about using them. I was talking about what I could do in order to get money to you. You didn't even pay attention to the
Yeah,
conversation.
because you're a broke coward and you're reviled now on the metaverse because you're broke in life and you're broke on here because you got no
Well,
credibility or credit with anyone.
Pretty fucking funny, Paul, because due to your streams, I've actually gained subscribers. So
Right, they're all
keep
coming
doing
over to
what you're
wait for the
doing.
next time I'm going to stream you and make fun of you for being a loser failure.
Oh,
You're absolutely
okay.
right.
Well, that's all
I'm
right.
helping you grow
right.
for all the wrong reasons. Because
Okay.
you
So-
showed who
Now,
you
let me
are.
ask you a question. Why would you wish I don't wish you any ill will. Why would you wish me ill will?
You just said you don't want to engage with me and you don't want
I don't want to
reconciliation.
engage with you,
So
but
you
I
don't
don't
care
wanna-
about me or the truth or what you've
Hold
said
on,
and done
hold
and
on, hold on,
continue to
hold
talk
on.
shit.
Hold
So
on,
yeah,
Paul.
I'll continue to restream you till you
I don't
are
care.
character assassinated and go back to serving sandwiches at a diner or whatever it is you did before this. You
Okay.
ain't a broadcaster.
Well, how is that in your interest?
You may want to waste everyone's time because you got no fucking care for yourself or any kind of ethic, but I'm sick of you folks sitting around claiming truth movement, doing little to nothing and wasting everybody's time. It's a fucking embarrassment. You should be embarrassed.
Okay, so
Don't you think that those people have the discerning minds of their own to decide whether or not they're wasting their time? or not?
Absolutely. That's why
Well,
they're all
then what
leaving
is
your
your
channel
point?
and coming over to my panel. Absolutely, they do.
all right, I will reel
Yes,
it in.
Mr. Troubling Tribune.
Troubling Tribune, yes, sir. So let's just make it like super sweet without trying to go on like a rant so that we can keep the conversation flowing. Because I think that's what everybody wants. I'm reading some of the chat.
Absolutely.
People are like wondering what
Perfect,
your
sir.
exact point is. I get that you're calling out David for something that happened on his stream based on what his son said, and you think he should have done something, yada yada yada. Difference of opinion, whatever. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Frankly, I don't really care too much. What I
Mr.
do,
Troubling Tribune.
yeah,
Mr. Troubling Tribune, if I may explain to you and the great people out there what's going on here, this is just an effect of the cause, right? David's bad faith, dishonorable, untrustworthy words and behavior. This all stems back to what
Would you please elaborate on that?
Sir, please don't interrupt me. You said you wanted us to have a cordial discussion. I can't win with you folks. When I try
Well,
to be calm and cordial and
I'm just saying
deferent.
that's a pretty broad spectrum type of an accusation.
Okay, well,
Perhaps
that's my perspective, right? I've seen you for who and what you
Okay.
are, like you see me for who and what I am. Fair enough. We'll let the people decide,
All right.
as you say.
I'm cool
Okay.
with that. I'm cool
So
with
if
that.
I may finish, the problem with this community and this metaverse is it's becoming almost even worse than the reality we're living in. You got a bunch of slaves coming on here claiming to be a bunch of sovereign souls with unchained minds who do little to nothing as far as I see. And when called on it, want to get uppity and defensive, verifying the claim I'm making. So if
It
you want to
doesn't
call
verify a claim at all, Paul. Nothing that doesn't verify a claim at all.
I have no reason to
You're still acting
believe-
on erroneous assumptions.
Okay, the
Erroneous
other day you
assumptions.
said, the other day he's going to keep interrupting because he can't control himself. And this is another problem with the truth movement, folks, is they want to say I'm out of control when I jump around, yell, and scream, but they can't control their own thoughts, emotions, actions, and words. That's clear. So this is what I'm exposing from everyone. Everyone who's now going to sit next to or align themselves with folks who call themselves part of the truth movement and sit around and gossip about counting numbers and stargazing and 1111 and all the rest of it while this place goes to hell, I'm not having it. Call it ego, call it whatever you want. I'm going to check everybody and question everybody. And if you want to question me, I'm an open book. But we're doing the metaverse a little bit differently than we did this slave world that you all gave over to a bunch of hypocrite defalcators and defrauders. Get it?
Who the fuck put you in charge?
I did, and the Spirit did. Any
No,
other
I don't accept
questions?
it.
I
don't
and the
accept
Spirit
it.
did. Any
I
other
don't accept
questions,
it, Paul.
David? Sovereign soul, unshaved slave?
I don't accept it. I don't accept it. So fuck off. I don't accept
There you go. Now you're going to curse
So-
me out, David, right? Because you
My
tell me to
question-
fuck off if you in the room with me, right? You fake ass.
Yeah, I
Mr.
sure
My
would.
question is
I
this.
sure would.
No,
Paul.
you wouldn't.
You bet I would.
So are you
Coward.
basically?
Shut up, David.
So
Me and
you're
the
basically.
Mr. Tribune here are
And
talking.
you know what?
All
You know
right.
what, Paul? I
Shut
have
up,
a
David.
room.
Me and
I have a
Mr.
room
Tribune
where
are
we could
talking.
be at. I have several
Hold
rooms.
the
Me
I
and
fucking
own a
Mr.
home.
phone.
Tribune
Holy shit.
are talking.
Okay.
Holy
Go
shit.
ahead, Mr.
Give me a
Tribune.
second.
You were saying?
So are you basically complaining that everybody needs to be doing the exact same thing as you?
No, sir, absolutely not. I'm saying that if this is a community of folks freely moving around and exercising the will for accountability and responsibility, then nobody's above being checked to a certain standard. So whether you want to set the standard, I'll set it. We'll let God set it. Everyone's going to be held to it. If they're not, they have no place in a truth movement. Go start another movement, gossip movement, number
So
count
who the
movement,
fuck, like I
stargaze.
said, what is this movement you speak of? What is this movement?
Truth.
Like it's some kind
The
of a
ancient
fucking
God,
club.
truth. You should know all about it. If you serve it, you should be okay being held
Like some
accountable
kind of a
by
fucking
it.
club. It's some kind of a club, and
It's
we have
not
to
a
get
club.
your
That's the
approval.
point.
We have
Very
to get your
serious
fucking
busyness.
approval. We have
It's
to get
very
your
serious
approval, right?
busyness. Why are you interrupting again? Go take another hit, Dave, and count
Jesus
numbers
Christ.
and look at the colors.
Oh
Oh,
my
boy,
God,
the
dude.
colors, Dave.
You are really a fucking piece of work, Paul.
I
You
am.
really
I'm
are.
a piece of God's work, and
No,
you are
not
something
the
else.
God that I know.
That's
Yeah, I know.
definitely
You're the
some
God of
ego.
this world, a hypocrite, a liar, a kind fork-tongued snake who
What did I
speaks
lie
of-
about,
who
Paul? What did I
speaks of
lie about?
kindness
What?
and love, but does not live truth. I know the God you serve, snake.
Paul,
Oh, do you now?
I really got to get
Dude,
to the bottom of
Yes,
this.
Mr. Troubling.
Dude, is this
So-
Dave, quiet. Dave, quiet, please.
Tribune,
Mr.
is this
Troubling
what we're going to
Tribune,
have?
I-
Is just a shit show
Dave,
here? Because
quiet,
I can
please.
roll.
Troubling Tribune,
No,
I-
you don't have to go. Just give me a second because I can get to the bottom of this really
Are
quick
you
if I
sure?
can just have
think
a back
you
and
should leave,
forth.
Mr. Troubling Tribune. He's taking up space here and a lot of air.
No, he's fine. I actually,
All right.
I've
Go
actually
eat
agreed
a
with a lot
fucking
of what he
banana,
said.
you monkey.
Paul, the reason why I've kind of tolerated, because you've gotten a real big attitude, gotten real uppity, and don't get me wrong, I know you might have a personal vendetta, might know something that I don't, but I'm trying to have a back and forth with you, and when you go off like that, it's really, really hard. And David's
Well,
really
sir,
easy to go, he's really easy to go back and forth with you. So I just want to get
Well,
right
Mr.
to the bottom.
Troubling Tribune,
I have the same
I look
question.
forward.
I
I
basically
look forward to having a back and forth with you if we could just keep this
Oh,
man from
Jesus
yelling and screaming and
Christ.
interrupting.
Oh my God.
So
And now
listen.
he's tantruming. Do you hear him making noises in the back like a child? He turned his camera off and he's tantruming. This is the truth movement, sir. You wonder what I'm doing here?
listen. So basically, what it's getting down to is that you're saying that David is a liar because he's not living in truth. Is that it,
On
or
any
did
level.
he actually
On any level.
like say a lie specifically?
Yeah, no, on any level. That means personally, that means in the world, on the metaverse, day to day.
So I don't do the
nothing
vague.
that
So I'm
he's
just gonna
living.
let you know up front. I don't do the vague shit. If you come up with a claim, I want it to be specific, right? So if
Right.
you
So
say
I
that
just
he's
told
not,
you, sir. I get that. I'm not a man of vague obscurities.
Dude,
Okay.
dude, the accusations you threw at me were so broad that you made no specifics. What is
Why
it?
is he
Hold on,
interrupting
what-
again, sir?
hold on
Aren't you
a fucking minute,
mediating?
God damn
Aren't
it.
you mediating, Mr. Trouble Tribune? This man's out of control and he's yelling now again. He's advocating
he's making
for
the
not yelling,
point.
and
He's actually making the point that I was about to make. That's why I'm not stopping him. I was
But
going to ask the
well,
same
if you're
exact
about
thing.
to make it, why does he need to make it? You said you wanted to have a back and forth with me.
It's fine. You can let me moderate at my discretion, right? So the question that I have is the same question that David had, is that you've made broad accusations. You've not narrowed down anything actually literally specific. I want something specific if you have it. Otherwise, we can drop that thing and move on to the next thing, which would be your actual call to action, which I do agree with. I agree that people should be way more accountable, that people should be learning the law for definitely. And we definitely need to be exercising our right to travel as smartly as we can. One of the challenges that I have that we can go into is that although you are in, practicing this, if you're practicing it over in like Colorado or in a place that's heavily less populated, I think that you're going to have a different result.
Sir, is
than if
Denver what you would call a less populated metropolis?
Than Florida? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so now we're going to do this whole thing where Denver, one of the most major metropolis on what we call the United States land, is less populated than Florida. And that means what when it comes to standing on rights and freedoms and doing what everyone else is not doing, talking about it?
So what I think you're failing to understand is that in what you're, and by the way, actually, can't even say that you failed to understand it because you did acknowledge that you can get hemmed up doing this.
Absolutely. And I even posted the videos of me being arrested and put in jail and having my property and rights taken, videos that make me look less appealing as a hero. Some folks that like to be seen as a sovereign soul, unchained mind, but have none of this material and content or experience that I've seen. All I see is videos about what everyone else is doing, like Chile de Castro and myself and others. Just a gossip columnist masquerading as a truth mover. So you're right, sir. Troubling Tribune. That's a Freudian slip because you seem to care about truth, sir. So let's leave Mr. Sovereign Slave Soul in Chains out of this, and let's just get right down to the action movement and what folks out there can take away. Because I think
you don't have any specifics then of the shit.
So you want to keep it going, Dave? Huh? That's what you keep telling everybody. That you just want to keep this
if you're going to lay it out there.
Going. No one cares, Dave. No one cares out there. You got 20 viewers and it's fading fast.
You don't have anything, Paul. That's
right.
Why.
Okay, great.
You can't alliterate. You can't alliterate anything.
I just did a whole broadcast.
Good God, you can't shut up long enough to let a motherfucker say one sentence, can you?
No.
Then why would anybody bother engaging with you?
You already said you don't want to engage with me earlier. You have no continuity or remembrance while I smoked 10 blunts of what you said 10 minutes ago.
You have no specifics to back up any of your fucking allegations.
Sorry, Dave. I don't want to argue with you and gossip. I just want to move on to the good people out there.
Now you don't. Now you don't. That's why you came here, you dumb fuck.
I don't want to engage with you because you said before 10 minutes ago you don't want to engage with me when I tried to come correct and remove my ego. You want to keep this going because you're a fucking...
Who's running now? Who's running now?
Thank you, sir. Let's try to show any type... I'm running. I'm right here, Dave. We're on a metaverse.
Well, then answer the fucking question, you coward. Hey, coward. Answer the question.
Why are you yelling, Dave? It's very unbecoming, as you say.
Answer the fucking question, Paul. Stop obfuscating.
It's very unbecoming.
Stop obfuscating.
I'm here to expose you and all the other hypocrites, Dave. That's why I'm here. I told you. You did a very nice job.
Okay, good. Now go ahead and answer the question, coward.
What's the question again, David?
What are your specific allegations that I did that are so fucking wrong in your book, please? The initial ones that started off.
Wait, why do you care about the personals? I just described you as a dishonorable man objectively. Why do you care about a personal beef with someone you already said you don't care about?
Which you only got through erroneous assumptions based on
you can't talk to people like this because everything he says doesn't make any sense, and he undoes the last thing he said. I have 5 things he said that he's now switched up on and changed his opinion. So either he changed his mind here today, or he's like duplicitous and says things and means something else.
Tell us, Paul. Tell us, Paul. Tell us.
This is exactly part of the behavior that I'm talking about. These men and women are insane. They're nonsensical and they're insane and unable to communicate in a healthy fashion with the facts of the matter.
Oh my God. Hello, pot, I'm kettle. Jesus fucking Christ. Did you really make that allegation? Holy shit. You can't come up with any specifics as to what your fucking problem is with me at all. You just make general erroneous assumptions about someone based on only something that someone on your fucking panel
I did a whole broadcast about it. They had watch it.
I think it's...
did a whole broadcast about it.
All right, so I'm going to interject. So it seems that your overall problem is a problem that I've had, but it's one that I'm also guilty of. So I'm just going to lay it all out here on the table. And I would like to hopefully not be interrupted while I do. It's not going to be very long. But basically your problem is that there's not enough people in the truth community actually living what the law actually says, that we have the right to travel and be free, basically, which I completely agree with you that is a thing, that is real, and that people are not practicing it, and that it is difficult. But just because something is difficult doesn't necessarily mean that it should not be practiced. The problem is, or I can't even really say it's a problem, if you're going to be, claiming to be with God and with the Spirit, I mean, where is your sense of empathy for the people who obviously are not as big in spirit? I mean, there are, for lack of a better word, I mean, you can call them cowards if you want, but not everybody has the financial wherewithal or the mental or spiritual strength to continuously put themselves through what some areas are ridiculously aggressive court systems. My area in particular, Polk County, is actually pretty famous for being, very hard on the sovereign movement. So I'm not going to say it's equal everywhere, but again, it's not an excuse not to practice it at all. But do you think that that's
No, I
really
see what you're saying.
an effective way to get your message out, to just absolutely condemn people who are honestly scared to do it?
Well, no, because again, troubling tribune, we cannot take things out of context. Just because my presentment is as such with some individuals here today does not mean that this is reflective of my overall presentation in all venues, right? If somebody comes correct, as I like to say, and is honorable and puts their ego aside and discusses the facts of the matter for equity and resolution and remedy, as he's making faces up in the corner and mouthing stuff because he can't control his own face and his own emotions. Again, a grown man.
Focus.
See, he's not interested in I'm ADHD'd out. I can watch him talk about him while I give you the next good game. So this is, again, an extension of my problem. It's not only that folks are not living on lawful truth as far as code goes, common law goes, they're not living on spiritual truth. They're not living on common sense truth of how to conduct yourself as an honorable man. So again, an honorable man at oftentimes will tell a motherfucker, let's get out in the street. It's time to die now. At least it was back in the day. You want to go around town, popping your mouth off, blaspheming God, dishonoring other men and their name and lineage. It's time to go out in the street now. But see, we don't understand why folks used to do that because we don't want to be surrounded by a community of punk ass cowards running their lips and giving over our rights and freedoms and honor. Okay,
There'd
and getting
probably
us
be
all hemmed up.
probably be a lot less gang violence if we brought back the honor duels.
Sir, I'm all for it. I'm a radical freedom person. I live the truth these folks only talk about, and they're telling a horrible story. It's my story, right? I'm not for violence. I'm just saying if you're going to disrespect a man, you better be willing to put up on it. That's why I continue to come back to other people's venue where I don't know anyone and show that I'm able to, hey, we can have fun with ourselves. I'm a gorilla face. You want to roll around with me? I don't want to roll
Hey,
around
Paul,
with anybody.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Mr. Andrew B. Greetings,
All right,
sir.
thank you. You mentioned the truth movement, right? Which I believe I'm associated with, and you say that you are as well. I believe.
No, I don't. I don't consider myself part of any movement.
Oh, okay. Well,
Why
movement.
would
Okay.
you
Well,
even fucking care?
Why
would
does
you
this
even
guy
care?
keep interrupting our conversations that we're having kindly with a cordial manner? He keeps yelling and interrupting and gossiping twice
Nobody
my age.
yelled
He
at you,
can't.
Paul.
The
Nobody
spiritual,
yelled.
emotional child can't control himself on a broadcast, and he wants to broadcast 6 to 8 hours a day.
I think that was a cordial interjection.
I wasn't
Okay.
yelling, Paul. I wasn't yelling.
Well, I would rather not hear from him and have his
Well, then get off the
cycling and-
fucking panel.
No. I'd like to talk to Troubling Tribune and Andrew now because these seem to be honorable, equitable folks who want to get down to the truth of the facts of the matter. Take another hit, Dave.
I will. I'm going to take lots of hits. I take
sure
lots
you
of
will.
hits. I smoke a lot of weed.
You're
And
going to take a lot of L's in this
despite
life
your
too. 'Cause you
erroneous
got loser
assumptions,
thinking.
David,
how do
You
you
live by
know
loser
anything about
thinking.
me? You don't know anything about me,
That's
bro.
fine, Dave.
I appreciate
Well,
you
then
being a
how
good
can you
sport.
make erroneous assumptions? What's that?
David, I appreciate you being a good sport, man.
Well, it's like I said.
Hey, how about me
I'm
being a
not
good
got the
sport, bringing
problem.
all my traffic and viewership here to give you folks the opportunity to go somewhere with this even more than you already are. I don't make any
fucking
judgments.
God. Is there anything
Am I not
awesome-
also
is there
entitled to
anything
being
else
a good
really
sport
awesome
as
that
well?
you could do for
Genuflecting
us,
to the monkey
Paul?
face comments?
Oh my God. The
I'd like some
God
credit,
Paul is
Mr.
here to
Troubling
save
Tribune.
us.
You're the daddy over here. I'm not daddy over here.
Paul's
Can
here
I
to
have some
save
credit,
us,
please?
everyone.
So funny. So funny.
Thank God our Savior Paul is here to save us.
He's so
Oh my
triggered.
God.
This little broken hoe. Can you
I
deal with him, please?
Although I appreciate, everybody coming on the show, and especially people who have followers. Definitely appreciate that. I think you've been a little less of a good sport than David, just because David has interjected, cordially at times, and you have responded very aggressively. But that's neither here nor
Because
there.
he already said as a man that he doesn't want to engage with me. So I take a man on his word. Why are you double backing on
No,
that?
it's
Then
not.
just
No, it's not, Paul.
listen.
It's because you don't have any
Then just ignore
specifics.
him.
I
because
don't
it's
want
not
to
your
engage
story.
with you. You already said you don't want to engage with me. So either you
Well,
do or
hang
you
on. I'm
don't.
going to. Okay, I'm talking to Troubling Tribune right now.
There you
Okay?
go. More
right,
games.
I'm-
See what he
so-
does? It's like a
okay.
child being in the room with you, a grown child smoking weed who's looking at the colors, staring at the colors and shapes.
Okay. So, Troubling Tribune, what we actually have here, which is so obvious, is that there are no specific allegations, because what his problem with me initially even was, or is due to something that didn't happen to him, but merely someone that he's glommed onto his channel, specifically Zetetic Warrior. Okay. This got him fired up. I didn't bother fucking engaging with it, but then they had to go on and on and on and on like they do. And it's like, okay, whatever you all got to do over there, that's fine. Now, what did I do to Z that makes me a betrayer? Okay. Well, Z came on to my stream live.
No one cares, Dave. This is why your stream sucks. This is insanely boring and
Hey, come
irrelevant.
on.
I'm just giving
Yep.
my opinion. That was a cordial interjection, right, Mr. Tribune?
No,
No,
not at
Not
all.
really.
I was trying to get him right and help him out in broadcasting. Sorry, I didn't mean to be truthful.
Yeah, because being a big loudmouth in his car is really the best way to go.
Is entertaining, yes. Some
Yeah,
truckers
okay.
laughing
Can
at
I
me,
get back-
laughing at you.
Can I get back
Go
to
ahead.
Can I get back to my conversation? So anyway, when Z came onto my stream, he acted like a complete asshole to two of the guests on my stream.
That's true.
Okay. And I let him go on with it. But then I saw him do it again on another stream. Now, I had nothing but friendly intentions and thoughts about Zetetic, even though I didn't really agree with that behavior. I had no idea that he had had a beef with another channel. I had just come on to him about the same time as I did you.
Hey,
Mellow
wake me up,
Dome.
Trouble.
Holy shit. Will you just stop?
Yeah, I'm going to take
And
a
let
nap.
me
Wake
finish.
me up when Dave's done, all right?
Okay, well, whatever. This isn't for you anyhow. So anyway, the
10-minute timer, by the way.
So anyway, the thing was,
10 minutes.
We'll kick it back up if we need to.
Yeah, let's wrap it up, Dave. We're out of time. All right, great stuff, Dave. Let's go back to you, Trouble and Tribune.
yeah, he don't want to hear this.
I just
he don't
got the
want to hear it.
notification.
He don't want to hear it. He don't want to hear it because it'll make him look as stupid as he is. Okay. So anyway, he goes on to We Are Awake TV's stream, and I didn't know him and Ian had a problem at all. I went on there earlier and I says, hey, if anybody knows how to get a hold of Z, let him know that there's this channel that's about to go after him and make a hit piece. Just a heads up, right? I was giving him a heads up. I had no fucking ill intentions to him. He gets on that stream, and one of Ian's guests, he comes on and acts the same way. Like Paul, but worse. Okay. And when they were discussing it, I was like, look, I don't know. I agree with Z's message. However, man, that's not the way to go about it. You can't just go up and start wars with people and start arguing with them, because it takes you away from what you're actually discussing.
It's true.
Right? I said he acted like an asshole, I think. But like I said, Z's my friend, but that's how it goes. He's an asshole. Well, that flipped his shit. Also, a thing that I mentioned that I noticed that when he had a few beers and came back on my stream, he was worse. Okay. This told me a lot of shit that I needed to know. But then to go on to fucking Paul's goddamn thing and start bad mouthing me, that's bad enough. But for Paul to take up and continue with information in a story that isn't even his to try to start a war with me is even more fucking ridiculous. And that is the point.
All right, Andrew, what was your question again for Paul?
Okay, I kind of forgot the other one, but Paul, it's a pleasure to speak with you. I've only seen one video of you ever. That was the incident where you were pulled over and showed them all of the evidence that you had. And I do believe you had printed out information from the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
No, what I had there was a couple definitions. There wasn't much on that paperwork, right? And I didn't produce evidence. And again, I'm not coming down on you. I'm a stickler for words and terms, and we have to get everything right.
Oh,
So
I got that. Okay, I have no problem with that.
Magic.
Yeah.
Magic.
He's talking over me again, guys. I really want to be part of this, and
Dude, I was agreeing with you, man.
listen.
was
I don't
agreeing
need
with
you. Just try to do what I just did. It's called controlling yourself. Shut the fuck up, sit back, and let daddy work. I'm pretty good at what I do.
You'll never be anyone's daddy. Not legitimately.
All right, I'm gonna have to go soon if you can't get this guy to control himself. Compel
All
him
right,
to
David,
control himself. I just let him
talk
speak
for a bit.
I just went on mute so that even if I did utter something, you wouldn't hear it because I'm fucking courteous. Okay? So I produced the facts of the matter, which is that this government, any government, is of the people, by the people, for the people. If not, it is tyrannical by definition. Okay? Anything codified is only a codified example of the original public law. Well, God makes law, men and women interpret the law, and then it is enforced in codification. All I did was give them a couple definitions, and then we had a conversation where I explained to them these common sense precepts of the foundational principles of law, which apparently most of us don't understand or are unwilling to apply because we're afraid of what might happen to our body. So again, I mean, we could go as deep as you want to go with this, but that's all the summation was, is I was traveling without license, insurance, plates, registration, and I continue to do so. And I was just saying that the other day when the redheaded stepchild on David's stream was saying that folks could just take their plate off and ride around and have no problem as long as they just can talk to police. I'm wondering where he's getting that information and that experience, because that could do a lot of people a lot of harm.
I didn't actually
I've
get to
never
my
experienced that. Well, I thought you said you originally saw me. I do that sometimes. It's very late. I've been streaming for probably 12 hours now.
It's
I
no
might
problem
be a
at all.
little bit
The first time that I ever saw your video was from a YouTube and Rokfin channel called Rose 777. I'm not sure if you're aware of her.
Correct.
Okay, that's where I saw the video from. And if you're not familiar with who she's affiliated with, which is Crow 777, Jason Lindgren, which is...
Yeah, I know those guys, man. I know Rose. I speak to her. I know all of them.
Were you on their stream as well?
Yeah, I was on there a couple times.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm ignorant on that one part. So I'm just curious how you figured out how to do this all on your own and not get in trouble. Like, what brought you to the point where you were going to risk it and actually do it?
Oh, he got in trouble.
Yeah, well, you see, only a slave or a child can get in trouble. I had wrongdoing done to me by a bunch of dishonorable men and women. They did wrong to me, and they're doing wrong to all of us, including David up there. And that's why the fuck we're supposed to be here, because we need to create a community. I have no hate in my heart for David or any of these folks. I'm trying to get us. He's eye rolling now, man. You got a lot of work to do on yourself, Dave. You really do, bro. I'm getting really serious with you. You got a lot of work to do on yourself.
Well, let's not
eye rolling when I'm
attacks.
trying to I can't try hard enough to bring us back to unity and one self-consciousness, because you won't let it happen. You're so in division and at war with yourself and others.
Oh, I don't want to be in a community with you.
I know you don't, bro. All right, so I'm gonna see you folks later, right? You folks contact me, Trouble and Tribune and Andrew. We'll do our own segment with this miscreant not around, because he doesn't want to be in a community and he doesn't want to create with the likes of me. So you decide if you want to co-create with the likes of me, because I'm sick of having him around just like he's sick of having me around. He represents all that is bad and wrong with this world that we live in and this metaverse that we're going to be trapped in when the slaves give up their freedom in this world.
That's a little harsh, man. Come on.
Well, sir, I mean, if they have their way, right? I'm not going to do the whole.
I'm just saying that if I knew you, Paul, I would never invite you. I would never invite you into my home.
You have to say at this point, you're powerless.
Paul, I would never invite you into my home if I knew you in person.
Great. And I would not have you in my home either. So that's mutual. There's different reasons for that. I represent something you're not. You represent something I don't want to be. That's the difference. Got it.
You can think that you represent whatever you want. That's your trip. I don't care.
Okay, that's fine. It's self-evident to everyone else in the room except for you. That's why they're going to want to do it and tell you to shut up.
Why do you give a
boring
shit?
And impotent. You're powerless.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. It's not true, but you can have your own conception of me that you want.
That's fine. I'm not interested in anyone else's opinion. You are. I'm telling you what the fuck I think and feel and what the spirit moves to me.
Why would I give a fuck what you think?
I know you don't care about anything, Dave. That's why you keep yapping and talking and gossiping and interjecting when no one cares. I don't care. How about that?
Are you on Telegram, Paul?
Yes, I am, sir. Paul Unslaved. I forget what the name of it is. Paul Unslaved and the community.
I've been wanting
The
to do
unslaved
a.
community.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I've been wanting to do
No, you're good.
a legal or a lawful stream. Not sure how to label it. For a little bit, and I've just been looking for the right people, and I think that you're probably one of the best people I could have on it based on some of the information that I've been getting on you. So, despite all the things going on, I don't agree with everything that you've said, but I do agree with a lot of what you said. And so, yeah, I definitely appreciate having you on. David, I also appreciate you. So, again, no hard feelings in having the conversation, of course. Um, but I did want Andrew to get out his couple questions, though, before everything hit the fan. But it looks like we're about to lose our time here.
10 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit less than that.
We have 2 minutes. You want to just start it?
You cut out completely.
Just be.
You cut out completely, Andrew.
Oh, yeah, we've got 2 minutes. So you want to just start it over right now? Otherwise, it's going to get cut off in the middle of a sentence or something.
Right? Yeah, no problem. Let me end this one. I'll post a new link, and we'll do the last little segment here. I'll probably go for another 30 minutes or so before I shut it down because it is getting late.
Me too. That's it.
But yeah, I appreciate everybody
fellas.
coming on and everybody being as cordial as they can be, of course. We don't mind a little spice, of course, because it is entertaining TV, but we do have to still somehow get
don't
through
get
the
Jerry
conversation.
Springer on it though.
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
go crazy.
Just Maury Povich.
Awesome. All right, guys.
You are not the father.
I will see you on the other side here in just a minute. Be on the lookout for that link. I appreciate you guys.
All right.
All right, here we go. Maybe this will be smoother doing it this way. Let's go ahead and start a new meeting. Yeah, Paul can definitely be abrasive, T. Smith, but he's got some good information. And the truth is that you do need people that have that abrasive personality to have the balls to do some of the really tough stuff, to say F you to the man, things like that. So, not that we're trying to buck, lawful, rightful authority. That's not the key at all. But, this fraud that has been perpetrated onto us, definitely important. I know it's the True Earth debate stream, so I got to apologize for getting just a little bit off topic, but this is a still important topic nonetheless. So we're going to go for another 30 minutes or so, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I definitely appreciate everybody tuning in. Please consider supporting the show if you like the content. There are 3 ways to do so. The best way is to subscribe to Rokfin. That way you can support not only myself, but many other content creators that are working hard to get information out to you guys. Then there's also the Buy Me a Coffee, where you can get your super chat popped right up on the screen. Go ahead and interrupt the whole show by going there and leaving a message. Or you can get your super chat read by me live on the air at cashapp MrTribune. Copy link. Let's get the camera back. Alrighty. MrTribune, say something. I say join the link. Boom. There it is for YouTube. Here it is for Rokfin. Welcome back. Are you there?
I'm here.
Awesome. Sorry, I couldn't see the screen. I'm in the freaking Rokfin chat.
There he is.
Alrighty. We got 2 of the 3. Where is the third amigo? Let's go.
We got it, man.
Well, if he is listening, I am not going to try and pull any strings and move him in any direction. Is that him?
No, that's actually Ruhif.
Oh, Ruhif. Okay.
Can't believe you guys are still live.
I know, right?
Yeah, we're not going to be on much longer.
All right.
We have another guy that
Do we
we're
do
waiting
something
to join as well. It's a little off topic.
By the way,
though.
Ruhif, the conversation has completely shifted. So you know.
To what?
You'll see.
Okay.
We've been talking law.
Law. Interesting.
Yeah, we got Paul.
Oh, actually, Ruhif, this is not really a flat Earth question necessarily, but it kind of is. So I'm not sure if you're aware of the YouTube channel, also on Rokfin, UAP. Are you aware of him?
An Aussie guy, anti-vaxxer kind of person?
No.
No.
UAP is underrated actual physicist, according to what his... No. Anyways, he doesn't do a lot of videos, but one day he was doing a video where he was live streaming, just looking around and at the time zones. And apparently I believe you're in Australia, right?
Sydney.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know which part. I don't really care. Doesn't matter. But apparently in the southwestern part of Australia, there's a small little sliver that has 3/4 of a time zone. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah, it's really weird. He was live streaming that though.
What does 3/4 of the time zone mean?
I don't even know.
Well, I guess that would be like so if a full thing is what in a time zone 3 hours, what would 3/4 of 3 hours be? I guess that would be what they mean by that. I don't know. I've never heard of that either. That's really weird, Andrew. What the fuck, man?
There's South Australia.
He never
South
had
Australia
either until
sometimes
he
have a
was
half
live
hour.
streaming it and like, oh, here it is. Like,
Okay,
so
what
right
the hell is
now,
that?
What's the area called?
PM.
What's the area called, Andrew?
It was southwestern Australia.
So right now it's 6:36 p.m. in Sydney, but in Adelaide, South Australia, it's 6:06. So they have like a weird half-hour time zone.
Okay, that might be what it means.
Wait, Adelaide is on the east coast though.
No, it's
Eastern.
Central.
Ish.
Central South.
Paul Enslaved, welcome back.
Hey, what's going on, bud?
Thanks for coming. Ruhif is our resident globe troll. So
yeah.
Oh, so
well,
like
I'm actually going to bow out for now. I'll stay muted, but keep watching.
Cool.
But
you had
thank you very much, guys.
Well, you had the questions for Paul though.
Andrew.
Yeah, I do. But Ruhif joined in, and I think he had something to say, so I will let him speak his part.
Fair enough.
Or Paul or David.
I'm curious if you want to make that prediction as to what the angle should be.
I
Like
haven't
if we're
even
on a point of known elevation.
I haven't
shooting
even
across
started
to another point of known elevation.
I haven't even had the chance to even attempt to conduct that math, and I'd be the wrong person to do it in the community.
Yeah.
Just to be real, I'm not the mathematician.
I wish I'll have to dig into my shit, and it's probably in a lot of my dad's old stuff. Is I got a bunch of old ballistics charts and shit because he used to reload his own ammo. So that, there again, you got to get into that whole thing too with the propellants aspect of it. But yeah, I mean that's an interesting. The thing is there is this stuff was. They weren't taking any of that into account to formulate any of those bullet drops at all, or speeds, none of that. Because it, like I said, those are like the top rated speeds that you're going to get at those distances. Okay, and yeah, they'll change, and there's so many different factors involved that happen with it, especially like with 22, because of the fact that although they're fun to plink around and shit like that, that's not real reliable ammunition. you know. Otherwise, it'd be awesome for a carry pistol, especially for women. A little 22 automatic.
22
Hell yeah,
pistol.
yeah. And let me tell you something. Don't discount a 22. There's been more people killed with a 22 than any other caliber of weapon outside of war, of course.
I don't know. I've shot 22s mostly, but my uncle was a professional shooter, so farmers would hire him to come and clear kangaroos and pigs and whatever else. So I used to go out with him.
Here it's coyotes.
That was fun, yeah. And I was like probably 12 when I first went, and we'd shoot like 40 kangaroos or so, and I would be in the front of the truck. And not really paying attention to what was happening behind me, and he's going around like gutting and doing all the kangaroo shit. That was fun.
What's that doing from that movie? It's probably a movie that they never showed in Australia too. What was that in the 80s? Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
You know, there was that guy Paul Hogan, and then next thing you knew, because that was such a hit, we had Australia Mania in America.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was insane. I was like, oh boy, it's like Beatlemania, but it's coming from Australia this time.
No one uses the term shrimp. I can tell you that.
Shrimp. No, I guess not. Well, then there's this restaurant chain. Now I know that Troubling Tribune may not be familiar with the movie, but there is a restaurant chain called Outback Steakhouse. Okay, and the only thing Australian about it is some of the decor. That's it.
Oh, it's like it is here as well.
Hey, you can get
it's
shrimp.
Considered a bit. Second.
You can get shrimp. I assume it's from the Barbie.
Yeah,
but they're called prawns. Prawns
on the Barbie, but just didn't roll off didn't make the right line. So the director made an executive decision and says, "No, Paul, no, you got not prawns. Call them shrimp." He's like, "What the yeah," you know, and so it worked like that. That's behind the scenes stuff that not many people know, and that I just made up. So,
hey, Ruhuf, what are they? Aussies, right? That's what you guys are pretty much referred to as, right?
Sure.
Whatever, right? We can be called Yankees, I suppose. Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
What is like the general consensus down there as far as that movie? And I'm out.
What's the word? Exaggerated. Very much exaggerated. Yeah. Like I said, my uncle was a shooter. My grandfather was a great shotgun trap shooter, skeet shooter. But yeah, people are not like that in Australia. Yeah, well, particularly in the city.
There's that exaggerated view of Europe or of America by a lot of Europeans, and I saw it. I worked at this resort in Death Valley, and there'd be like these groups of dentists and lawyers and shit from over there, and they would come over here because there was an outfit that would rent you a Harley and all the biker gear and shit, right? And these guys were no more experienced than anything, and they'd have a lead car that went with them, just to make sure they were okay. And you'd see some of these guys even with a prop fucking 6-shooter on their hip, thinking, because they're in the West and everybody out here carries a gun, and then they're kind of dismayed to find out that, well, some people do, but most people are CCW. They're carrying in their belt inside their pants. It's not out in public.
I go to Vegas pretty much every time I'm in the USA, and there's the gun store a few k's east of the Strip. I go there and just waste thousands of dollars of.
Oh my God! Yeah, that place where they let you shoot off M60s and M4s.
Everything.
Yeah. That's pretty badass place.
Yeah. In fact, that was one of my first YouTube videos that I ever posted.
Well, see, anytime somebody came up from out east to visit me, the closest airport was Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So anytime somebody came, I'd go to Vegas and shit. It was like, how can you go to Vegas with somebody who's never been here before, pick them up and just leave? You got to show them the Strip. You got to show them what a bizarre fucking city this place really is. I mean, I saw a chick on the Strip that people were giving her money because she was so ugly that they were giving her money to put her clothes on.
Oh,
that's a good.
That's no shit. You've seen it, Rohif. They got a place called the Heart Attack Grill or the Heart Attack Cafe. and the waitresses dress like nurses. And if you weigh 300 pounds or more, you can you eat for free. And so there's these scales outside, and there's fat people waiting in line to stand on these scales to get the free meal. And then like their big thing is this huge steak. And if you don't finish your dinner, the naughty nurse comes and spanks your fat behind. I mean, it's all 7 deadly sins are expressed in that city. It's really something else to see it thrive like that. It's fun, but a link after a while you get sick of it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I posted a link to the gun store in the chat. That was one of my first YouTube videos, like 13 years ago. Gun store in Vegas. So good. Yeah.
There was a place not far from there that they had a great big monster truck limo, and they would take like groups of people in this thing, and it was over through this big track that had big hills and shit. That thing would go up on its side and over, and it was crazy. I wouldn't get in it.
Fun.
I wasn't gonna do it.
I usually land in LA, hire some stupid car, like I'll get like a Mustang or a Corvette or classic American sort of muscle car, and just cruise around for a week or so.
Mm-hmm.
What did I have last time? Oh, last time I got I haven't been there for 3 years, by the way, since fucking COVID.
They hit you guys. They put the fucking smackdown on you guys, man. In New Zealand, holy shit. That Jacinda Ardern was like evil personified, man. I couldn't believe the shit she was just out saying. She's like, only believe the government. We're our only source of truth. And I was like, oh my God, they're telling me about a red flag going up high.
Okay. Like when we were locked down, my life didn't change that much. Like I still went shopping. Went to the beach, shit like that.
Oh yeah, I never complied with anything.
Yeah, I did comply, but it didn't change my life very much.
Well, people would say to me, they're like, hey, why don't you have a mask? And I say, oh, I'm not playing. I'm not in this. That's what I said. I'm not in this. I had the lady at the store offer me a mask, and I was like, oh, thank you. And I turned to the garbage can, dropped it in, and walked in the fucking store. I'm not asking anybody's permission for shit. That's just how it goes.
But then they can kick you out of the shop, right? So
that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't want my money, somebody will.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true. There's always somebody willing to take that fiat currency.
Well, people are like this. I go, and they get abhorred that I say this. And it's something I agree that should be, but I don't agree should be practiced. But I don't think that a business should be told by a governing body who they can and cannot allow within their establishment, right? You only serve to potentially hurt yourself by doing something like that. For instance, let's suppose I was a bigot and I had a restaurant and I put a sign up that said no blacks allowed. And let's say that was okay. Which I don't agree with, but let's say that it was no law against it, right? What did I really do? What I did there was I cut out a huge consumer base. I cut my own throat. I took money out of my wallet and threw it in the fucking hole. That's what I did. Okay. So whereas it's better to just, why would I cut that out? You see, merely because of some misperceived conception that I might have. You see what I'm saying? So no governing body should be allowed to impose that on someone, a private business owner. However, a wise private business owner would have the judicious wisdom to not do that because of the fact that it's not good business. That's it, and that's what I think. I think that the government should have absolutely no control over individuals whatsoever. They're supposed to be protecting our inalienable rights. Okay, they're not supposed to be our rulers. That's not how this shit works. They work for us, and they're there to protect our rights, but they don't. They make shit illegal, right? Like I got a thing from the county because my dog, I forgot about it, right? So she's a new dog. She's just going to turn 1 year old Saturday, German Shepherd. They'd sent me a thing where I got to go register her, get a dog license. And I'm like, fuck you people. I know it's only $7, but that's not the point, man. You made having a dog illegal and then make me buy permission to have the dog. Who the hell are you to make that decision? Who are you to make the decision of whether or not the ownership of a dog, having a friend, is a fucking illegality or legality? That's horseshit, man. And that's what a license is permission to do something that is illegal.
And just remember, I mean, it starts at $7, right? But I mean, car registrations used to be $1 here in Florida, so I mean now they're hundreds of dollars.
Do you agree that you should require a license to drive?
Why would you?
No, or wait, to drive? Yeah, you need to have a license to drive, but not to travel.
To drive, driving is a commercial term. So I'm not engaged in commerce. Do I need a permit or a license to travel? No.
If you're asking if
I have to have a license or permission to move my personal property from one place to another, no, I don't. If I'm engaged in an act of commerce, then I'm in traffic. Okay, trafficking. That's another commercial term, right? We get caught up in traffic even though you are not traffic, because you're not engaged in the act of commerce.
And even if there wasn't all those legal mumbo jumbo, I mean, if you just look at it at its complete face, there's no evidence that requiring licenses and registrations has done anything other than profit the DMV.
No, because let's face it, what is that? To make sure that somebody knows how to drive? It's not a difficult skill, man. It really isn't. Okay. Well, and people that go and they learn how to do that, and they go get this little piece of paper that says, yes, you may now drive upon the King's highways. And does that mean that you actually know how to drive? No, not a bit, because I see people with those little pieces of paper and they can't drive worth a shit. Well, they don't know how to use their signals. They don't know how to pass. They don't know how to speed up when they're coming onto an expressway. They know absolutely nothing, but they have one.
Right. But let's say in a perfect world, your registration money and taxes went to pay for the roads. Would that be okay?
Gas does that. Gas tax.
Okay. Yeah, but some tax. Okay. All right. But you agree with like the user pay kind of ideal?
The reason why I don't is because it's always...
I agree that all contracts should be voluntary.
Right. The reason why I disagree with you, Rufus, is because the government has a horrible track record. And that's not just our government. It's literally every government. It's not even that they're tyrannical. It's just that you can go with the horribly inefficient argument. They're horribly inefficient when they're using the taxpayer money. It would be much better to have a private voluntary system that, that people could voluntarily go in, like, send because there's still like a driving school, right? There's a voluntary driving school and private driving schools all over the place. So you could literally have those still. And the repercussions, right? You would probably, because if you do lose your rights in any society when you damage or cause harm to somebody. So if that happens where you prove that you can't drive, then you obviously lose your right to do so. But there shouldn't be a prerequisite requirement to there shouldn't be a prerequisite requirement to actually forfeit your property rights and then have to be forced to have a license to operate said property.
Right. And most on the payment of like the use of infrastructure though.
Well, most of the it's admitted here in America that most of the funds that go from that actually don't go to the roads and infrastructure. They go to the actual cost of the I'm trying to remember the exact word. The cost of management or the cost of oversight.
Bureaucracy.
Yes, the bureaucracy. You're literally paying the paychecks of the people sitting at the DMV. That's it.
It's like less than a dime of every $10 actually goes to the purported what it's supposed to. Yeah. Okay, or what they put the tax in place for.
I guess in a perfect world,
but in principle, though, do you agree with the ideal, though?
Sure, in a perfect world, it could work.
Yeah, okay.
But we're not in a perfect
world. Where I live, we have volunteer fire and rescue. Yep. Okay. You don't have to pay for it. All right. But every so often you'll find an envelope in your mailbox from our town fire and rescue for a donation. Now, what does that do? That goes, well, I find that puts me in this position. I find that to be a very useful service, and they're top notch. And it's made up of volunteers that are qualified. So it's really cool.
It incentivized
And
the
how much do I think that is worth? I want to donate to it. So how much can I afford to donate to that? And that's how it functions. It's not like everyone must pay this certain amount. No, it doesn't go like that. There's those around here that don't donate to it, because if they did, they'd get a hell of a lot more money. But as it stands, I'm in a different type of mindset as a lot of people, and there's several others that are in my mindset that I find value in that, and therefore I am going to support it. Now, if it was some kind of an outfit that was shitty, and everybody that they tried to rescue end up in worse shape than when before, that kind of a thing, they're not worth a fuck. Hell no, I wouldn't send them no money, and nobody wouldn't. You know what would happen? They'd dry up and go away. And we'd have a new...
Who would fight the fires?
We'd
the
have
new
a new
agency.
one.
The new agency that comes to fill the space for the need that happens in the free market.
Now, the thing is, the volunteer squad is made up of men and women of the community that care about the community enough so that they can be asleep in bed at 3:30 in the fucking morning, and that fire whistle goes off. I call it the meat whistle. And that fire whistle goes off. They get up. They get dressed, they get in their vehicle, and their radio's on. Where are we going? And they're there.
They have to, though?
Huh?
Like, do they get paid? Like, what's their sort of contracty?
No.
What's their obligation?
What's the motivation behind it? Because they're helping their community.
They're relying on the donations of the community. I mean,
that's the whole thing. They're saving people's lives. They're saving their neighbors' lives. That's payment enough.
It's not even just that, David. I want to bring it back to even more realistic, so someone with even a selfish mindset can understand it. It's that when you know there's going to be a certain percentage of people that will donate if your department's good enough. And so you have the department, and yes, I mean, it's always a risk, just like any business, but the chances that you're going to do all right if your business is good, especially for a necessity like firefighting, or even providing water, is going to be pretty good if unless you're bad at it. And that's the whole point that David was making, is that right now, what we have in America anyway, is that we don't have a choice with the municipal systems. Our money gets stolen from us, and then it gets propped up to an inefficient system that has no incentive of improving itself. Whereas if it was different, if it was completely voluntary, they would have every incentive in the world to improve themselves, and we would probably do it with a lot less money.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, this is what's so wild, man, because like these people, they have regular jobs, and most of them work here in town or close by. They have beepers, radios, and of course the fire whistle that goes off here in town. You can hear it all over the place. And within just a minute or two of that fire whistle going off, you hear those trucks and shit rolling out, whether it's fire or EMS or whatever the case may be, or both. And they're out. They're going. And I've known people, they'd be at work up here. We have a masonite door plant, and they'll be there at work, and that fire whistle go off, and they got to have somebody come over and take over their machine. They got to go. There's a fire. And everybody's like, okay, go on. We got somebody to cover this. And they take care of it. See, it's a different mindset. When everybody starts getting into the idea, that's okay, Massa will take care of it. Massa will take care of it. Massa will take care of it. That's where you run into the problem, you see? When you realize that here we take care of it. Like in my neighborhood, I know my neighbor across the street, the guy next door. I don't hang out with him. The guy over here next door, real friendly, great guy. Him and his wife, I think his wife is my third or fourth cousin, right? But in any case, it's like nice people, right? The guy across here, I don't hang out with any of these people. I don't really associate with those people, but I know that if I had a problem, those people would come together and help me. And if any of them had a problem, the rest of us would come together and help them. I know that.
It would be great.
In that, in a different type of mindset.
Yeah, but it would be great if everyone had that mindset. But the reality is that people don't.
Well, cities destroy that.
It's actually been proven. It's been proven that when taxes are lower, charity is higher proportionately.
Oh yeah. But that's the thing. Cities destroy that idea. The deeper you get into the beast, the less of that you have. And that's because this idea, government going to take care of it. What's my taxes for anyways? Everybody gets mad around here. I hear people say that sometimes. What my taxes for anyways? And I'm like, now you're getting it.
Yeah.
Now you're getting it. That's not how shit's done.
I pay a shitload of tax every year.
Oh, I know. Well, see, one of the things we do have here in Virginia is we have a personal property tax on your vehicle. You have to pay it every year based on the value of the vehicle. And that goes by Kelly Blue Book.
No
and you have
despair
to pay
bear.
that tax.
I'm going to give, on the conversation, no despair bear comments. I'm a volunteer firefighter here at Taylor County Fire Department. I own my own business, and if my pager goes off, I'm going to the fire or emergency. We get paid a certain percentage at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's like a stipend. I think that's how I've described it, like a stipend. It's not like that's their regular job. You know, that's like he's saying he's got his own business. I've known people up here at the door factory. Other people, you know, you'll see them leaving their jobs. You know, I'll see somebody go by my house with his flasher going on top of his car. He's got his own flasher to his car, and you see that thing going off, and it's like, wait a second, that's Billy. He's supposed to be at work. Oh, the fire's going off. That's right. You see him rolling up the road.
Let's say he's working at a job and he has to leave that job to fight a fire. Does that put the business owner out economically, financially?
No, because it's a local business, man. And the local business understands and knows these are the same people that if their fucking business catches on fire, these are the people that are going to come and put it out.
Okay. Oh, you're frozen. You're frozen on a...
That's a good face.
Yeah.
Good thumbnail fuel.
Here, take care of it.
Yeah,
Go.
Yes. You're caught up. You're good now.
Yeah, be back.
Perfect. Yeah, but that's how they do, man. I mean, it's like because they know that's how a sense of community actually works. When you get into the sense of community outside a municipality, you find that people will do things like you wouldn't believe to help one another. It's amazing. We like one fire we just recently had. It left 2 people homeless with their dogs, right? Another guy, he found out about it, and he's got another house that's a rental. And he said, go take it for the first 4 months, no rent. You're good. He didn't even know them.
All right, I got a flat earth question.
Like I said, all right. Yeah, flat earth. Done.
Go. No problem. So my question was actually from earlier before you hopped off, because we were touching on some things with celestial navigation, and I was basically trying to get down to it because you said there was another way to do it when you don't know where you're at, where you just have to get a position fix and you're drawing these flat circles. You're drawing.
Circles.
Well, they're circles of 0 elevation.
No, there's circles where on every point on that circle, you will see the star at the same altitude. So circles of equal altitude. You'll see the star at the same angle in the sky from every point in that circle. Okay,
wouldn't that indicate that you're at in a circle of unchanging altitude, which is the same thing as that's literally the same thing as saying
you're talking about like terrain, right? Terrain changing altitude.
Yeah.
Changing elevation, sorry. Yeah, that's not what the term means. Every point on that circle means that you will see the star at the same angle above horizontal. So it's a circle of equal altitude or circle of
no, not
elevation.
from everywhere. Not from everywhere, because the further away you are from it across the plane, the further down in the horizon it's going to appear, and that's how you calculate your position on the map with the sextant.
But the circle,
because here's the thing. A small object close can behave the same as a large object far away from a certain standpoint. But when we look at the stars in the canopy, the firmament, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's the same thing as this. If you and I were in let's say a 5 mile by 5 mile big warehouse, and there were lights in the ceiling, and we go over to the middle of the thing, right? and then you walk. This thing's only got like an 8.5, 9 foot ceiling, right? So when you go all the way to the edge of the warehouse, what's going to happen to the light that's in the middle? Is it going to be straight up to you anymore, or is it going to appear down lower to you? It's going to appear down lower to you, right? So it didn't. It's not because the warehouse is curved or anything like that either. It's because of the position you're at. It's not because of any other thing like that. That's how the stars can tell you with a sextant where you are, by using that information and plotting it on a chart by tables of where those stars should be. Now, that's also indicative of the time of day, the month, and everything, because those charts have to be, there has a chart for each one. There's for each day and each time where that's going to be, where each constellation and each star as it goes around, because those constellations are going around in that clockwise fashion. If you were to look down on them, to us, it's counterclockwise. But anyways, what they do is they end up lapping the sun every month. And this is why we're in different constellations every month. As the sun outruns the moon every 28 days, so does the celestial bodies outrun the sun in that 28-day period. This is what puts us into these different zodiac signs, okay? So they're low, and that's the reason that when you're further south, the North Star keeps dwindling down further and further and further and further into the horizon until it's no longer visible due to your visual perspective, due to angular resolution, the vanishing point. That's all that is to that.
Lots of things to cover there. So in the warehouse example, so at one point you're underneath the light, and then you step back, and it keeps lowering in your view, right?
Right.
We can model that with geometry.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. You can, once you've established that, you can find your position in the warehouse anytime from that one central point, knowing that one light there that you can see way off like that is the north. And then by calculating the distance between all these lights, or, so let's suppose they're scattered random. Once you've got that figured out, but the thing is, that doesn't put you on a ball, because the warehouse isn't a ball. Okay. And we know that because, well, that would be stupid. So the warehouse is.
Can I interrupt for a moment, please?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm signing out right now.
Okay.
I'm going to bid you all a very good night. Ruhif, even though I highly disagree with a lot of what you're saying, I think you're very respectful and eloquent.
I'm about to be disrespectful.
What's that?
Sorry. I'm about to be a little bit disrespectful in a minute.
Okay, well, I was just trying to be respectful to you, so I'm not really sure.
No, I mean to David about celestial navigation. So,
okay, well, I'm... Okay? I'm trying to give you a compliment for a moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just about to break your
face. He's champing at the bit to get at me.
No, all I wanted to say to David is that I've done celestial navigation. I know that you haven't. I know how it works, and I know that you don't.
Really?
Yes.
Really? How would you know what I have and haven't?
All right, guys. Good night.
Demonstrate.
Good night, Andrew. Thanks for coming on.
To stars, and you tell me where you are.
Yeah, you have to have the charts.
Also,
to work.
Let me. Dang, I don't know if he's still listening or not, but I did want to shout him out. Andrew B, thank you for the $10 tip over on Rokfin. Said congratulations on winning trivia. Here's towards the new computer. So we do definitely appreciate that. Go ahead and continue, guys. Sorry.
Right, but David, if I gave you 3 angles to stars and asked you where are you on Earth, do you think you could do it?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. That's neither here nor there. The point of what I said was absolutely on point, though, wasn't it?
No, because
it wasn't. So why was the middle star lower in the horizon at the further extremes?
Yeah, we talked about this a few hours ago. Right?
Well, wait a second. No. Why was it down nearer the horizon than it was when you were under? You already said it was.
Because you moved back.
Right, and it's a matter of perspective and not curvature, right?
Well, this is the question, right? your warehouse example, you agreed that we can describe that with geometry.
Sure.
Right? The way we would do that is with trigonometry. It would be
Okay.
a right-angled triangle.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. That geometry doesn't apply to celestial navigation.
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah, I do.
I have a sextant.
Okay.
Right? And I know how the fucking thing works. It absolutely does triangulate your fucking position. It absolutely
the only way that we will settle this is you doing it.
I mean, it absolutely does. You know it does. I mean,
know
the little
how
surveyor thing, that means shit to me. The little surveyor experiment doesn't really mean a whole lot to me because I already saw what was going on in that. It was real easy to see if you know what to look for. Okay. Perhaps you didn't see it and you actually believe that the results prove what you're saying, but I don't think you've looked at it close enough. And I explained before why you haven't.
My theodolite
measurements. Yeah. Exactly.
If I have a model that makes predictions that get borne out in reality consistently and nothing contradicts them, I'm pretty confident my model actually reflects reality.
Oh, okay. So you use a surveyor's instrument that far to take measurements. That's what that's.
So does surveyors.
No, you don't.
Yes, it is.
Not as far as what that boat in that horizon would appear to be. 3 miles? You mean to tell me that you have a man stand down 3 miles away from you with a stake and you pull him up in that thing and tell something? Really? No, you don't.
You don't need a man at the other end. You're thinking of like differential leveling or something.
That's what that object is for.
No, it's not. It's a theodolite.
Yeah, it's exactly what surveyors use.
The surveyors use theodolites, or surveyors use total stations.
We've used them to level driveways so that we know what to put the grade at.
Yeah, but there's theodolites, total stations, and auto levels. Auto levels are pretty simple, right? They're just horizontal. That's all they are, right? If you want to transfer an elevation from one point to another, that's what you do, right?
Think your experiment over again. I'm serious.
I thought about it very much.
You really are.
Well, feel free to make a different prediction to what I made.
Well, it wasn't a prediction. It was an obfuscation. It was an optical obfuscation is what you were doing there, because you know all too well that color differential was not the actual horizon. And if you were to zoom in, if you were to zoom in that at approximately 90 degrees, you would still have more horizon way beyond, still at the same level. It'll still be at the same exact level. I've seen it a million times. I've done it myself. So do one with an optical lens. Do one with an optical lens, and use the zoom function. Okay, I mean, that would be great if that thing had a good zoom on it. That would be fantastic.
It's like 24 times,
but it doesn't. So
24 times zoom.
You're trying to put. It's got what compared to the P900? Is it as good? Is it as good as a P900?
Well, saying as good as is kind of a
no. I mean, will it magnify with clarity with the same degree that a P900 will?
The
answer is no. The answer is no, Ruhif. The answer is no. No, it won't.
P900s are shitty cameras.
That's not a shitty camera.
It is a shitty camera.
No, it's not. Why is it a shitty camera?
It's got a shit sensor. Like, it's a really small sensor.
Really? Yeah. Really? Why are so many people using it and showing?
Because of the high zoom.
Yes. Right. Okay. So my point being was this: use an optic comparable, or at least that can zoom in better than that.
Hang on. Let me find one of these observations again. Hold on. And I will share this.
I mean, that's just what I would suggest. I just don't see a whole lot of proof or value in your experiment.
Where are we? Fit images to window. There we go. All right. What was the elevation of that one, or the measurement? Now, actually, we'll use them with an actual. Hang on. All right. That's the reverse. 1 second. Reverse again. There we go. Stick that in there. All right. So those two images. we tried to go through this a couple of weeks ago. So the angle from vertical down to the horizon, 90 degrees, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Okay.
But horizontal would be 90 degrees exactly. Would you agree with that? That 90 degrees exactly is perpendicular to plumb, which is 90 degrees straight up. And so that right there, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. Why are you adding? Why are you adding? Why are you adding those minutes?
I'm not adding it. I'm pointing it at the horizon, and the horizon is below horizontal.
That's because your vision is obscured by the fucking density, bro. Zoom in and put the thing on it. Look, the horizon. Listen. 90 degrees is level. Okay.
It's horizontal. Yep.
Yeah, level. That's what it means. So 90 degrees is level. If you tried to level the grade on a fucking railroad track, or you tried to do it with that, you would end up with some fucking shit problems. If you tried to level a grade with that, you would have serious problems. You know why? Because they set it at fucking 90 degrees. You know why? Because that's level. You don't have that set level. I don't care what you see through the little thing, the horizon you see, the optical horizon that you would see without the cloud cover is beyond that line of differential color. That's what I'm trying to get to you. You don't have that setting level, and so it's crap.
You're claiming that the thing I'm pointing at is not the horizon.
I am claiming, yeah, I am.
Then I don't know where to go from here.
Well, then you haven't been paying attention, have you? If you zoom in, you will find out that the horizon, do it on a clear day, man.
It's not a matter of zoom. Okay, let's go through the maths of this.
Oh my God, it is.
No, it's not. Now, look, 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Well, all right. Here, do this instead there, Ruhif. We'll do this instead. Set the fucking thing at 90 degrees exact, and let's see what we get.
Yeah,
don't start with this pre-assumed shit, because you're looking out into the horizon. You're seeing opacity of the atmospheric opacity. You're seeing that, and you're calling that the fucking horizon. It's not. You know that.
If you think it's not the horizon,
dude, that's why this is a bunk test. That's why it's a bunk test. Set it at 90 degrees and get something that'll zoom in.
Right, let's do it this way. How about we draw?
Are you gonna show me the same experiment done a different fucking way? I'm telling you, set the fucking thing at 90 degrees, bro.
How about I take it out again tomorrow or something? And
there you go.
It's a good day.
Hey, do it in a clear spot. You see all that haze and moisture in the fucking air? That's no bueno, Holmes. That's no bueno.
Hang on. Let me.
What about all the refraction?
Actually, let's do this in PowerPoint.
Yeah, how come we can't see Sydney because of the refraction?
No, it's just like you can't even rely on that you're seeing the horizon, because, I mean, according to the charts and doing the surface observations, especially over water, is going to lead to refraction. So what use does this observation have?
Look at the opacity you've got just within that short distance between the fucking lens and the tree. Then just look beyond it. Look at how cloudy everything is, man. There's so much moisture in the air, you'd never be able to see even the apparent horizon that you would see on a clear day. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Rufy. I'm not giving you shit. I'm just telling you, set the thing at 90 degrees, bro, and do it on a clear day where visibility is really good. This is like no bueno. This is worthless.
I'm going to let everybody know now, while I have a chance, that we're going to go ahead and do the, I guess it'd be 12 minutes at this point, warning, because I'm not going to do this all night. I know that we love the show, but we're going to try to hammer out a few more points here in the next 12 minutes or so, and then we're going to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll just make this one point about zooming. It was 11 minutes and 26 seconds. 0.19 degrees. 9 degrees. There we go. All right.
That's one of the things I loved about California and in the desert was that it was such low humidity. I was amazed at how far you could see just with your open eyesight, you know, without forget optics. Man, you look across there, and the thing it does to you is you look across there and you'll say, oh, let's go over it. It looks like there's a cave over there. It's only just over there. And then you're walking and you're walking and you're walking and you're walking. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, fuck, it's not just over there. It just seems that way. It's just amazing. You can't see that far out here where I'm at.
All right. Do you reckon that's a good 2/3 line, roughly? Close enough? Yeah. So that red line that I drew, all right, so I know that this distance between between the stadium arc or the mill point, what do you want to call it, and the crosshairs is 5 milliradians, right? That's what they're designed to be, right? So this is 5 milliradians or 0.286 degrees, that distance there. All right, but my measurement down to the horizon was 0.19 degrees. So horizontal is about 2/3 of the way up between here and the stadium arc.
Yeah.
Right. So this is horizontal. If I were to point it horizontally,
right?
Do you think that if I zoom in, like I'm
through all that soup, maybe not. On a clear day, absolutely. In fact, you would see an apparent horizon there on a clear day. You're looking through soup. That shit gets terrible just a short ways out. You can see the atmospheric opacity. Where's the blue sky?
Yeah, I'll get a blue sky tomorrow if it's sunny, and just show you that it's a predictable.
The best conditions, low humidity. That way, and also you don't get refraction.
You always get refraction.
Get a low humidity with high visibility. You can look on your weather app. If you have a weather app on your phone, it should tell you the visibility of your area. It's already got a thing in there. Mine does. Tells you what the visibility would be given the current conditions where you're at. And when it's humid, it's less. When it's less humid, it's more.
Hate to interrupt. I'm going to shout out Kevin Shin with a $20 tip. That's a huge tip over on Rokfin. Comes with the message, keep doing the good work you do, my brother. You know, we stay putting in the work out here, so we definitely appreciate that. Go ahead and carry on.
Yeah, all I can say is that's the horizon. It's there. It doesn't move very much when you are at a decent elevation. In fact, I can tell you what elevation I am at purely by the number that I measured. That will tell you how little it changes. All right, so 11 minutes and 26 seconds was 0.19. Let's share a tab, shall we? How do I share a tab? Let's share a tab. Let's go to Metabunk. Metabunk and share a tab. Metabunk. All right. Now, all I'm going to do is put in an observer height until my refracted horizon dip equals 0.19. All right. That's all I'm going to do. So let's go 20 meters, 0.13, 25, 30, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 41. So it's about 41 meters, right? That's if the Earth is a globe, right? And it all works out well, then I'm guessing that my observer height is 41 meters. All right, now what we're going to do is find.
But that's if your globe is true.
Right.
That's if.
But the fact that I can reverse engineer.
Don't fall for it.
The fact that I can reverse engineer a observer height from that angle down to the horizon.
Okay.
Right. Is a pretty interesting thing, right? Can you do that?
Yeah. Clear day, zoom capabilities, low humidity. That's what we're looking for. I don't care what your little calculator says, because I can show you one that says that's not true. Okay.
Well,
We're dealing with actual observations. We're dealing with actual observations, not math.
Can you make a prediction? Can you make a prediction for what the angle should be?
Well, I can make this
observer
prediction.
height.
I think that Michelle Obama is going to run for president. That's my prediction.
Yeah, she won't. She definitely won't. All right. So this is the survey mark underneath my theodolite. And there is the theodolite over the survey mark. Where is the actual... I'm going to go to the next one now.
You cheeky bastard. You knew your elevation.
Say again?
It wasn't really a guess. You knew your elevation.
Oh, I've got to figure out which spot I was actually at. Where's my phone? Oh, I've got to do it online. Fuck it. If I go get my phone, I can probably do this easier. Give me 1 sec. I'll be back.
We could just take all the math that they use and just change the labels.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying about a lot of this shit, is that it's like, look, here's the observations. Here's the hundreds and hundreds of experiments and videos showing that we can see.
Right, so I've got an app on my phone, and that was, whoops.
Okay, I guess we gotta stop talking shit now.
Say again?
What?
What?
Say that again?
I said, I guess we gotta stop talking shit now.
Ozzy
well,
said,
I've got to find out where I was. So
Oh, he took off his
let me find that on Google Earth. Hold on. I've got to find out where this was. I think it was Stanton Road, something like that. Let me find it on Google Earth. That'll take a minute, and then I'll find it on the app.
we have a Stanton here in Virginia, but it's spelled Staunton. That's how I can spot outsiders. I said, do you know how far it is to Staunton?
Yeah.
That's where our favorite president, Woodrow Wilson, the father of the fucking signing the Federal Reserve Act, was from.
That bastard.
All right,
Yeah,
let
man.
me. Where's Stanton Road? I think that's it down there.
Not particularly proud of him. Like Jefferson, Washington, I guess, pretty good. Listen, dude, if you ever get to Virginia Tribune, you need to go to Jefferson's house, man.
All right. Anyway, let me share this screen now. So keep an eye on that photo that I've shared. All right. And I'll stop presenting that. And then I'll present window, Google Earth. All right. Cool. That's the same, right? When it's presenting. There we go. That's the same. Got the 50k an hour sign. And the hedges over here, that was the same as the image that I had. All right, and the address, 14 Stanton Road in Mossman. So now I've got to find the actual...
By the way, my bad, cave in on the mispronunciation. It's the second time I've done it. I'm so embarrassed. It won't happen again.
Survey marks. All right, so now I've got to find Stanton Road. Where is it? There we go. So, if I screenshot this, where can I post it? Can I post an image in the chat? Or I can show my phone, I guess.
I'm not sure. You just present the... Well, you can't.
No, it's on my phone, though.
Is this just merely to tell us where you were?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, man.
Well, no, it's a prediction of the globe model, right? I said from that angle that I measured, my observer height must have been 41 meters. Right now, if I show you, hang on, can you see that? 39.5.
Debunked, bro.
Yeah,
that's the height.
It's a hill. It's a hill that goes down. What's your point?
Right. The survey mark is 39.5 meters, and I was approximately 1.5 meters above.
Okay.
Yeah, that does check out.
I know.
So the angle.
Yeah, there's a grade. So what?
Yeah, but the angle, right,
It doesn't
I
matter what
measured.
the angle is. They changed the angle from the original landscaping because they made a road and they came through there and made that road at a particular grade so that it was not too steep and not too fucking level as to
Hang on.
match the landscape. That's all.
Hang on. There we
Does
go.
it
So
show a
that image,
globe?
right? That image is sitting on top. My theodolite is sitting on top of a survey mark,
Yeah.
right? That survey mark is 39.5 meters above sea level,
So what?
right? Well, so my theodolite, roughly 1.5 meters above that, is at 41 meters
Okay, so
above sea
you
level.
put into the curvature calculation the distance of the target that you're looking at, followed by the
Distance.
eye height of the observer, which in this case would be the lens of the theodolite, correct? And you will tell how much curvature there should be in that in a certain distance. Anything under a mile is going to be pretty much fucking useless because unless you have a zoom. All right. You have to
We've
start
been through
using
this.
now. So it does that doesn't matter. So you're on a hill. The earth, yes, it is. Although it is level, it does have hills. It has valleys. It has mountains.
Right.
There's all
Can I make
kinds
my
of
point, though?
terrain features. Right. This is why we use water as an
Can I
example.
make my point? My point is that given my observer height, I know what the angle will be down to the horizon because the Earth is a globe.
So it would be more of a globe if you backed up about 100 yards and went further up the hill. Is that what you're telling me?
If I knew my observer height, I will tell
Well,
you
what
the
about
angle.
if you turn the theodolite around? You should have the same amount of curvature, shouldn't you?
Sure.
This is simply a.
Well, you won't because you're on a fucking hill.
Do you get my point? From my
Yeah,
observer
it's
height,
not
I
a
can
point.
calculate what the angle will be to the horizon because the Earth's a
No.
globe. I can make that
No,
prediction using the globe.
you were
It's a
wrong
simple
in it
begging the
because
question
you missed it. You missed it. You missed
No, I
it.
didn't. I
Yes, we
reverse
did. We pointed
engineered.
that out.
I reverse engineered my observer height from the photo.
That's fine. That's fine. So what
Because
you
the
were
Earth's a
taking
globe.
now, what you showed us in that soupy picture was not level. And that would what would show if that was level? That would show that what you think is the horizon, which is merely another color effect that you're seeing at a distance, that's all due to atmospheric opacity. You would find that those crosshairs looked like they were above what you thought was the horizon, right? But it's
No.
not the
I
horizon.
pointed out the horizon.
Because on a clear day, if you were to leave it out there, and then wait for a clear day, and then check it and see, you will see that now it's on the horizon. Or even wait for a more opaque day, and then you will find that it's even further off because the horizon's much closer to you, it appears, because of the atmospheric opacity. So this isn't really telling us anything. If you were standing there right now and that tells you that due to that calculation, that's how much where the horizon should be, then there should be the same amount of curvature on the other side of you, to the left of you, to the right of you, to the in all directions. But there isn't.
Yes, there is. I measured it.
You didn't measure anything except the atmospheric opacity where it told you that the apparent horizon was at. You were looking, come on, bro.
Let's choose a different observation. This is a tower in a suburb called Artarmon, right? And I took many measurements of this. That's this, yeah. So that's the elevation of where I was. Another horizon one. No, another horizon.
Hey, wait, put it back to that other one.
Call ends in 2 minutes. 2 minute warning.
No. Go back to that one right there.
Yep.
So I'm not seeing the right-left curve.
Right.
At all.
Neither
so
am I. Why
are we on a cylinder?
No.
Well, that's what that's telling me.
No, it doesn't. The field of view, side to side, is roughly 1.5, maybe 1.5 degrees, or maybe 1.2, something like that.
Bet you lay a straight edge. Bet you lay a straight edge. You get across that, you'll get a fucking no curve. I'll bet you.
Like I said, the field of view is about 1 to 1.5 degrees. I'm only at about
curve's a curve,
probably 80 meters. How much?
So you're telling
I'm trying to get you to do some mathematics.
You were trying to. No. You were trying to convince me of the curvature at a vertical, at a straight on position like that, right? to a target that wasn't very far away. In fact, I don't even know really what the target was, because of the fact that anyone would know that that's an apparent horizon. You would want some kind of a visible object in the distance that you could actually test for.
Nope. Did the call end? The call did end. Unfortunately, I am not gonna pick it back up. This was something that I was about to this is what I was hopefully about to get through with Mr. Roofhill if he's still listening. No worries. Guys, we are going to do this again here on next week. I haven't picked the exact day just yet, but stay tuned because we are going to be doing that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Getting into the meat of the matter. We went a little off topic today, but that's okay. I hope that you guys got some value out of the conversation. Let me go back over to the main screen. Yeah, we had a excellent show. It is super duper late, 3:35 over here Eastern Standard Time. So, I appreciate you guys staying up with me, doing the long haul. It's been a great conversation. Some cordial, some not, some sweet, some spicy, of course. Alrighty, let me do one last shout out to the chat before we go. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Of course, we got Cave In, Nuba. I gotta scroll. And y'all talking a lot. It's awesome. All right. It's just y'all two then for now. Everybody else is silent watchers. No worries. We definitely appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's go ahead and also check out the YouTube. That's an old chat. We want the up-to-date. Alrighty. Hold on, I gotta look at my phone here. No Despair Bear, of course. Kevin DeShill. Reen Bernays. Still up and kicking. Ruhif Boo. I know, got cut midpoint. It's okay, though. You're always welcome back on the show. That way we can go ahead and keep the conversation rolling. SS Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We do appreciate you coming on. Yeah, I need to sleep as well. I actually have to be up at least by 12:30, so hopefully I have enough time to catch some Z's. You got T. Smith, Angela Baby Carson, legend in the chat. Austin Murphy. W.C. Davis. That's a new name. Welcome to the show. Wesley Curry. This is funny. The vision is given to me to open or shut as I choose. What the hell? Funny stuff. King Shin. You were super late. Make sure you go back and check out the show. We had some great conversations today. All right. If I missed anybody, I apologize. DM'd me on Discord. Well, let me check that real quick. Nice. Definitely will do. All right, folks. I appreciate you tuning in. Let me cue up some music. It's never too late to jam out on your way out, I always say. I do always say that, right? All right. Let's do Neon Underworld. Awesome. All right, folks. This has been another exciting TED Open panel. Thank you all for joining me. thank you all for your amazing support and for helping continue to make this show possible. We are going to be using all of the donations to this show for a new computer setup, so we do appreciate that. Unless, of course, you have other plans and something else you'd like to see it go towards, just let me know in the chat that you do it in. And if you're not going to do it for this show, then make sure you go over to the mellowdome.live and check out the charity they got going on. They're going to be helping some kids in need, some people in the community possibly. Go ahead and check it out. It is going to be awesome. They've already raised $1,000, almost halfway to their goal with just one show. Also, make sure you check out the Mellow Dome merch. I don't even know if you guys can see me, but it's all good. Let's play this. Let's play this and get the heck on out. Until next time, see ya.